Welcome, dear friends, to a serene spring evening, where the gentle whispers of the season invite us to embark on whimsical journeys of the imagination. As spring breathes new life into the world around us, it's the perfect time to renew our spirits and embrace the tranquility of peaceful stories. Let this cherished time be a sanctuary for relaxation, where sweet dreams flourish under the tender embrace of a spring night. Tonight, allow the delightful tales to transport you to magical, tranquil places where wonder and serenity await. Settle in and let the stories begin. Story 1. The little village of Everwood nestled in a quiet valley where the river sang lullabies and the trees whispered secrets to those who listened closely. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the western hills, the village clock tower would chime 7 times, and the townsfolk would light their lanterns, casting warm golden pools of light along the cobbled streets. But tonight was different. Tonight, something peculiar was afoot. Young Finn, who loved stargazing more than anything, was the first to notice. He sat on his woolen blanket in the garden, a cup of chamomile tea steaming beside him, tracing the familiar patterns of the constellations. But as he looked up, his brow furrowed. The Little Dipper, the constellation that always pointed true north, was missing its brightest star. It was as if someone had gently plucked it from the sky and tucked it away. Finn wasn't frightened, only deeply curious. He wrapped his blanket around his shoulders and padded softly to the town square, where the elders often gathered by the old stone fountain. The gentle plink-plonk of water droplets kept rhythm with the distant wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Higgins's porch. "The star is gone," Finn announced quietly. Old Man Wallace, who tended the village clock tower, adjusted his spectacles. "Nonsense, my boy, stars don't just vanish." But then young Alara, who had been collecting evening primroses, spoke up. "The flowers near the weeping willow have turned silver. They were golden this afternoon." A murmur rippled through the small gathering. Mrs. Higgins, who knew every nursery rhyme by heart, hummed thoughtfully. "There's an old verse my grandmother used to sing," she said. "When silver blooms where gold once lay, and stars forget to light the way, seek the map the moon has drawn, and find what has been gently gone." Finn's eyes brightened. A clue. He'd always loved puzzles. What does it mean? No one knew for certain, but Old Man Wallace suggested they check the town archives, a cozy little room above the library filled with scrolls, star charts, and pressed flowers collected over generations. So Finn, Alara, and a few others climbed the wooden stairs, their footsteps echoing in the quiet evening. The archives smelled of aged paper, dried lavender, and beeswax. Moonlight streamed through the circular window, painting a silvery path across the dusty floor. They unrolled an ancient map of Everwood, beautifully illustrated with constellations drawn above important landmarks. Finn noticed something odd. The map showed the North Star positioned directly above the clock tower, but everyone knew it should be above the old oak tree at the hill's crest. "The map is wrong," Alara said, frowning. "Or perhaps," Finn replied, his voice soft with wonder, "the map is right, but something has changed." Just then a soft pitter-patter began. A gentle rain had started to fall. The sound was soothing, like thousands of tiny fingers tapping a lullaby on the rooftops. Finn gazed out the window. The rain seemed to be falling upward. No, that couldn't be. He blinked. Raindrops glimmered as they rose toward the sky, catching the moonlight like tiny diamonds. "Look," he whispered. Everyone crowded around the window. Indeed, the rain was drifting upward, not down. It was mesmerizing, not frightening, a silent reverse shower that made the air smell sweet and clean. Mrs. Higgins recalled another rhyme. "When rain ascends to kiss the moon, and clocks hum a backward tune, the heart of the matter lies not afar, but right where you are." Old Man Wallace chuckled. Backward tune. Well, the clock tower has been chiming a bit oddly today. It chimed 8 times at 7 o'clock. They decided to investigate the clock tower. Inside, the giant gears turned steadily, and the pendulum swung with a comforting tick-tock. But as they listened closely, they realized the ticks and tocks were reversed. Tock-tick, tock-tick. Finn noticed something else. On the wall hung a faded tapestry depicting the constellations. One star, the missing one, was embroidered with silver thread that seemed to shimmer even in the dim light. "The moon has drawn a map," Finn murmured, remembering the rhyme. He looked at the tapestry closely. The silver thread wasn't just decorative. It traced a path from the clock tower to the old oak tree, then to the river bank, and finally to the village garden. They decided to follow the path. With lanterns in hand, they walked through the gentle upward rain, which felt like cool mist rising from the earth. The first stop was the old oak tree. There, nestled in a hollow, they found a tiny, star-shaped crystal pulsing with soft light. But it wasn't the missing star, it was something else, beautiful and mysterious. Alara picked it up. "It's warm," she said, smiling. Next, they followed the path to the river bank. The river, usually flowing westward, was swirling gently in small, lazy circles. Beneath the surface, they spotted another crystal, this one shaped like a raindrop, glowing with a blue light. Finally, they reached the village garden. The silver flowers glowed softly in the dark. And there, nestled among them, was a third crystal, this one shaped like a flower, radiating a gentle golden hue. But the North Star was still missing from the sky. Finn sat on the damp grass, holding the 3 crystals. They seemed to hum softly, harmonizing with the wind chimes still singing in the distance. He thought about the reversed clock, the upward rain, the misplaced stars on the map. And then it dawned on him. "It's not that things are going backward or disappearing," he said softly. "It's that they are remembering." Everyone looked at him, puzzled. "The clock is ticking backward because it's remembering a time long ago. The rain is rising to remember what it was like to be a cloud. The flowers turned silver to remember the moonlight that helped them grow, and the star." Finn gazed up at the gap in the constellation. The star has gone to remember where it came from. But where did stars come from? Finn thought of the old tales, that stars were born from wishes, dreams, and kind thoughts that drifted up from the world below. He held the 3 crystals close to his heart. Maybe the star needed to be reminded of the wishes it represents. So the villagers gathered in the garden, and one by one they shared their kindest wishes, hopes for friendship, dreams of growth, gratitude for the beauty around them. As they spoke, the crystals in Finn's hands glowed brighter and brighter, until their light merged into a single beam that shot up into the sky. There, where the missing star had been, a new light appeared, brighter and warmer than before. It was the North Star, returned, shimmering with the collective warmth of their shared wishes. And as it took its place, the gentle rain began to fall normally again, the clock resumed its steady tick-tock, and the silver flowers slowly returned to gold. But they kept a faint silvery glow, a memory of the magical night. The next evening, the villagers gathered once more in the garden. The North Star shone brightly above the old oak tree, just as the map had shown. Old Man Wallace had adjusted the clock, Mrs. Higgins taught the children the full nursery rhyme, and Alara planted a new bed of flowers that shimmered both gold and silver in the moonlight. Finn lay on his blanket, sipping his chamomile tea, and smiled. The mystery had been solved not through fear or hurry, but through patience, empathy, and listening, to the rhymes, the rain, and to each other. And as the clock tower chimed 7 times, the people of Everwood felt a little closer, a little kinder, and deeply grateful for the gentle magic that woven through their lives. The fireflies blinked in agreement, the wind chimes sang a soft melody, and high above, the stars twinkled a little brighter, remembering the wishes that had called one of their own back home. Story 2. In the velvet expanse where star songs hummed and nebulas bloomed like watercolor flowers, there drifted a small, forgotten world known as Glimmer. It was a world perpetually bathed in the gentle light of 3 moons, where rivers ran with liquid silver, and the trees hummed soft lullabies when the wind whispered through their crystalline leaves. On this world lived a being named Kalin, whose skin shimmered with the soft, shifting colors of twilight, and whose large, luminous eyes saw not just light, but emotion. Kalin was a chromian, a species that communicated through the ever-changing hues of their skin and the gentle pulses of light that danced across their fingertips. To feel joy was to glow with warm gold, to be curious was to ripple with soft azure, to offer comfort was to radiate a steady, gentle lavender. Words were unnecessary on Glimmer, feelings were language enough. But Kalin often felt a lonely shade of soft gray-blue, for though his world was beautiful, it was quiet. The other Chromians were content in their silent understanding, but Kalin often found himself gazing up at the star-dusted sky, wondering if somewhere out there another heart beat to a different rhythm. One evening, as the 3 moons cast their gentle glow upon the silver rivers, a streak of amethyst fire cut through the sky. It was not a shooting star, it moved with purpose, though faltering, like a wounded bird seeking shelter. It crashed softly in the valley of whispering blooms, where flowers chimed like distant bells when touched. Kalin hurried toward the sight, his skin flickering with concern, a deep, worried indigo. What he found was not a meteorite, but a small, elegant vessel shaped like a teardrop, its surface shimmering with a mother-of-pearl sheen. And beside it, trembling slightly, was a creature unlike any he had ever seen. She was small and slender, with skin the color of moonlit pearls and large, dark eyes that held entire galaxies within them. Delicate fin-like ears twitched nervously, and when she moved, she seemed to ripple, as if not entirely solid. This was Lyra, a harmonian from a world where communication flowed not through color, but through melody. Every emotion, every thought was expressed in soft, intricate harmonies that hummed in the air around her. Right now, Lyra was emitting a low, wavering note of fear and confusion, a minor key that spoke of loneliness and displacement. Her ship, which she called the Starlight Sigh, had been damaged when passing through an unexpected ionic storm, and she had been forced to land on the first habitable world she could find. Kalin approached slowly, his skin pulsing a soft, reassuring lavender. He had no words to offer, no songs to sing, only the gentle light of compassion. Lyra, though startled, sensed no malice in this shimmering being. Her own fear note softened into a curious hum, like the first tentative notes of a dawn chorus. And so began their friendship, a friendship built not on shared language, but on shared silence, on the willingness to understand something entirely new. Kalin led Lyra to a place he had always found comforting, a vast, natural cavern behind a cascade of liquid silver. The walls of the cave were embedded with countless crystals that caught and fractured the light of the moons, painting the entire space in ever-shifting prisms. At the far end, the cave opened to a breathtaking view of the cosmos, a perfect observatory framed by stone. Here, the ribbon nebula sprawled across the black velvet of space, a swirl of pinks and golds that seemed close enough to touch. Together, they made this crystalline cave their shared shelter. Kalin brought soft mosses that glowed with their own inner light to make a comfortable resting place. Lyra, using the salvaged remains of her ship's harmonic core, tuned the crystals in the ceiling so they resonated with gentle, soothing frequencies when the wind passed through the cave's openings. It became a place of both light and song, a true reflection of their 2 souls. Of course, misunderstandings arose, as they always do when cultures meet. One afternoon, Kalin noticed Lyra seemed droopy, her usual soft hum reduced to a flat, tired tone. Wanting to cheer her, he gathered a bouquet of the whispering blooms, whose chimes were said to lift the spirit. He presented them to her with a flourish, his skin glowing a bright, cheerful yellow. But as soon as the flowers chimed near her, Lyra recoiled, her harmonic note sharpening into a distressed screech. On her world, such high-pitched, repetitive sounds were a sign of alarm, a warning of impending danger. She thought Kaelin was telling her to flee. Kaelin, confused by her reaction, dimmed to a worried gray. Had he offended her? Hurt her? He set the flowers down and stepped back, his light pulsing a soft, questioning blue. It took a long moment of shared silence, each studying the other's reaction, for them to understand. Lyra, slowly realizing the flowers were a gift and not a warning, let her harmonics soften into a gentle, apologetic melody. She approached the flowers and, instead of rejecting them, very softly hummed a counter-melody that harmonized with their chimes, transforming the sound from something alarming into something beautiful. Kaelin, understanding, glowed with a warm rose pink, the color of shared laughter and relief. Another time, Lyra tried to share her gratitude by singing a complex harmonian thank you song, a melody that involved a rapid, joyful trilling. To her, it was the highest compliment. But to Kaelin's light-based senses, the quick vibrations of sound translated as a frantic, flickering strobe of light that was overwhelming and slightly dizzying. He had to shield his eyes, pulsing a gentle orange, a chromian signal for too much. Lyra stopped at once, her song cutting off into a concerned, low hum. She watched as Kaelin's light settled back into a calm rhythm. Slowly she began again, this time with a single, sustained note of pure gratitude, a clear, resonant sea that hung in the air like a perfect crystal. Kaelin responded by glowing a steady, deep gold, the equivalent of a warm, embracing hug. They learned. They adapted. They found a middle way, a language that was neither solely color nor solely sound, but something in between, feeling. Their favorite times were the quietest. As Glimmer's 3 moons rose in tandem, they would sit together at the mouth of their crystalline cave, wrapped in the soft, glowing mosses, and watch the stars. Lyra would hum a low, peaceful melody that wove through the silence like a silver thread. Kaelin would let his light pulse in time with her song, his colors shifting slowly, sapphire for wonder, violet for peace, silver for love. They couldn't understand each other's words, but they didn't need to. They understood the important things. They knew when the other was sad and offered comfort, a harmonious hum, a soft glow. They knew when the other was delighted and joined in, a brightening of light, a lifting of song. They shared meals of sweet, glowing fungi that Kaelin collected and rich, nectar-like, dew that Lyra distilled from the morning mist. Weeks turned into months. Lyra's ship was repaired, its mother-of-pearl hull restored, its harmonic engine once again humming with potential. She could have left. She probably should have. Her people would be wondering where she was. But one evening, as they sat watching a meteor shower paint fleeting streaks of light across the ribbon nebula, Lyra hummed a question. It was a melody of 2 notes, one rising, one falling, over and over. Will you come? Kaelin understood. He looked at her, then at the stars, then back at her. His skin, which had been a calm blue, began to swirl with colors, gold for joy, green for hope, and a bold, brave crimson for adventure. He reached out and placed his hand over where her heart would be. His light pulsed once softly, a clear yes. They left Glimmer together in the starlight sigh, which now had a co-pilot seat that shimmered with embedded crystals to make Kaelin feel at home. They traveled not as chromian and harmonian, but simply as friends. And though they visited many worlds and met many beings, they always returned to their crystalline cave on Glimmer, their shared sanctuary, where the crystals sang and the light danced and the universe felt a little less vast and a little more like home. For they had learned that the universe, in all its complexity, speaks one language above all others, the universal language of kindness, which needs no translation, only an open heart to hear it and a willing soul to answer. Story 3. In a quiet valley where the light lingered like honey and the air smelled always of rain-kissed earth, there lived a young woman named Lyra. From her earliest days, she had felt a peculiar restlessness, as though her skin were woven from moonlight and her bones carved from something not entirely of this world. She was not like the other villagers, who found comfort in the familiar rhythms of sowing and harvest, of sunup and sundown. Lyra often wandered to the edge of the whispering woods, feeling a pull toward the shadows beneath the trees, a calling she did not yet understand. Then one morning she awoke to find her skin shimmering with a soft, pearlescent glow. At first she hid it, wrapping herself in layers of wool and linen, fearful of what it might mean. But the changes did not stop there. Delicate silver vines began to trace patterns along her arms, and tiny closed flower buds appeared in her hair, smelling faintly of starlight and dew. She felt both terrified and enchanted, as though her very being were a secret waiting to be unfolded. One evening, as she sat by the creek, tears tracing silver paths down her cheeks, an elderly woman emerged from the woods. She moved with the grace of a willow branch in the wind, her eyes the color of moss after rain, and her smile as warm as a hearth fire. "Do not fear what grows within you, child," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "You are not breaking, you are blooming." The woman introduced herself as Alara, a keeper of ancient ways and tender of hidden gardens. She explained that Lyra was undergoing a gentle metamorphosis, one that responded not to the turning of seasons, but to the turning of her own heart. Each time Lyra felt a surge of courage, a new flower might unfurl in her hair. Each moment of self-acceptance caused the silver vines on her skin to gleam more brightly. Alara became her guide, appearing always when doubt clouded Lyra's thoughts. She taught her to listen to the language of seeds, how everyone carried a story waiting to be told, how patience was the soil in which miracles grew. In a sun-dappled clearing deep in the woods, Alara showed Lyra a garden unlike any other. Here, flowers changed color with the emotions of those who walked among them. When Lyra felt joy, the blossoms shimmered gold. When she felt calm, they deepened to serene violet. "This garden reflects the heart," Alara explained, "just as you do." Under Alara's gentle guidance, Lyra began to embrace her transformation. She learned to sit quietly with herself, to acknowledge the fears and hopes swirling within her like autumn leaves in the wind. With every small victory, a moment of kindness shown to herself, a step taken despite uncertainty, her connection to the magical garden deepened. One afternoon, as she hummed an old lullaby her grandmother had sung, a patch of closed moonflowers at her feet slowly opened, their petals glowing like captured moonlight. But the true test came when the first frost approached. Lyra noticed that the silver vines along her arms had formed something resembling a delicate, lace-like cocoon around her wrists. She panicked, fearing that this meant an end to her journey, a freezing of the beauty she had only just begun to understand. Alara found her trembling beneath the ancient oak at the garden's heart. "Ah," she said softly, "the cocoon. It does not mean you are trapped, it means you are protected while you grow." She reminded Lyra that even the most magnificent butterflies begin curled tightly within a silken shell, that the darkest, quietest moments often precede the most radiant transformations. And so, Lyra learned to trust the process. She spent her days in the garden, breathing in time with the rustling trees, feeling her emotions ripple through the flowers around her. She watched as the cocoon around her wrists grew, not as a cage, but as a cradle. One evening, as the last light of day bled into twilight, Lyra felt a gentle stirring within her, a sense of wholeness, of peace. She looked down and saw that the cocoon had begun to split, not with a tear, but with a soft sigh. From within emerged not a breaking, but an unfolding. Her hands now glimmered with intricate patterns like fern fronds kissed by frost, and from her fingertips drifted a soft, golden pollen that carried the scent of forgiveness and hope. The garden responded in kind. Flowers of every hue swayed as if in celebration, and the very air seemed to shimmer with approval. Alara approached, her eyes gleaming with pride. "You see," she whispered, "you did not need to become someone else. You only needed to become more yourself." Lyra realized then that her journey was not ending, it was beginning anew. She had learned to listen to the quiet language of growth, to honor the pace of her own heart. And as she stood there, radiant and whole, she knew that her purpose was to tend to others like herself, those who felt the restlessness of change, the fear of the unknown. So she remained in the valley, not as the girl who hid her light, but as the woman who helped others find their own. She spent her days in the garden, now more vibrant than ever, teaching those who sought her guidance that transformation is not something to be rushed or feared, but to be welcomed like the first soft notes of a familiar song. And on quiet evenings, when the fireflies drifted like low-hanging stars, she would often sense Alara's presence nearby, a whisper in the wind, a warmth in the moonlight, a reminder that every ending is but a gentle beginning in disguise. And so, curled beneath blankets or resting weary heads, those who heard her story felt their own cocoons of worry loosen, their own inner gardens stir with the promise of growth, slow, patient, and beautiful. Story 4. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, where cobblestone paths wound like ribbons between cottages with thatched roofs, the nights were usually filled with the gentle symphony of wind chimes and the distant, melodic tolling of the clock tower. But on this particular evening, something was amiss. As dusk settled over the village, the townsfolk gathered in the town square, their faces turned upward in wonder and confusion. For the first time in living memory, the stars had begun to vanish from the sky. Not all at once, mind you, but one by one, as if some unseen hand were plucking them like ripe berries from a bush. The villagers murmured softly, their voices blending with the rustle of leaves and the soft patter of a light rain that had just begun to fall. Among them stood a young baker named Finn, whose kind eyes missed very little. He noticed how the disappearing stars seemed to follow a pattern, leaving behind gaps in the constellations that told stories older than the village itself. Finn had always been a quiet soul, more comfortable with the warmth of his oven and the scent of rising dough than with crowds. But his heart ached to see his neighbors so unsettled. He remembered his grandmother's words, "When the world feels strange, look not for what is missing, but for what remains." So while others debated and worried, Finn simply observed. He saw how the remaining stars seemed to shimmer more brightly, as if trying to compensate for their absent companions. He noticed, too, that the rain carried a faint, sweet scent, like honey and moonlight. That night, as Finn prepared for bed, he heard a soft tapping at his window. There stood young Alara, the clockmaker's daughter, her eyes wide with excitement. "Finn," she whispered, "I think I've found a clue." She held out an ancient, frayed map of the village, dotted with illustrations of constellations. "Grandfather used to say that our village was built on stories. Look, here, where the old well stands, is marked the Teapot constellation, and here, by the birch grove, the dancing bear. But some of these stars on the map don't match the sky anymore." Intrigued, Finn invited her in. Together they pored over the map by the flickering light of the fireplace. The rain outside had softened to a gentle drizzle, and the wind chimes on Finn's porch played a delicate, random melody. Alara pointed to a corner of the map where a nursery rhyme was inscribed in faint, curling script. "When the clock strikes backwards time, and rain falls sweet as thyme, find the key where stories twine, to make the missing stars align." Finn's mind raced. The clock tower had been acting strangely lately, sometimes chiming hours out of order, though no one could explain why. And the sweet rain, he had noticed that too. What if, he mused, the stars aren't really vanishing? What if they're being hidden? The next day, Finn and Alara decided to explore. Their first lead was the old well, marked on the map as the Teapot Spout. As they peered into its depths, they found not water, but a curious collection of smooth, glowing stones, each etched with a star-shaped pattern. They looked like starlight made solid, Alara breathed. But as they gathered the stones, they realized these were not the missing stars. Instead, they seemed to be anchors, holding something in place. Their search led them next to the birch grove, where the dancing bear constellation was said to reside. There they found Mrs. Ivy, the village gardener, talking softly to her flowers. To their astonishment, the blossoms around her were shifting colors, from blue to silver to a deep, starry black. "Oh, dears," she said with a warm smile. "Are you here about the stars? I thought perhaps my new fertilizer was causing it. Moonbeam dust and dewdrops, you know, but it seems the flowers are merely reflecting what's happening above." This was a red herring, but a delightful one, Mrs. Ivy's flowers had never been more beautiful, and she promised to give cuttings to every household once the mystery was solved. As Finn and Alara continued, they encountered more such discoveries. The village children had mistaken the missing stars for fireflies and tried to catch them in jars. They released them gently, after a lesson on kindness from Finn. The town's old librarian found that books about constellations now showed different patterns, as if rewriting themselves. But the real breakthrough came when Finn noticed something others had overlooked. Each time a star vanished, the clock tower chimed, but not the hour. It chimed a melody, one that matched the tune of the wind chimes in the rain. And the pattern of the missing stars corresponded exactly to the notes of that melody. That evening, as the last few stars began to fade, Finn and Alara rushed to the clock tower. Old Mr. Hemlock, the clock keeper, was there, looking perplexed. "It's never done this before," he said, scratching his head. "It's as if the clock is trying to tell us something." Remembering the nursery rhyme, Finn asked, "Has the clock ever struck backwards?" Mr. Hemlock's eyes widened. "Why, yes, last full moon, when I was repairing the mechanism. I must have wound it backwards by mistake." Together, they carefully reversed the clock's gears once more. As they did, the chimes rang out in reverse order, and something miraculous happened. The rain, which had begun again, seemed to sparkle as it fell. And then, one by one, the stars reappeared in the sky, not where they had been, but forming a new constellation, a great, glowing key over the village square. The townsfolk gathered, their faces filled with awe. As the last star slotted into place, the key constellation shone so brightly that it cast no shadows, only a gentle, silvery light. And from the clock tower a hidden compartment slid open, revealing an ancient book bound in starlight and velvet. Finn opened it carefully. Inside were stories, every tale ever told in Starlight Hollow, written in shimmering ink. The final page held an explanation. Long ago, the village founder had woven magic into the very fabric of the place, so that whenever the community forgot to share their stories, the stars would retreat until someone remembered to listen, to observe, to connect. The vanishing stars had been a reminder, not a punishment. And the backwards clock, the sweet rain, the color-changing flowers, all were clues meant to bring everyone together. From that night on, the villagers gathered weekly in the square to share stories under the stars. The clock tower chimed perfectly, the wind chimes sang sweeter, and the rain always carried that hint of honey and moonlight. Finn continued to bake, but now his bread was shaped like constellations, and children learned the patterns by heart as they ate. And as for the stars, they never vanished again. But sometimes, on especially clear nights, they would shimmer just a little brighter, as if winking down at the village that had learned to listen, not just with ears, but with hearts wide open. And in the gentle hush of night, with the sound of rain and chimes weaving through dreams, the people of Starlight Hollow slept peacefully, knowing their stories were forever written in the stars. Story 5. In a small village nestled between whispering pines and a murmuring river, there lived a young girl named Anya who felt she didn't quite belong. While other children played boisterous games in the sun-dappled clearings, Anya preferred the quiet company of mossy stones and the patient listening of ancient trees. Her hands were always stained with earth from digging in the garden, and her eyes held the quiet watchfulness of owl light. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon like a golden coin sinking into a velvet purse, Anya sat on her windowsill watching the first stars blink awake. A peculiar restlessness stirred within her, a feeling like a story waiting to be read or a path waiting to be walked. The air carried the scent of coming rain, and distant thunder rumbled like a giant turning in his sleep. As darkness settled properly over the land, something caught Anya's eye, a faint, pulsing glow deep within the woods where children were told not to wander. It wasn't the sharp white of lightning bugs nor the steady beam of a lantern, but something warmer, deeper, like embers breathing in a hearth. Curiosity, that quiet but persistent friend, whispered to Anya until she found herself pulling on her worn leather boots and wrapping a woolen shawl about her shoulders. The door creaked softly as she slipped into the night, the wooden planks of the porch cool beneath her bare toes before she stepped onto the damp earth. The forest welcomed her with rustling leaves and the soft hoot of an owl. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the forest floor that shifted with the wind like living lace. With each step deeper into the woods, the ordinary world seemed to fade, replaced by something older and more mysterious. The glowing grew brighter as she walked, leading her off the familiar paths until she came upon a sight that made her catch her breath. There, nestled between the roots of a great oak tree that must have been ancient when her great-grandmother was a child, lay a stone that glowed with a gentle, pulsing light the color of sunset embers. It was about the size of her palm, smooth and warm to the touch when she cautiously reached for it. As her fingers closed around the stone, something remarkable happened. The forest seemed to sigh, and the air grew still. The ordinary night sounds, the crickets, the frogs, the whispering leaves, faded away, replaced by a new sound, soft, melodic humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. "Hello," Anya called softly, her voice barely more than a breath. The humming stopped. From behind the great oak, a small figure emerged no taller than Anya's knee. It had eyes like polished river stones and skin the texture of birch bark. In its hands it held a tiny lantern made of woven grasses with a captured firefly glowing with it. "You found the heartstone," the creature said, its voice like the rustle of autumn leaves. "I've been waiting for me." Anya asked, her fingers still curled around the warm stone. "The stone calls to those who listen," the creature replied. "I am Fig, keeper of the between places. The heartstone has grown dim lately, and our world grows colder with it. I believe it needs to return to the ember caverns where it was born to be rekindled." Fig extended a twig-like finger toward the stone in Anya's hand. "The journey is not without danger, and I cannot make it alone. The stone chose you to help." Anya looked from the glowing stone to the small creature and back again. Her practical mind told her she should return home to her warm bed, but her heart whispered that this was why she had always felt different, why the ordinary world never quite fit. Perhaps she belonged to the extraordinary instead. "I'll help," she said, surprising herself with the certainty in her voice. Fig's face broke into a smile that crinkled the bark-like skin around its eyes. "Then we must begin at once. The way is only open when the moon is high." And so their journey began. Fig led Anya deeper into parts of the forest she had never seen. Strange mushrooms glowed with pale blue light along their path, and flowers closed their petals as they passed only to reopen once they had moved on. The air grew warmer the further they walked, carrying scents of damp earth and something sweet like honey and cinnamon. As they traveled, Fig told Anya about the hidden world that existed alongside her own, a world of gentle spirits and ancient magic that most humans had forgotten how to see. They spoke of balance and connection, of how the glowing stone helped maintain the warmth that allowed both worlds to thrive. The cold is not just a temperature, Fig explained as they paused to drink from a stream that glittered with what looked like tiny diamonds. It's a forgetting. When things grow too cold, memories fade, connections weaken, and magic becomes just a story told to children. Anya thought of how her own grandmother used to tell tales of forest spirits and talking animals, stories her parents now dismissed as mere fancy. She wondered how many true things had been lost to this creeping cold. Their path began to slope downward, leading them into a valley where the trees grew so close together their branches intertwined to form a living tunnel. The air here hummed with energy, and the hairstone in Anya's palm glowed brighter, pulsing in time with her heartbeat. It was in this tunnel that they encountered their first true challenge. The way forward was blocked by a massive spider web that glistened with dew in the moonlight. At the center sat a spider with a body the size of Anya's fist and legs like delicate silver threads. "Ah," Fig said quietly. "The weaver, she guards this passage and does not let anyone through without answering her riddle." The spider moved with eerie grace, skittering along her web until she was eye level with Anya. "What must be broken before it can be used?" she asked in a voice like plucked harp strings. Anya thought for a moment, her mind racing through possibilities. Then she remembered helping her mother make breakfast that very morning. "An egg," she said. "You have to break an egg before you can use it." The spider seemed to nod, her many eyes glittering. Wisely answered. With a graceful movement she withdrew, and a section of the web dissolved into silver mist, creating a doorway just large enough for them to pass through. Beyond the web, the tunnel opened into a cavern so vast Anya couldn't see the ceiling. The walls were covered in crystals that reflected the light from the hairstone, creating 1,000 dancing points of light like a sky full of friendly stars. In the center of the cavern stood a tree unlike any Anya had ever seen. Its leaves were silver, its bark black as night, and its fruits glowed with soft golden light. "This is the midnight orchard," Fig whispered. "We must be quiet and quick. The guardian does not take kindly to visitors." They moved between the strange trees, their footsteps silent on the mossy ground. The air smelled of ozone and ripe fruit, and a gentle warmth radiated from the glowing fruits above them. Anya's hand tightened around the hairstone, which had grown almost too warm to hold. They were nearly through the orchard when a deep voice rumbled through the cavern. "Who walks in my garden?" From behind the largest tree stepped a creature made of living shadow and starlight. It had the shape of a great bear but seemed to be formed from the night sky itself, with constellations shifting across its form as it moved. Fig stepped forward bravely. "Guardian, we mean no harm. We journey to the Ember Caverns to restore the hairstone." The shadow bear regarded them with eyes that glowed like distant suns. "Many have sought the caverns, few have proven worthy." It lowered its great head until it was level with Anya. "Child, why do you undertake this journey?" Anya's voice trembled only slightly as she answered. "Because something beautiful is fading, and if I can help, I should." The bear studied her for a long moment, then nodded slowly. "Compassion is the truest warmth. You may pass, but take nothing from this orchard, for what grows here belongs to the night itself." They continued through the cavern, and Anya noticed Fig trembling slightly. "The guardian could have turned us to shadow," the small creature whispered once they were safely past. "You spoke well." The path beyond the orchard led downward into tunnels that grew warmer with each step. The walls changed from stone to something smoother, almost glass-like, and the air took on the scent of minerals and heat. Strange phosphorescent moss lit their way, casting shifting blue-green patterns that danced along the walls. After what felt like hours of walking, they reached a vast chamber that took Anya's breath away. The Ember Caverns stretched before them, an underground world of glowing crystals in hues of orange, red, and gold. In the center of the cavern stood a stone basin filled with what looked like liquid light, pulsing with a gentle rhythm like a sleeping heart. "This is where the hairstone was born," Fig said reverently. "Place it in the basin, and it will be restored." But as Anya stepped forward, the ground trembled, and from the shadows emerged a figure made of shifting darkness and cold. It had no definite form, seeming to be made of absence itself, and where it moved, the glowing crystals dimmed and the warmth faded. "The cold one," Fig whispered, fear in its voice. "It feeds on forgetting and grows strong in absence." The formless creature moved toward them, and Anya felt an icy dread seep into her bones. Memories began to slip from her mind, her mother's face, the sound of her own name, why she had come to this place. She clutched the hairstone tighter, and its warmth fought back against the creeping cold. "Remember," Fig cried out. "Remember warmth and light, remember stories and friendship." Anya closed her eyes, fighting against the emptiness that threatened to consume her. She thought of sunlight on her face, of her grandmother's stories, of the weight of a book in her lap, of the smell of baking bread. She remembered Fig's kindness and the spider's riddle and the guardian's wisdom. She remembered that she was here to help something beautiful survive. As she focused on these memories, the hairstone in her hand began to glow brighter, warmer. The cold one recoiled from the light, its form wavering. Anya took a step forward, then another, holding the stone before her like a shield. "You have no power here," she said, her voice growing stronger. "Not while we remember, not while we care." With each step, the cold one diminished, until finally it dissolved into nothing more than a wisp of mist that faded away. The cavern immediately grew warmer, the crystals blazing with renewed light. Anya approached the stone basin and gently placed the hairstone into the liquid light. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the stone began to pulse with a rhythm that matched her heartbeat, growing brighter and brighter until the entire cavern was filled with golden light. The crystals on the walls sang with a sound like chiming bells, and warmth flowed through the cavern like a gentle tide. When the light faded to a soft, steady glow, Anya retrieved the stone. It felt different now, not just warm, but alive, humming with energy and light. Fig approached, its face filled with wonder. "You did it," it whispered. "You restored the balance." As they made their way back through the tunnels and caverns, Anya noticed that everything seemed brighter, warmer, more alive. The midnight orchard's fruits glowed with renewed intensity, and the guardian nodded to them as they passed. The spider's web glittered with new patterns, and the forest beyond seemed to welcome them back with open arms. When they reached the great oak where they had first met, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hints of dawn. Fig turned to Anya, its eyes shining. "The world will remember a little better now," it said. "The stories will feel truer, the connections stronger. You've done a great thing, Anya of the listening heart." Anya looked down at the hairstone, which still glowed softly in her hand. "What should I do with it?" "Keep it safe," Fig said. "And when the time is right, you will know who to pass it to. The stone has a way of finding those who need it." With a final smile that seemed to hold all the warmth of the world, Fig faded into the morning mist, leaving Anya alone beneath the great oak. She made her way home as the sun properly rose, painting the sky in shades of rose and gold. The village was just beginning to stir, with smoke curling from chimneys and the distant sound of a cow lowing for its morning milking. No one seemed to notice anything different about Anya as she slipped back into her house and up to her room. But she felt changed, as if she carried a piece of the magic within her now. She placed the hairstone on her windowsill where it caught the morning light, glowing softly. That night and every night after, she slept more peacefully than she ever had before, dreaming of hidden worlds and steadfast friends. Years passed. Anya grew from a quiet child into a woman known for her wisdom and kindness. She became the village storyteller, sharing tales that somehow felt more true than ordinary stories, though no one could quite say why. Children gathered at her feet, their eyes wide with wonder as she spoke of glowing stones and shadow guardians, of kind-hearted creatures and the importance of remembering. The hairstone remained on her windowsill, its gentle glow a constant companion through seasons and years. It never dimmed, never cooled, a steady warmth through cold winters and lonely nights. One autumn evening, when the air carried the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke, Anya noticed a young boy sitting apart from the other children. He had thoughtful eyes and quiet hands, and he seemed to listen to her stories with a particular intensity that reminded her of her younger self. After the other children had gone home to their dinners and warm beds, the boy approached her. "The stone on your windowsill," he said softly. "It's special, isn't it?" Anya smiled, her heart understanding what her mind had known for some time. "Yes," she said. "Very special. Would you like to hear its story?" The boy nodded, his eyes fixed on the gentle glow coming from her window. And so she told him the whole story from beginning to end. She spoke of restlessness and curiosity, of friendship and challenges, of darkness overcome by memory and light. The boy listened without interruption, his expression shifting between wonder and understanding. When she finished, the moon had risen high in the sky, and the hairstone's glow had deepened to the rich orange of perfect embers. "It called to you, didn't it?" Anya asked gently. The boy nodded. "I've seen it in my dreams," he whispered. "A light in the darkness." Anya picked up the stone, which felt warm and content in her hand, as if it knew it was going home. She pressed it into the boy's palm, closing his fingers around it. "Then it's yours now," she said, "to keep safe and to remember." The boy looked from the stone to Anya and back again, his eyes wide with the weight and wonder of what had been entrusted to him. Then he smiled, a slow, sure smile that promised he understood. He turned to leave, pausing at the garden gate to look back once before disappearing into the night, the stone's glow visible like a friendly firefly in his clasped hand. Anya watched him go, then turned back to her quiet house. The windowsill looked bare without the stone, but her heart felt full. She banked the fire for the night, pulled her grandmother's quilt around her shoulders, and settled into her favorite chair by the window. Outside, the world continued its gentle turning. Crickets sang their evening songs, and the leaves whispered secrets to anyone who would listen. The air carried the scent of wood smoke and coming frost, and the moon cast silver light through the window pane. Anya closed her eyes, a peaceful smile gracing her lips. Somewhere out there, a new story was beginning. Somewhere, a friendship was forming. Somewhere, light was fighting back the darkness, just as it always had and always would. And as sleep gently claimed her, she thought she heard, carried on the night breeze, the faintest echo of humming, a familiar melody that promised that all was well and would be well in all the hidden corners of the world. Story 6. Deep within the heart of the world lay the ancient forest of Lumenwood, a place where moonlight wove itself into the very fabric of existence. Here the night did not bring darkness, but a soft, silver-touched glow that painted the world in shades of pearl and shadow. The air hummed with a quiet magic, the kind that settles in your bones and whispers of forgotten dreams. On such a night, a young fox with fur the color of autumn leaves found herself unable to sleep. She padded softly through the mossy undergrowth, her paws making no sound on the velvet carpet of fallen pine needles. Above her, the branches of the elder trees swayed gently, their leaves murmuring secrets in a language only the forest understood, a soft rustling that spoke of faraway winds and starlit journeys. She came to a clearing where moonlight pooled like liquid silver, and here she paused, listening. The forest was alive with sound. the gentle patter of dew beginning to form on leaves, the distant babble of a stream conversing with smooth, water-worn stones, and the occasional soft hoot of an owl from the highest branches of the great oak, the oldest tree in Lumenwood. It was this owl that the young fox sought. She had heard tales of his wisdom, of how he understood the secret languages of all things, the whispered stories of stones, the singing of streams, and the deep, slow dreams of trees. As if summoned by her thoughts, a feather-soft sound rustled above, and the owl descended on silent wings to perch on a low-hanging branch. His feathers were the color of twilight, and his eyes held the patience of countless seasons. "You are restless, little one," he said, his voice like the stirring of leaves in a gentle breeze. The fox nodded, her whiskers trembling. "The forest feels different tonight. There's a tension in the air, like the world is holding its breath." The owl blinked slowly. "The seasons are turning. Autumn's gold is giving way to winter's slumber. The forest knows it is time to rest, but change is always accompanied by a certain quiet unease." He gestured with his beak toward a cluster of glowing mushrooms that pulsed with a soft, blue-green light. "Watch," he whispered. As they watched, the bioluminescent fungi began to brighten and dim in a rhythmic pattern, casting dancing shadows on the tree trunks. It was a language of light, a silent conversation between earth and root. "They are sharing memories of summer," the owl explained, storing its warmth and light for the long sleep ahead. The young fox tilted her head. "But how does that help? The cold will still come." "Ah," said the owl, "that is where the magic lies. The forest does not fight the cycles, it embraces them. It understands that rest is not an ending, but a gathering of strength." As if to illustrate his point, a soft rain began to fall, not a storm, but a gentle shower that kissed the leaves with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Each droplet carried with it the promise of renewal, whispering to the roots below of the life they would nurture come spring. "Listen to the rain," the owl murmured. "It speaks the language of hope. Each drop is a story waiting to be told to the sleeping seeds." The fox closed her eyes, and in the gentle percussion of rain on leaves, she heard it, a soothing, rhythmic melody that eased the restlessness in her heart. "Come," said the owl, spreading his wings. "There is more to see." He led her to the banks of the whispering stream, where the water chuckled over smooth, dark stones. The fox watched as the stones seemed to absorb the moonlight, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. "The stones remember," the owl said. "They have witnessed countless turnings of the seasons. They know that after every winter, without fail, the spring returns." One particularly large stone, moss-covered and ancient, seemed to pulse with a gentle warmth. The fox approached it cautiously and laid her paw upon its surface. To her surprise, she felt a deep, resonant hum, the stone's slow, steady heartbeat echoing the rhythm of the earth itself. "It's comforting," she whispered. The owl nodded. "That is the wisdom of the stones. They teach us constancy, patience. They remind us that some things endure through all changes." As the night deepened, the rain ceased, and the clouds parted to reveal a tapestry of stars. The clearing where they stood began to shimmer as thousands of fireflies emerged, their golden lights weaving intricate patterns in the air, a living constellation mirroring the one above. "The fireflies write the stories of the night sky upon the air," the owl explained. "They are the scribes of the starlight, reminding us that even in darkness there is beauty and guidance." The young fox watched, mesmerized, as the light patterns shifted and danced. She noticed how they sometimes formed shapes she recognized, a curling fern, a falling leaf, a snowflake, each a promise of the season to come. "I think I understand now," she said softly. The unease I felt, it wasn't fear. It was just the forest preparing to dream. The owl's eyes gleamed with approval. "Exactly so. The tension you sensed is like the moment between breaths, necessary, natural. Without the quiet of winter, the exuberance of spring would have no meaning." As they stood together in the starlit clearing, the forest seemed to sigh contentedly. The wind picked up, rustling the leaves in a soothing lullaby, while the stream continued its gentle babbling, a constant, reassuring presence. "Remember this night," the owl said, his voice growing softer as the first hints of dawn tinged the eastern sky with pale rose and lavender. "Remember that rest is not emptiness but fullness in waiting. That darkness is not absence but a different kind of presence." The young fox nodded, feeling a peace settle over her that was as deep and sure as the roots of the ancient trees. She watched as the bioluminescent fungi gradually dimmed their lights, storing their glow for another night. The fireflies settled among the dewy grasses like fallen stars. "Thank you," she whispered to the owl, but when she turned, he had already taken flight, a silent shadow against the brightening sky. Alone but not lonely, the fox made her way back to her den. As she curled up in her soft bed of dried ferns and moss, she listened to the waking forest, the first birds beginning their morning songs, the gentle creak of trees stretching in the dawn light, the distant murmur of the stream still sharing its stories with the stones. And she understood, as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, that she was part of something vast and beautiful, a cycle of rest and renewal that would continue long after her seasons had turned. The magic of Lumenwood wasn't just in the glowing mushrooms or whispering trees. It was in this understanding, this deep, abiding peace that comes from knowing that every ending is a beginning in disguise, and that even in the deepest rest, the world is dreaming of new wonders yet to come. Outside her den, the first snowflake of the season drifted down, catching the morning light like a tiny prism before settling softly on a moss-covered stone, a perfect, quiet promise of the peace that winter brings. Story 7. In the quiet village of Glimmerbrook, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook that sang lullabies all through the night, there lived a young girl named Anya. Her cottage stood at the edge of the village, where the cobblestone path softened into mossy earth, and where the fireflies danced in patterns that seemed to tell stories of their own. Each evening, as the ancient clock tower chimed 7 times, its bronze bells echoing through the misty air, Anya would sit by her window and watch the stars begin to pepper the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke curled from chimneys, and the wind chimes hanging from every eave played their gentle melodies, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Well, not all of them. The constellation known as the Silver Swan, a cluster of 7 bright stars that formed the shape of a swan in flight, was missing entirely from the heavens. In its place was a patch of empty, dark sky that seemed to swallow the moonlight. The next morning the village awoke to whispers and wonder. Old maps were unfurled in the town square, and elders squinted at parchments that showed the positions of stars from centuries past. No one could recall such a thing ever happening before. Some thought it an omen, others believed it a trick of the clouds. But Anya, with her curious heart and keen eyes, noticed something else. The flowers in her window box, usually a cheerful sun yellow, had turned a soft, shimmering silver overnight, the same silver of the missing stars. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the thatched roofs and leaves outside, Anya decided to investigate. She pulled on her warmest woolen cloak, its hood lined with rabbit fur, and stepped out into the misty air. Her first stop was the home of Elder Bram, the village stargazer, who lived in a crooked little house filled with telescopes and star charts. "The silver swan is gone, child," he murmured, shaking his head as he peered through a brass spyglass. "But look, the other constellations remain unchanged. It's as if those 7 stars decided to take a holiday." Anya frowned thoughtfully. "Elder Bram, have you noticed anything else unusual lately?" The old man tapped his chin. "Well, now that you mention it, the town clock struck 6 times at 7 o'clock last evening. Backwards, you might say, and my morning tea went cold the moment I poured it. Very odd indeed." Thanking him, Anya continued her walk, the rain now a soft drizzle that made the world glisten. She passed by the village baker, who was scratching his head over a tray of burnt scones. They were perfect a moment ago, he sighed. Then, poof, burnt to a crisp, as if time jumped ahead. Anya's ears perked up. Time jumping. Backwards clocks. Silver flowers. It had to be connected. That evening she sat by her crackling fireplace, a quilt wrapped around her shoulders, and hummed an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from the velvet night, and time flows like a stream, seek the place where shadows dance, by the light of a silver dream. Could it be a clue? Anya had always thought it just a sweet rhyme, but now it seemed to hint at something more. The next day, she decided to follow the rhyme's advice. The place where shadows dance, that had to be the old willow grove at the heart of the forest, where sunlight dappled through leaves in shifting patterns. With a small satchel of oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider, Anya ventured into the woods. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and pine. Wind chimes hanging from low branches, left by previous travelers, tinkled softly in the breeze. As she walked, she noticed more oddities, a stream that seemed to flow uphill for a few feet before correcting itself, and mushrooms that glowed with a faint silver light. Deep in the willow grove, she found something extraordinary. There, nestled between the roots of the oldest tree, was a small, trembling creature no larger than her hand. It had fur the color of moonlight and eyes like liquid starlight. It was shivering, and with each shudder, the air around it flickered. A tiny silver star would appear and vanish above its head. "Hello there," Anya whispered, kneeling slowly. "You look lost." The creature, a starling, she realized, a being she'd only read about in old tales, looked up with wide, fearful eyes. "I am," it squeaked. "I fell from the silver Swan constellation when a gust of cosmic wind blew too strong. I've been trying to get back, but every time I try to fly, I disrupt things. Time, colors, light, it's all connected to a star folk." So that was it. The missing stars weren't missing. One was simply earthbound and causing gentle chaos with its distress. Anya sat with the starling for a long while, sharing her oat cake and listening to its story. It had been trying to find a way back home, but grew weaker with each failed attempt. The silver flowers, the backwards time, the burnt scones, all were side effects of its magical energy leaking into Glimmerbrook. "I remember the rhyme now," the starling said softly. "By the light of a silver dream, that means I need starlight to regain my strength, but not just any starlight. I need the light of a kind heart reflected in something silver." Anya thought for a moment, then smiled. "The village well," she said. "Its bucket is made of polished silver, and on a clear night it reflects the stars perfectly." Carefully she carried the starling back to Glimmerbrook, where the villagers had gathered in the square, murmuring about the strange occurrences. When they saw Anya with the tiny celestial being, their fear turned to wonder. Together they devised a plan. As night fell, they polished the silver bucket until it shone like a mirror. They placed it by the well, right where the moonlight could catch it. Then one by one they held out lanterns, not to light the darkness, but to reflect their own warmth and kindness into the silver surface. The starling perched on the edge of the bucket, and as it gazed into the shimmering reflection, a pool of starlight and human kindness, it began to glow brighter and brighter. The silver flowers in Anya's window box lifted their faces, and all across the village, time righted itself with soft, whirring clicks. The clock tower chimed 7 times, perfectly in tune. Then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the starling rose into the air, growing brighter and larger until it was a brilliant star once more. It soared upward, returning to its place in the constellation, and the silver swan was whole again, shining more brightly than ever before. The villagers cheered, not with loud shouts, but with soft laughter and embraces. They had faced a mystery not with fear, but with curiosity and empathy, and in doing so, they had helped a lost friend find its way home. That night, as Anya lay in her bed, listening to the gentle rain and the distant wind chimes, she looked out her window and smiled. The silver swan glowed peacefully in the sky, and the flowers in her window box had returned to their sunny yellow, though now at their centers there was a faint, permanent silver sparkle, a reminder of the night their kindness lit up the heavens. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that some mysteries are not meant to frighten, but to bring us closer together, under the same sky, in the same gentle, starlit peace. Story 8. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then Sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened, but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? his empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward-flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. Story 9. In the quiet, sloping attic of a little house at the edge of a whispering wood, there lived a child named Finn. The attic was a place of dust motes dancing in slanted sunlight, of forgotten treasures and the gentle creak of old floorboards. It smelled of cedar and memories, and on rainy afternoons, Finn would often climb the narrow stairs to explore its shadowy corners. One such afternoon, as a soft rain pattered against the roof like tiny fingertips, Finn discovered something tucked beneath the eaves. It was an old kaleidoscope, its brass tube tarnished with age, but still warm to the touch. As Finn lifted it toward the circular window where gray light filtered through, something remarkable happened. Instead of colored glass fragments shifting into patterns, the kaleidoscope showed moving pictures. A forest path dappled with sunlight, a stream chuckling over smooth stones, and a distant hill crowned with ancient oaks. Whisk click went the kaleidoscope as Finn turned it, each click revealing a new scene. But one image remained constant, a small, silvery key resting at the roots of the grandest oak. And somehow, Finn knew this was no ordinary vision. This was a calling. That evening, as firelight painted golden patterns across the room, Finn showed the kaleidoscope to Barnaby, the old tabby cat who spent his days purring on the hearthrug. Barnaby blinked his amber eyes slowly. Purr rumble went his throat as he examined the device. That, he said in a voice like gravel rolling downhill, is a pathway viewer. Shows you where you need to go, not necessarily where you want to go. The question is, are you brave enough to follow what it shows you? Finn's courage felt no bigger than an acorn, but it was there, nestled deep. I think I must, whispered Finn. So as dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Finn packed a small satchel with jam sandwiches and a thermos of warm milk, and with the kaleidoscope tucked safely away, stepped into the garden where the world still slept under a blanket of dew. At the garden gate stood Barnaby, tail held high like a question mark. You'll need guides, he stated matter-of-factly. The woods remember things cats have long forgotten. With a flick of his ear, he summoned a small robin with feathers the color of autumn oak leaves. This is Pip, said Barnaby. She knows all the songs of these woods. Cheer up, Tweedle, sang Pip, landing on Finn's shoulder with weightless grace. The key you seek rests in the Heartwood Grove, she trilled. But the path there is felt more than seen. Their journey began not with miles, but with moments. The first challenge appeared where the path forked unexpectedly. To the left, the way looked clear and sunny. To the right, it dipped into a misty hollow where shadows lingered. The kaleidoscope, when consulted, showed the right path, but Finn's feet hesitated. Sometimes, murmured Barnaby, washing a paw thoughtfully, what looks frightening is just unfamiliar. Listen. From the misty hollow came a sound like tiny bells, tinkling clink, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. Taking a deep breath, Finn stepped onto the right-hand path. The mist parted like a curtain, revealing a badger sitting on a tree stump, knitting with glowing threads of moonlight. Ah, said the badger in a voice like roots moving deep underground. You've chosen the path of curiosity over comfort. Wise. His needles clicked click-clack in rhythm with the distant bells. I am Thistle, I knit the dreams of the forest. The grove you seek is near, but it guards itself with echoes of fear. To pass, you must calm what is troubled, not fight it. Thistle pointed with a knitting needle toward a copse of silver birch trees, where the air shimmered like heat haze. The guardian of the grove is lonely, he explained. Its fear has grown thorns around the old oak. Kindness may soften what strength cannot touch. As they approached the birch grove, the air grew cold. A creature made of shifting shadows and autumn leaves stood watch, its form trembling with what sounded like sad winds. Around the ancient oak, brambles had grown thick and sharp, and nestled within them gleamed the silver key. Pip flew circles overhead, singing a gentle melody. Trill lull lull went her song, like a brook soothing stones to sleep. Barnaby sat straight-backed, purring a deep, vibrating purr that seemed to make the very ground hum. But the shadow creature only coiled tighter, its fearful energy making the brambles creep forward. Finn watched, heart pounding like a trapped bird. Then, remembering Thistle's words, sat down right there on the damp earth. Instead of reaching for the key, Finn took out the thermos and poured a small cup of warm milk. The steam rose in gentle curls. You must be cold, Finn said softly to the shimmering guardian, and lonely, watching all alone. The shadow creature paused, its trembling stilling. Slowly it drifted closer, and where the steam touched it, the shadows softened into something like smoke. Finn held out the cup. "Would you like to share?" A tendril of shadow dipped into the milk, and as it did, the brambles began to shrink back. The guardian made a sound like wind through pine needles, a sigh of relief. It had been so long since anyone had offered company instead of confrontation. With each sip of shared warmth, the thorns retreated further, until at last the ancient oak stood free, its roots exposed and cradling the silver key. The guardian, now looking more like woven sunlight and leaves than shadow, bowed deeply before dissolving into the dappled light. Click went the key as Finn lifted it from the roots. It was warm, like the kaleidoscope had been. At that moment, the kaleidoscope itself grew warm in Finn's pocket. When drawn out, it showed no forest paths, but instead reflected Finn's own face. Eyes bright, smile steady, with Barnaby and Pip perched proudly on either shoulder. The journey back was measured in heartbeats rather than steps. The woods seemed to smile, sunlight filtering through leaves in patterns that danced at their feet. When Finn arrived home, the attic window glowed with late afternoon gold. There, in the exact spot where the kaleidoscope had been found, was a small lockbox that Finn had never noticed before. The silver key fit perfectly. Snick went the lock as it turned. Inside lay not jewels or coins, but a collection of smooth, river-worn stones, each painted with a tiny scene. A cat purring by a fire, a robin singing on a branch, a badger knitting moonbeams, and a child walking bravely into mist. And at the very bottom, a note in spidery handwriting. The greatest adventures are the ones that change us from the inside out. That evening, as firelight danced across the attic walls, Finn placed the kaleidoscope back in its resting place, its magic now settled like a contented sigh. Barnaby purred on a nearby blanket, and through the open window came the distant tinkling clee of Thistle's dream bells and Pip's evening song. The ordinary attic had revealed its extraordinary secret, that courage is not the absence of fear, but the choice to be kind despite it. And as Finn drifted to sleep that night, the memories of the journey wrapped around like a warm blanket, while somewhere in the dreaming woods, a guardian made of sunlight and leaves stood watch, no longer lonely, but part of a story that would whisper through the trees for seasons to come. Story 10. In the quiet village of Starlight Hollow, where the cobblestone streets glimmered with embedded moonstones, and the air always carried the faint scent of lavender and honey, there lived a gentle soul named Finn. Finn was known throughout the village for two things: his extraordinary kindness and his remarkable talent for noticing details others overlooked. Each evening, as the great clock tower in the village square chimed 7 times, Finn would settle on his flower-draped balcony with a cup of chamomile tea, watching the stars blink awake one by one above the velvet sky. But one autumn evening, as the wind chimes hanging from every eave sang their soft, tinkling melody, something peculiar happened. The stars did not appear. Or rather, they appeared, but not where they ought to be. The constellation of the silver Swan, which usually arced gracefully over the northern hills, was entirely absent. In its place hung a cluster of unfamiliar, faintly pulsing lights that cast a curious lavender glow. The villagers, stepping out into the twilight with their woven baskets and warm shawls, murmured in confusion. No one in Starlight Hollow could remember a night without the silver Swan watching over them. Finn, setting down his teacup, felt not fear but a stirring of curiosity. He noticed something else, too, a subtle wrongness in the rhythm of the world. The great clock tower, which had chimed faithfully for 200 years, now seemed to tick backwards. Tock tick, tock tick. It was so faint one had to strain to hear it, but Finn's ears, attuned to the harmonies of the village, caught the irregular beat. The next morning the mystery deepened. Old maps drawn by the village cartographers now showed the river running east to west instead of west to east. The sunflowers in Alara's garden, usually a vibrant, sunny yellow, had bloomed in soft shades of blue and silver. and the village's famous color-changing flowers, which typically shifted from pink at dawn to violet at dusk, now swirled with patterns like tiny, swirling galaxies. The village elders gathered in the square, their faces etched with concern. "It's the work of the glimmer mist," declared one, waving a trembling finger toward the woods. "Or perhaps the star thief has returned," whispered another, referencing an old, half-forgotten tale. But Finn simply listened, his eyes thoughtful. He noticed how the nervous chatter of the villagers seemed to make the strange lavender stars flicker a little brighter, as if feeding on their anxiety. That afternoon, as a gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the leaf-shaped roofs, Finn decided to visit the village archive, a cozy, circular building filled with books that smelled of vanilla and aged paper. There he found an old nursery rhyme book, its pages soft and yellowed with time. One rhyme in particular caught his eye. "When stars forget their places high, and clocks forget the way they fly, seek the heart where memories sleep, where silver roots their vigil keep. Find the key in patterns old, a story waiting to unfold." Finn's heart gave a little leap. This was a clue, not a warning, but an invitation. He spent the next few days observing, questioning, and listening. He noticed that the backward-ticking clock grew slower whenever children laughed near it. He saw that the blue sunflowers turned back to yellow for a few moments whenever someone shared a kind word or a warm memory. And he discovered that the unfamiliar stars above seemed to form a pattern, one that matched the embroidery on the oldest quilt in the village, hanging in the community hall. Following a red herring suggested by the rhyme's mention of silver roots, Finn journeyed to the ancient willow tree at the edge of the woods, its branches draped like a silver curtain. But beneath it he found not answers, but something equally wonderful, a hidden grove where the raindrops fell upwards, collecting in shimmering orbs among the leaves. It was a place of pure, joyful magic, and Finn made a note to bring the village children here later. The real breakthrough came when Finn was studying the star patterns again from his balcony. He realized the lavender stars were not strangers. They were the same stars from the silver Swan constellation, simply rearranged. As if someone had taken a beloved painting and moved all the pieces. And the backwards clock, the shifting river on the maps, the color-changing flowers, they were all echoes of a deeper disruption. Remembering the rhyme's advice to seek the heart where memories sleep, Finn made his way to the oldest part of the village, the memorial garden, where stone benches sat beneath arches of night-blooming jasmine, and where the village's history was carved into smooth, warm stones. There he found the source of the peculiar happenings. Curled on one of the benches, fast asleep, was a tiny, starlight being no larger than a squirrel, with luminous silver skin and hair that drifted like mist. She was shivering, and with each soft tremor, the stars above flickered and shifted. Clutched in her hand was a small crystal compass, the very one, Finn realized, that was said to guide the constellations across the sky. It was cracked, and its needle spun lazily, without direction. Finn did not startle her. Instead, he sat quietly on the damp grass, the night fragrant and still around them. He hummed a soft old lullaby that his grandmother had sung to him, a melody about the moon cradling the stars. Slowly, the being's shivering ceased. Her eyes opened, two pools of liquid silver, and she looked at Finn not with fear, but with sadness. "I am Lyra," she whispered, her voice like the ringing of a distant bell. "I am the keeper of patterns. My compass broke when I fell to earth, and I cannot remember the way the stars are meant to be. I have been trying to fix it, but every time I concentrate, everything shifts." Finn understood. Her distress was echoing through the village, turning order into gentle chaos. But it was not malice, it was a cry for help from a lonely, lost creature. "We can't help you," Finn said gently. "You don't have to remember alone." That evening, Finn gathered the villagers in the square. He explained what he had discovered, and instead of fear, they felt a wave of compassion. They brought blankets and cups of sweet nectar for Lyra. The village children sat around her, drawing pictures of the night sky as they remembered it. The elders hummed old tunes, and the weavers brought the embroidered quilt, pointing out the patterns of the constellations. Together, they reassembled the memory of the stars. The clockmaker, with delicate tools, repaired the cracked compass while singing a work song that steadied his hands. And as the compass healed, so too did the patterns of the world. The stars slid gracefully back into their familiar places. The clock resumed its steady, comforting tick-tock. The sunflowers blazed yellow once more, and the river on the maps flowed true again. But something even more beautiful remained. The hidden grove with upward falling rain became a place of wonder for the village. The lavender glow of the stars, though faded, sometimes still tinged the edges of the silver Swan on especially peaceful nights. And Lyra, now a beloved friend, decided to stay in Starlight Hollow, where she helped tend the memorial garden and added her own gentle magic to the wind chimes and moonstones. The village had not just solved a mystery, they had woven a new thread into their community, one of empathy, shared memory, and the understanding that even disruptions can bring blessings. That night, as Finn sat on his balcony with a fresh cup of tea, the stars shone more brightly than ever before, and the sound of the clock tower was a steady, reassuring heartbeat in the quiet dark. All was well in Starlight Hollow, not because everything was perfectly orderly, but because everything was deeply, warmly connected. And under that watchful, kindly sky, the whole village drifted into peaceful dreams. Story 11. In a little house with ivy climbing up its stone walls, there lived a girl named Clara who feared the dark. Not the gentle dusk that painted the sky in watercolor purples, nor the soft shadows that danced by candlelight, but the deep, swallowing darkness of the attic, the cellar, and the spaces under the bed where forgotten things gathered dust and silence. One rainy afternoon, while the world outside dripped and sighed, Clara's grandmother asked her to fetch an old patchwork quilt from the attic. "It's at the very back," she said, "in an oak chest with brass hinges. You'll know it by the smell of cedar and thyme." Clara's heart beat a little faster, but she nodded bravely. She took a small lantern, its warm glow pushing back just enough of the gloom, and climbed the narrow stairs, each step creaking like an old friend sharing a secret. The attic stretched out before her, a landscape of memory and mystery. Moonlight strained through a round window, painting silver pathways between towers of trunks and leaning stacks of books. Swish-swish went her slippers over the floorboards, and tick-tock went a grandfather clock in the corner, keeping time with the rain. At the very back, just as her grandmother had said, stood the oak chest. But as Clara reached for it, her lantern light caught something nestled beside it, a small music box, no larger than her palm, carved like a blooming rose. It was dusty, forgotten, but when she lifted it, it felt warm. Gently, she turned the tiny key on its side. Instead of music, a soft light glowed from within, and a miniature dragonfly made of clockwork and stained glass lifted from the box. Its wings hummed like a contented bumblebee, and it hovered just before her nose, casting prism colors across the dusty air. "Well now," said a voice from a nearby shelf. "Haven't seen her in a while." Clara turned to see a porcelain cat, one paw elegantly raised, regarding her with painted blue eyes. "My name is Patience," said the cat, "and that little light bringer is Lumina. She shows you what you need to see, if you're brave enough to look." Lumina the dragonfly bobbed in agreement, then drifted toward a dark corner of the attic where shadows lay thick and heavy. Clara's breath caught. That was the place she feared most, the unknown, the unseen. "You don't have to go," murmured Patience. "But then, you'll always wonder." So Clara took a step, then another. Lumina glowed brighter, her light pushing back the shadows until they retreated like shy creatures. And there, tucked beneath the eaves, was a small door Clara had never noticed, a door with a keyhole shaped like a star. "Ah," said a new voice, deep and slow as molasses. An old wooden soldier, leaning against a stack of books, tipped his hat. "The star door, it won't open with any key you can't hold, little miss. It opens for courage." "But I'm not very brave," Clara whispered. "Courage isn't about not being afraid," said the soldier kindly. "It's about what you do even when you are." Lumina settled on Clara's shoulder, her light steady and warm. With a deep breath, Clara reached out and touched the door. It swung inward without a sound, revealing not a dusty crawlspace, but a winding path through a starlit wood. The air smelled of pine and night-blooming flowers, and somewhere in the distance, a bell chimed softly. "Your journey," said Patience, "is measured not in miles, but in moments. Listen, watch, and be kind." Clara stepped through. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted between trees like living embers. She hadn't gone far when she heard a small, fretful sound, sniffle, rustle, sniffle. Behind a fern sat a little hedgehog, trying to gather fallen acorns into a basket much too large for him. "What's wrong?" asked Clara. "I'm meant to gather 100 acorns before the moon rises," said the hedgehog, his voice quivering. "But they keep rolling away, and I'll never finish." Clara knelt down. "Here," she said softly. "Let me help." She held the basket steady while the hedgehog nudged the acorns inside one by one. When they were done, he beamed up at her. "Thank you," he said. "You have a patient heart." And from his own spines, he plucked a tiny silver key. "For you, you'll know when to use it." She pocketed the key and continued, Lumina lighting her way. Soon she came to a narrow bridge over a quiet stream. In the middle of the bridge sat a badger, staring intently into the water. "Everything all right?" Clara asked. The badger sighed. "My reflection is stuck," he said mournfully. "I looked down and liked what I saw so much I can't look away. Now I can't move, and the night is getting colder." Clara thought for a moment. Then she took off her scarf, a soft woolen thing her grandmother had knit, and gently draped it over the badger's shoulders. "You must be chilly," she said. "Maybe your reflection would like one too." The badger blinked, then chuckled. "You're right, how selfish of me." He tossed the end of the scarf down toward the water, and his reflection caught it, smiling. Freed, the badger stood and bowed. "You have a clever and kind spirit." From his pocket, he gave her a smooth, white stone. "For clear thinking," he said. On she went until the path ended at a great, ancient tree. In its trunk was a keyhole, star-shaped, just like the door. Remembering the hedgehog's gift, Clara slipped the silver key into the lock. It turned with a satisfying click. The tree opened like a book, and inside, on a velvet cushion, lay a luminous pearl that glowed with the same soft light as Lumina. "Well done," whispered a voice like wind through leaves. It was the tree itself. "You faced fear with friendship, haste with help, and vanity with warmth. You have journeyed far without leaving the heart of who you are." Clara took the pearl. It was warm in her hand, and as she held it, she realized the dark woods around her no longer felt frightening. They felt peaceful, full of life and mystery, but not menace. Lumina led her back the way she came, past the now empty bridge and the grateful hedgehog's home, through the star door and into the attic once more. The door closed behind her, and when she turned, it was gone, just a solid wall again. But in her hand, the pearl still glowed. She brought it downstairs, where her grandmother waited by the fire. Without a word, Clara placed the pearl on the mantel. It filled the room with a soft, steady light, not blinding but comforting like a captured moonbeam. "You've brought back more than the quilt," her grandmother said, her eyes twinkling. Clara smiled. "I'm not afraid of the dark any more," she said. not when I know I can carry my own light. That night, as she lay in bed, the pearl glowed gently from the mantel, and Lumina's music box sat on her bedside table. Outside, the rain had stopped, and the world was quiet except for the purring of the house cat curled at her feet and the distant chime of the village clock tower. And Clara slept, wrapped in warmth and courage, knowing that sometimes the greatest adventures happen not in far-off lands, but in the quiet corners of our own hearts, if only we're brave enough to look. Story 12. In a quiet valley nestled between sleepy, rolling hills, there lived a young boy named Kalen. His cottage sat at the edge of a whispering wood, where the trees murmured secrets to one another when the wind blew just right. Kalen was a quiet child, thoughtful and observant, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that often felt too big for his small frame. He spent his days wandering the meadows, collecting interesting stones and feathers, but always returned home before dusk, for the woods grew deep and dark when the sun dipped below the horizon. One evening, as autumn began to paint the leaves in shades of flame and gold, Kalen noticed something peculiar. From his small window he saw a soft, pulsing light deep within the forest, a gentle glow that flickered like a heartbeat made visible. Night after night it appeared just as the last light faded from the sky, a warm amber beacon in the gathering dark. It called to him in a language without words, a silent song of curiosity and wonder. For 3 nights Kalen watched the light from his window, his imagination kindling with possibilities. On the 4th evening, as the first stars pricked the violet sky, he made a decision. Wrapping himself in a woolen cloak the color of forest shadows, he slipped quietly from his cottage and stepped into the woods. The forest at twilight was a world transformed. The familiar path he knew by daylight now seemed mysterious and new. Moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting silver patterns on the forest floor, while the air carried the crisp scent of decaying leaves and damp earth. Kalen moved carefully, his footsteps soft on the carpet of moss and pine needles. He followed the pulsing glow, which grew brighter with each step, casting long, dancing shadows between the trees. After what felt like both moments and lifetimes, Kalen emerged into a small clearing he had never seen before. At its center stood an ancient oak, its massive trunk wide enough that 3 children holding hands could not have encircled it. And there, nestled in a hollow of the great tree, hung a lantern unlike any he had ever seen. It was crafted from what appeared to be living wood, twisted and woven into an intricate cage, and within it glowed not a flame, but what looked like captured embers from a friendly fire. They pulsed with a warm, golden light, breathing slowly like a sleeping creature. As Kalen approached, the light brightened, as if in recognition. "Hello," Kalen whispered, his voice barely disturbing the silence. The leaves above rustled, and from behind the great oak emerged a figure. She was an elderly woman, her face a road map of wrinkles that spoke of countless smiles, her hair like silver moss flowing over her shoulders. She moved with the grace of the forest itself, her steps silent on the soft earth. "You've found the hearth lantern," she said, her voice like the gentle crackle of a well-tended fire. "I wondered when you might come." Kalen stared, his curiosity overcoming his shyness. "What is it?" The woman smiled, her eyes twinkling with reflected lantern light. "It is many things, child, a guide for lost travelers, a comfort for lonely hearts, a reminder that light persists even in darkness. I am its keeper. You may call me Bryn." Bryn gestured for Kalen to sit on a moss-covered log near the lantern. As he did, the warmth from the glowing embers wrapped around him like an invisible blanket. He noticed then that the clearing was not empty. Small creatures had gathered at the edges, rabbits with ears cocked attentively, owls perched on low branches, even a fox watching with intelligent eyes. They all seemed drawn to the lantern's gentle radiance. Every autumn, Bryn explained, the hearth lantern must make a journey to the high meadows where the last flowers bloom. There it gathers the final warmth of the fading season, storing it through the winter months to share with those who need its comfort. But I have grown too old to make the journey myself this year. Kalen looked from Bryn's kind face to the pulsing lantern and back again. Could I help, he asked, the words surprising even himself. Bryn's smile deepened the wrinkles around her eyes. I had hoped you might offer. The way is not difficult, but it requires a careful heart. The lantern must be kept safe, and its light never allowed to dim completely. Would you carry it to the high meadows and back? Without hesitation, Kalen nodded. Bryn carefully lifted the lantern from its resting place. As she placed it in his hands, Kalen felt not heat, but a profound warmth that seeped into his bones, filling him with courage and a strange sense of belonging. The path begins where the 3 birches grow close together, Bryn instructed. Follow the light, it will guide you true. Return when the moon is at its highest point 3 nights from now. With the lantern cradled carefully in his arms, Kalen set off. The light created a pool of golden warmth around him, pushing back the night's chill. Strange, he thought, how the forest seemed less intimidating with this gentle glow to companion him. The path led upward, winding between ancient trees and over babbling streams. Kalen walked through the night, the lantern's light his only guide. As he walked, he noticed something remarkable. Wherever the light touched, small wonders revealed themselves. Mushrooms that glowed with their own soft bioluminescence, night-blooming flowers that unfurled their petals to bask in the lantern's radiance. Even the trees themselves seemed to lean slightly toward the warmth. On the second evening of his journey, as Kalen rested beside a merry little creek, he heard a soft whimpering sound. Following the noise, he discovered a young fox caught in a thicket, its leg tangled in thorny vines. The animal's eyes were wide with fear, but as Kalen approached with the lantern, its panic seemed to ease. "SHHH, it's all right," Kalen murmured, setting the lantern down carefully. He worked patiently, his small fingers gently untangling the thorns until the fox was free. Instead of running away, the creature nudged Kalen's hand with its nose before limping off into the darkness. The next morning, Kalen awoke to find the fox waiting at the edge of his campsite, its leg healed as if by magic. From that moment, the fox became his companion, trotting alongside him as he continued his journey. Kalen named him Ember for his reddish coat that seemed to catch the lantern's glow. Together, boy and fox traveled higher into the mountains. The air grew crisper, carrying the scent of pine and cold stone. Kalen found himself speaking to Ember as they walked, sharing stories and thoughts he'd never voiced aloud. The fox would cock his head, listening intently, and though he couldn't speak, his presence felt like understanding itself. On the third day, they reached the high meadows Bryn had described. The landscape took Kalen's breath away, rolling hills covered in late-blooming heather that painted the world in shades of purple and violet. The last flowers of the season turned their faces toward the weak autumn sun, gathering what warmth they could before winter's sleep. Kalen found the perfect spot, a flat stone surrounded by the hardiest flowers with a clear view of the valley below. As the sun began its descent, he placed the lantern carefully on the stone. Something wonderful happened then. The flowers around the stone began to glow with a soft, golden light, as if answering the lantern's call. Tiny points of light drifted up from the blossoms, swirling around the lantern like living stardust. The embers within brightened, pulsing faster as they absorbed this final gift of the season. The air hummed with a peaceful energy, and Kalen felt a profound connection to everything around him. The earth beneath his feet, the flowers sharing their last warmth, the fox sitting quietly at his side, even the distant stars beginning to pepper the darkening sky. He understood then what Bryn had meant about the lantern storing comfort for the winter. It wasn't just heat it gathered, but something more intangible, the memory of sun on petals, the resilience of life preparing to sleep, the quiet hope that spring would return. When the ceremony was complete and the lantern's light burned steady and strong, Kalen began his journey back. The return felt different, lighter somehow, though the lantern weighed the same in his hands. Perhaps it was his heart that felt lighter, filled with the wonder of what he had witnessed. Ember the fox accompanied him all the way back to the edge of Bryn's clearing. There at the tree line, the creature nuzzled Kalen's hand once before disappearing back into the forest without a sound. Bryn was waiting when Kalen emerged from the trees, the hearth lantern glowing contentedly in his arms. The moon hung directly overhead, exactly as she had said it would. "You have done well, child," Bryn said, her eyes shining with pride. She took the lantern and returned it to its hollow in the great oak. Immediately the clearing seemed to sigh with contentment, the animals that had gathered relaxing into the renewed warmth. As they sat together sharing a cup of mint tea, Bryn explained more about the lantern. "It has existed for longer than anyone remembers," she said. "Passed from keeper to keeper, it doesn't just store physical warmth, it gathers kindness, courage, friendship. These are the true lights that see us through dark times." Kalen looked at his hands, which had carried something so precious. "I felt different while I was holding it," he confessed. "Braver, more connected." Bryn nodded. "The lantern shows us what's already within us. You were always brave, always kind. The lantern simply helped you see it." Before Kalen left for home, Bryn gave him a small, smooth stone that glowed with the same gentle light as the lantern. "So you'll always remember the light within you," she said. Walking home through the now familiar woods, Kalen realized the forest no longer felt intimidating, even without the lantern's glow. He carried its warmth inside him now, the memory of the high meadows, the friendship with Ember, the knowledge that he was capable of more than he had imagined. From that autumn onward, Kalen visited Bryn and the hearth lantern often. He learned the ways of the forest, the names of the plants and animals, the patterns of the seasons. Sometimes, when travelers lost their way in the woods, they would report seeing a gentle light that guided them to safety, and they would speak of a quiet boy with moss-green eyes who seemed to know the forest's secret paths. Years passed, and Kalen grew from a boy into a young man. When Bryn's steps grew too slow for forest wandering, she passed the guardianship of the hearth lantern to him. Kalen became the new keeper, though he never thought of it as taking Bryn's place. Rather, he was adding his chapter to a story that had begun long before him and would continue long after. Now, on crisp autumn evenings, if you walk near the Whispering Wood at just the right time, you might see a soft glow deep among the trees. It pulses like a heartbeat made visible, a warm amber beacon in the gathering dark. And if you're very quiet, you might see a man with kind eyes and a silver-streaked beard, accompanied by an old red fox, tending to a lantern that holds the warmth of countless seasons, the memory of countless kindnesses, and the promise that light always finds a way through the darkness. But that is a story for another time. For now, let the image of that gentle glow comfort you as you drift towards sleep. Imagine its warmth wrapping around you like an invisible blanket, its steady pulse matching the rhythm of your breathing as you journey into dreams. The light is always there, waiting in the quiet spaces, ready to guide, to comfort, to remind us that even the darkest night contains embers of hope, waiting to be kindled. Story 13. In the valley of Topsy-Turvy, where the rivers flowed backwards and the trees grew with their roots waving cheerfully at the sky, there lived a dragon named Pippin. Now, Pippin was not like other dragons. He had no interest in hoarding gold or guarding treasure. Instead, he collected teacups. Not just any teacups, mind you, each one had to be perfectly imperfect. A chip here, a hairline crack there, each telling a story more precious than the last. His cave was lined with shelves upon shelves of these delicate treasures, and the gentle clink-clink of china was the music that filled his days. Not far from Pippin's cave was an upside-down tea shop, where the roof was buried in the soft, mossy ground and the door stood open to the clouds. Here a cloud shepherd named Cumulus would often stop by after tending his fluffy, drifting flock. Cumulus didn't use a crook or a staff. Instead, he carried a silver tuning fork. When he struck it with a soft ting, the clouds would gather, bleating like contented sheep. His greatest joy was shaping the clouds into delightful forms, sometimes bunny rabbits, sometimes sailing ships, and very often teapots. And in the heart of the inside-out forest, where the bark grew on the inside of the trees, and the leaves shimmered like stained glass on the outside, lived a professional dream painter named Serafina. Each evening, as the world grew quiet, she would dip her brush into pots of starlight and paint gentle dreams for the children of the valley. Her specialty was dreams of floating on lily pads down backwards rivers, accompanied by frogs who sang in harmonious croaks. One particularly breezy afternoon, Pippin was dusting his favorite teacup, a primrose-patterned piece with a handle shaped like a twirling ribbon, when he felt a tickle in his nose. It was no ordinary tickle. It was the kind that starts small and then grows and grows until, ahchoo. Now, a dragon's sneeze is not a small thing. It came out not as a roar of fire, but as a great gust of shimmering, glittery wind that whistled through the valley with a sound like 1,000 tiny bells. Whoosh. The gust swept through the upside-down tea shop, where Cumulus was just settling down with a cup of lavender peppermint tea. The wind caught the steam from his cup and twirled it into a dizzying spiral before rushing onward. It rustled through the inside-out forest, where Serafina was carefully painting a dream of a dancing badger wearing a top hat. The gust sent her pots of starlight swirling, mixing silver with gold and blue with rose in a most unexpected way. And then, as quickly as it had come, the sneeze was over. Pippin blinked. "Oh dear," he murmured, noticing that several of his teacups had jiggled on their shelves. That was a spirited one. But that was only the beginning. For you see, Pippin's sneeze had done something quite peculiar. Cumulus, finishing his tea, stepped outside to check on his clouds. He struck his tuning fork, ting, and waited. But instead of drifting gently toward him, the clouds began to bounce. They bounced up and down like fluffy white balls, emitting cheerful little boing sounds with each hop. "Goodness gracious," said Cumulus, scratching his head. "I do believe they've got the giggles." Meanwhile, in the inside-out forest, Serafina stared at her dream palette. The colors had swirled together into a vibrant, swirling rainbow that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. And worse yet, the dream she had been painting had gone all wobbly. The badger was now wearing 7 top hats, all stacked precariously, and was tap-dancing on a floating pancake. "Oh my," she sighed. "This won't do at all. This dream is far too silly. It will leave young ones waking up with confused giggles instead of peaceful sighs." And as for the valley itself, the backwards rivers had started flowing sideways. The upside-down tea shop had begun to slowly spin. And the trees in the inside-out forest were now humming show tunes. Pippin soon learned what his sneeze had done when Cumulus came floating by on a particularly bouncy cloud. "Pippin." Cumulus called out as he bounced past the cave entrance. "I do believe your sneeze has given my clouds a case of the hoppy-skip jollies." Not long after, Serafina arrived, her dream-painting apron still dotted with rainbow splotches. "Pippin, my dreams have gone delightfully dizzy," she said, though she couldn't help a small smile. "The children will dream of singing teacups and waltzing toothbrushes." Pippin wrung his claws. "Oh, I'm so sorry, it was an accident, a tickle, then a sneeze, and then, well, whoosh." "No need to fret," said Cumulus kindly, his cloud giving an extra energetic bawing. "It's rather fun, actually, but I'm not sure how to calm them down. My tuning fork just makes them bounce higher." "And my dreams," added Serafina, though cheerful, "are a tad too energetic for bedtime. I fear the children will be practicing tap dancing in their sleep." Pippin thought and thought, his brow furrowed in concentration. He thought about his teacups. He thought about backwards rivers and inside-out trees. He thought about cloud shepherds and dream painters. And then quite suddenly he smiled. "I have an idea," he said, "but we shall need tea." So the three friends made their way to the upside-down tea shop, which was now spinning gently like a top. They sat at a floating table, for all the furniture was drifting pleasantly about, and Pippin prepared a pot of his special calming blend, chamomile with a hint of honey and one single, shimmering dewdrop. As the tea steeped, filling the air with a soothing aroma, Pippin spoke. "My sneeze was full of glitter and giggles," he said. "But every sneeze must be balanced by a sigh, every bounce by a gentle landing." "What do you propose?" asked Serafina, watching her spoon float in slow circles above her cup. "We must create something wonderfully calm," said Pippin. "Cumulus, if you can gather your bounciest clouds above the tea shop. Serafina, if you can paint the gentlest dream you know, not on a canvas, but on the air itself. And I," he said, lifting the teapot, "will pour." So Cumulus struck his tuning fork, ting, and the clouds gathered above the spinning tea shop, bouncing and jostling with merry bawings. Serafina dipped her brush into what remained of her starlight paints and began to paint in the air, soft swirls of lavender and misty gray, weaving a dream of quiet meadows and whispering streams. And Pippin, standing on tiptoe, poured the tea. He poured it not into cups, but into the air, where it spread in a warm, fragrant mist that rose up to meet the bouncing clouds and the painted dream. There was a soft, sighing sound, woo-oh, as the mist settled over everything. The clouds slowly stopped bouncing and began to drift lazily. The upside-down tea shop ceased its spinning and settled back into place with a contented creak. The backwards rivers, which had been flowing sideways, gave a gentle gurgle and resumed their usual reverse course. And all through the valley a peaceful hush fell. Cumulus smiled. "They're sleeping," he whispered, pointing to his clouds, which now floated like fluffy pillows in the sky. Serafina beamed. "And the dreams are back to normal, sweet and soft and full of quiet wonders." Pippin sighed happily. "Every sneeze needs its sigh," he said. "Every giggle its gentle ending." And so the three friends sat together as the evening drew in, drinking tea and watching the stars appear one by one. The inside-out trees hummed lullabies instead of show tunes. The backwards rivers whispered soothing secrets. And all the children of the valley drifted to sleep with dreams of floating on quiet waters, cradled in peace. And if sometimes in the deepest part of the night you hear a distant bawling or see a flash of rainbow color behind your eyelids, you'll know that somewhere in the valley of Topsy-Turvy, a dragon is dusting his teacups, a cloud shepherd is tuning his flock, and a dream painter is adding an extra dash of starlight, just for fun. Story 14. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering pines and murmuring streams, there lived a young boy named Kalen, who often felt the world was too large and he too small within it. His heart carried a quiet ache, a loneliness that even the cheerful songs of robins outside his window could not ease. Each evening, as the sun dipped behind the distant mountains, he would watch the fireflies begin their dance in the meadow, their tiny lights blinking like scattered stars, and wonder if there was somewhere he truly belonged. One autumn evening, when the air carried the crisp scent of apples and wood smoke, Kalen noticed something unusual. Among the familiar golden flickers of the fireflies, there was a light that glowed with a deeper, warmer hue, the rich orange red of embers in a hearth. Curious, he slipped out through the kitchen door, the wooden boards creaking softly beneath his feet, and followed the unusual light as it drifted toward the edge of the forest. The ember glow led him deep into the woods, where the trees grew close together, and the moonlight filtered through the canopy in silver ribbons. Just as Kalen began to wonder if he ought to turn back, he stumbled into a small clearing, and there he saw it. Hovering just above a moss-covered stone was a creature no larger than his hand, with wings like autumn leaves and eyes that held the gentle light of a sunset. In its tiny hands, it cradled a smooth, oval stone that pulsed with that same warm, ember-like glow. "Hello," said the creature, its voice like the soft crackle of a well-tended fire. "I am Flicker. You can see my hearthstone." Kalen nodded, too surprised to speak. The little being smiled, and the light from the stone seemed to brighten momentarily. "Not many can," Flicker said. "Those who feel a certain kind of quiet loneliness, they are the ones who notice the glow." It extended the stone toward Kalen. "Would you like to hold it?" Hesitantly, Kalen reached out. The moment his fingers touched the smooth, warm surface of the hearthstone, something remarkable happened. The clearing around them seemed to shimmer, and where there had been only trees and shadows, there now appeared cozy little homes built into hollowed logs, soft lanterns hanging from branches, and the scent of cinnamon and pine filling the air. They were in a hidden village, one that had been there all along, just waiting to be seen. "This is Imperfect," Flicker explained, flitting excitedly around Kalen's head. "We are keepers of warmth and light, but lately—" The little creature's glow dimmed slightly. "Lately our hearthstones have been fading. The heart fire of our home is growing cold, and we don't know why." Kalen looked around at the tiny village. Indeed, though it was beautiful, there was a noticeable chill in the air, and many of the lanterns flickered weakly. He felt the hearthstone in his hand pulse, as if responding to his concern. "Perhaps I can help," he found himself saying, "if you'll show me how." And so began Kalen's journey through the hidden world of Imperfect. Flicker became his guide and friend, showing him the ways of the hearth-keepers, how they collected morning dew to polish their stones, how they whispered stories to them to keep their light strong, and how they shared their warmth with the forest around them. But as days turned to weeks, the cold continued to spread. The once vibrant mushrooms that served as street lamps now stood pale and trembling, and the Imperfect folk huddled together for warmth, their usual cheerful chatter reduced to worried whispers. One evening, as Kalen sat with Flicker by the great hearth, the central fire that warmed all of Imperfect, he noticed something. The flames, though fed with the finest dry wood and tended with care, seemed to struggle, as if fighting against an invisible wind. "The heart fire isn't just growing cold," Kalen realized aloud. "It's being pulled away. Look how the flames lane toward the whispering caves." Flicker's light flickered with understanding mixed with fear. "The caves. That's where the echo bats dwell. They've always been peaceful neighbors, but lately their songs have changed. They've become hungry." Determined to help his new friends, Kalen volunteered to visit the caves. Flicker insisted on joining him, despite the danger. Together they traveled along glowing root pathways and across streams that shimmered with starlight, until they reached the mouth of the whispering caves. The entrance was dark and cold, and from within came a sound like wind sighing through empty spaces. But as they ventured deeper, Kalen realized the sound was actually the collective breathing of thousands of bats, all huddled together and shivering. "They're not stealing the warmth," Kalen whispered, understanding dawning. "They're cold, too. They're drawing it toward them without meaning to." In the deepest chamber they found the bat elder, its fur silver with age and its wings wrapped tightly around itself. "The deep cold comes," it whispered, its voice like rustling parchment. "Our young cannot survive it. We sing to draw warmth, but the more we sing, the colder we become, for our songs now carry fear instead of comfort." Kalen approached slowly, the hearthstone in his hand glowing steadily. He knelt before the elder bat. "What if you didn't have to draw warmth? What if it was shared freely?" The bat elder unfolded its wings slightly. "No one has shared with us since the great frost began. We assumed we had been forgotten." Kalen looked at Flicker, then at the stone in his hand. He remembered how the Imperfect folk tended their stones, not just for themselves, but to spread comfort throughout the forest. He thought of his own loneliness before finding Imperfect, and how the simple act of being invited to hold the hearthstone had made him feel seen and valued. Friendship isn't about taking warmth, he said, more to himself than anyone. It's about creating it together. He placed the hearthstone on the ground between them. Then, thinking of the kindest, warmest moments he could remember, his grandmother's hugs, the smell of fresh bread, the feeling of sun on his face after a long winter, he began to tell a story. It was a simple tale about a lost feather finding its way home, but he told it with all the warmth in his heart. As he spoke, something remarkable happened. The hearthstone began to glow brighter, and its warmth spread through the chamber. The young bats crept closer, their shivering easing. Flicker joined in, adding his own memories of sunny clearings and friendly firefly dances. One by one, the bats began to share their own stories of moonlit flights and star-guided journeys. The more stories they shared, the warmer the chamber became, until the hearthstone glowed like a miniature sun. But instead of drawing this warmth solely to themselves, the bats began to sing again. This time, songs of gratitude and companionship that carried the warmth back out toward Imperfect. When Kalen and Flicker returned to the village, they found the great hearth burning brightly once more, its flames steady and strong. The lanterns glowed with renewed energy, and the Imperfect folk were dancing in the streets, their tiny forms casting joyful shadows. "You've done more than restore our heart fire," said the elder of Imperfect, placing a tiny crown of glowing mushrooms on Kalen's head. "You've reminded us that warmth grows when shared, and that even the largest darkness cannot withstand the combined light of friends." As the seasons turned, Kalen divided his time between his home in the valley and his friends in Imperfect. He was no longer the boy who felt too small for the world, but someone who carried warmth within him, a warmth he now knew how to share. On winter evenings, when the fire in his family's hearth crackled cheerfully, he would sometimes see a familiar ember glow outside his window. He would open it to find Flicker waiting, and together they would visit the bats in their now warm caves, or simply sit by the fire sharing stories. And Kalen learned that the magic wasn't in the hearthstone itself, but in the willingness to hold it out to others, to be brave enough to share one's light, even when feeling small and uncertain. For in the sharing the light never diminished, but grew, until it could warm even the coldest, loneliest of places. Now, as the fire crackles and the night grows deep, remember that within you too glows a hearthstone of your own. Its light may be quiet, but it is never insignificant. And sometimes the bravest and most important journey we can make is to simply hold it out, to share our warmth, our stories, and our friendship with a world that needs it more than we know. Sleep now, and may your dreams be filled with gentle lights, whispered stories, and the certainty that you too carry warmth enough to light up the darkness. The fire is burning low, the stars are keeping watch, and all is well. Story 15. In a quiet valley nestled between whispering hills, there lived a boy named Kalen who noticed things others often overlooked. While other children chased butterflies or played games of tag, Kalen would trace the patterns of frost on window panes, count the different greens in the forest, and listen to the secret language of the wind through the pines. His favorite time was twilight, when the world softened into shades of violet and gold, and the first stars began to blink awake in the darkening sky. One evening, as Kalen sat on his windowsill watching the sunset paint the clouds in hues of apricot and rose, he noticed something unusual at the edge of the forest. A soft, pulsing glow, like embers breathing in the darkness, flickered between the trees. It wasn't the sharp yellow of fireflies or the steady silver of moonlight, but something warmer, something that seemed to call to him without words. Curiosity, that quiet companion that had always walked beside him, nudged Kalen from his perch. He slipped on his worn leather boots, the ones that knew every path in the valley, and quietly stepped out into the cooling evening air. The grass whispered beneath his feet as he made his way toward the forest edge, following the gentle rhythm of that mysterious light. As he stepped beneath the canopy of ancient oaks and slender birches, the ordinary world seemed to fade away. The air grew stiller, the shadows deeper, and that pulsing glow grew brighter with each step. Kalen moved carefully, his senses alive to the forest's nighttime sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of an owl, the soft crunch of pine needles underfoot. After walking for what felt like both moments and hours, Kalen found himself in a small clearing where the trees formed a natural circle. And there, in the very center, rested the source of the light, a smooth, oval stone about the size of his palm, glowing with a warm, golden light that pulsed slowly, like a sleeping heart. As he approached, the stone's rhythm seemed to quicken slightly, as if recognizing his presence. Kalen knelt before the stone, not touching it yet, simply watching. The light it cast made the dew on the surrounding ferns sparkle like scattered diamonds, and the moss covering the nearby logs seemed to glow with an emerald intensity. The air smelled of damp earth and something else, something sweet and ancient, like honey and old parchment. "Hello," he whispered, not expecting an answer. To his astonishment, the stone pulsed brighter for a moment, and a voice, soft as thistledown, spoke not to his ears but directly to his mind. "Hello, noticer of small wonders." Kalen drew a quick breath, his eyes widening. "You can speak." In a manner, the stone replied, its light flickering with each word. "I speak to what is ready to listen. You have been listening to the world for a long time." They spoke as the moon climbed higher in the sky, its silver light filtering through the branches. The stone told Kalen of its long slumber beneath the forest floor, of how the world above had changed while it dreamed, and of how it had felt his quiet attention, his noticing, and known it was time to wake. "I have a purpose," the stone explained, its light dimming slightly as if thoughtful. "But I cannot fulfill it alone. The memory has faded during my long sleep, like a path overgrown with ivy. I only know I must journey to the heartwood, the oldest tree in the forest, before the next full moon rises." Kalen, who had always been better at listening than speaking, simply nodded. "I know the heartwood. My grandmother showed me when I was small. It stands in a hidden grove where the stream sings two different melodies at once." The stone's light brightened, pulsing with what could only be excitement. "Will you guide me? The way may hold challenges, and my light grows weaker when I am alone." Without hesitation, Kalen reached out and gently picked up the stone. It was warm against his palm, like bread fresh from the oven, and its light seeped into his skin, making him feel both calm and wonderfully awake. "I'll help you," he said. "We'll start at first light." That night, Kalen slept with the stone on his bedside table, its gentle pulsing light casting dancing shadows on the walls. His dreams were filled with forest paths and whispering trees, and when he woke at dawn, he felt a sense of purpose he'd never known before. He packed a small bag with provisions, a loaf of bread, a wedge of cheese, apples from their tree, and a water skin, and wrapped the stone in soft cloth before placing it in his pocket. Its warmth spread through the fabric, a constant reminder of their shared mission. The first day of their journey passed in a pleasant rhythm of walking and resting. Kalen followed paths he knew well at first, then ventured into less familiar territory as they drew closer to the stream that sang two melodies. The stone remained quiet for much of the day, conserving its energy, but occasionally it would pulse softly when Kalen paused to admire a particularly beautiful mushroom or listen to a bird's song. As evening approached on the second day, they reached the singing stream. Kalen knelt by the water's edge, cupping his hands to drink. True to its name, the stream seemed to hum two distinct tunes, one high and bubbly where the water rushed over stones, another low and resonant where it pooled in deeper basins. "The grove is near," Kalen said, more to himself than the stone. Grandmother said to follow the deeper melody upstream. The stone pulsed in agreement from his pocket. They followed the stream as twilight deepened into proper night. The forest grew denser, the trees older and more gnarled, their branches intertwining high above to form a living cathedral. Fireflies began to appear, their lights dancing around them like living stars. Kalen was about to suggest they make camp for the night when he noticed something peculiar. The fireflies weren't moving randomly. They were forming patterns, intricate shapes that flowed and changed in the darkness. One pattern in particular caught his attention, a spiral that pulsed in time with the stone in his pocket. He stopped walking, watching as the fireflies arranged themselves into this glowing spiral again and again, as if trying to tell him something. "They're showing us the way," the stone whispered in his mind, its voice stronger here. "The old paths remember." Kalen followed the firefly spiral as it moved through the trees, leading them away from the stream and up a gentle slope. The air grew warmer as they climbed, and a sweet, floral scent filled the night. At the top of the slope, the trees parted to reveal the hidden grove. It was more beautiful than Kalen remembered from his childhood visit. Ancient trees formed a protective circle around a clearing where soft moss covered the ground like an emerald carpet. At the center stood the heartwood, a massive oak whose trunk was so wide that 5 children holding hands could not have encircled it. Its branches spread wide and generous, and even in the moonlight, Kalen could see that its leaves shimmered with a subtle silver light. But something was wrong. As they approached the heartwood, Kalen noticed that several of its lower branches were withered and bare, their ends blackened as if touched by frost in the height of summer. The tree itself seemed to be breathing in shallow, pained rasps that vibrated through the ground beneath their feet. The stone in Kalen's pocket grew cold. "It's fading," it whispered, its voice filled with sorrow. "The connection is breaking." Kalen approached the great tree, his heart aching at its obvious distress. "What can we do?" he asked both to the tree and the stone. Before either could answer, a movement caught his eye from the base of the tree. A small fox emerged from behind one of the massive roots. Its fur was the color of autumn leaves, and its eyes held a wisdom that seemed far beyond its small frame. It approached Kalen without fear, stopping just before him and tilting its head. The stone pulsed warmly again. "A guardian," it whispered. "Ask it what ails the heartwood." Kalen, who had always felt more comfortable with creatures than people, knelt before the fox. "Can you tell us what's wrong?" he asked softly. The fox regarded him for a long moment, then turned and trotted toward the tree, looking back as if to say, "Follow." It led Kalen to the far side of the massive trunk, where a deep crack ran through the bark. From within the crack came a faint, sickly green glow. "The heart light is poisoned," the stone explained, its voice grave. "Something has corrupted the tree's core." The fox nudged Kalen's hand with its nose, then pawed at the ground near the crack. Looking closer, Kalen noticed several unusual mushrooms growing in a circle around the base of the tree. They were black with iridescent blue spots, and they seemed to pulse with the same sickly green light coming from the crack. Shadow spores, the stone identified. They drain life and light from living things. They must have taken root during my long sleep. The fox whined softly, looking from the mushrooms to Kalen with pleading eyes. "I think it wants us to remove them," Kalen said. "Be careful," the stone warned. "Their touch is cold and draining. You must not touch them directly." Kalen thought for a moment, then took 2 sturdy sticks from the ground. Using them like chopsticks, he carefully began to pluck the sinister mushrooms from the earth. Each one came free with a faint hiss, and as he placed them in a pile away from the tree, they seemed to wilt and dissolve into dark smoke. When the last mushroom was removed, the green glow from the crack faded, but the tree still seemed weak and pained. "The heart light needs rekindling," the stone said. "That is my purpose. Place me in the crack, Kalen." Gently, carefully, Kalen took the stone from his pocket and placed it into the crack in the tree's bark. For a moment, nothing happened. Then slowly the stone began to pulse faster and brighter, its warm golden light spreading through the crack and into the tree itself. The effect was immediate and beautiful. The withered branches began to straighten, new buds forming along their length. The leaves shimmered brighter, casting a soft silver light throughout the grove. The tree's breathing deepened, becoming a strong, steady rhythm that vibrated through the ground like a comforting heartbeat. The stone's voice came again, but fainter now, as if from a distance. My energy is almost spent, but the heartwood is healing. Thank you, Kalen. Remember, noticing is its own magic. The stone's light faded until it was just an ordinary-looking stone nestled in the tree's bark. But the tree itself now glowed with health and vitality, its branches stretching upward as if embracing the night sky. The fox approached Kalen again, this time rubbing against his leg in a gesture of gratitude before disappearing into the shadows. Kalen stood for a long time, watching as the heartwood continued to strengthen. Fireflies returned, dancing around the tree in joyful patterns. The air itself seemed to hum with renewed energy. Exhausted but content, Kalen found a soft patch of moss beneath one of the heartwood's branches and lay down. The tree seemed to sense his presence, and one of its lower branches curved down to gently brush against his forehead, like a blessing. As he drifted towards sleep, Kalen realized something had changed within him too. The quiet boy who noticed small things had discovered that small things could be important, that noticing could lead to helping, that friendship could cross the boundaries between human and stone and fox and tree. The last thing he saw before sleep took him was the heartwood's leaves shimmering above him like a canopy of stars, and the last thing he felt was the deep, steady pulse of the tree's healed heart beating in rhythm with his own. And in that peaceful grove, under the watchful branches of the ancient tree, Kalen slept more deeply than he ever had before, dreaming of glowing stones and guiding fireflies and a friendship that would warm his heart for many years to come. Story 16. In a quiet corner of the spiral galaxy, where stardust gathered in gentle swirls of violet and gold, there drifted a small, forgotten space station. Long abandoned by its builders, it had been reclaimed by the cosmos itself. Vines of bioluminescent moss creeping along its corridors, crystalline formations growing where machinery once hummed, and a great observatory dome that offered a sweeping view of the nebula outside. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another. The first was a being from a world where communication happened not in words, but in shifting hues that danced across their skin. They were called lumen, and their form was soft and luminescent, like a walking constellation. When lumen was happy, their skin glowed in warm shades of coral and gold. When curious, it shimmered with silver specks, like sunlight on water. They had come to the station seeking solitude, but found instead something far greater. The second was a creature from a planet where song was the foundation of all understanding. Kalen was small and furry, with large ears that twitched at the slightest harmonic vibration, and eyes that held the deep blue of twilight oceans. Their people spoke through gentle hums and melodic trills, each tone carrying meaning, emotion, and memory. Their first meeting was one of startled silence. Lumen, tending to a patch of glowing moss in what had once been the station's mess hall, had turned to find Kalen peering from behind a crystalline column. For a moment they simply stared, Lumen's skin flickering in uncertain blues and grays, Kalen emitting a soft, questioning hum that reverberated through the air. Then Lumen extended a hand, and their fingertips began to glow with a gentle, inviting amber. Kalen, emboldened by the warmth of the color, took a step forward and answered with a low, harmonious note that seemed to make the very crystals around them hum in sympathy. And so began their friendship, a conversation of light and song. They decided to make the derelict station their shared home. Lumen, with their gentle light, encouraged the bioluminescent plants to grow, creating soft pathways of guiding glow through the darkened halls. Kaylin, whose voice could harmonize with the station's old resonance crystals, learned to play melodies that made the entire structure hum like a sleeping giant content in its dreams. Together, they created a garden beneath the observatory dome. It was a place where star roses bloomed in silent bursts of silver light, where whisper vines carried Kaylin's songs from one end of the room to the other, and where Lumen's glow provided the only warmth the plants needed to thrive. They called it the Starlight Haven. But as with any friendship spanning worlds, there were misunderstandings, each rooted in the beautiful peculiarities of their origins. One afternoon, Lumen arranged a series of glowing stones in a spiral pattern on the floor, a greeting from their homeworld meant to convey joy and welcome. But Kaylin, seeing the intense, swirling brightness, interpreted it as a sign of alarm. They began to hum a distress melody, low and urgent, which in turn made Lumen's colors flash toward concerned violet. For a few minutes they cycled through confusion, each trying to comfort the other in a language the other misread. It was only when Lumen slowly dimmed their light and sat quietly, and Kaylin ceased their humming and crept closer, that they realized the mistake. Lemon reached out and touched one of the stones, letting it glow a soft, steady yellow, a color that meant peace in their people's visual tongue. Kaylin understood then, and replied with a light, warbling tune that meant "I see you. I am here." They both trembled with something that was not quite laughter, not quite relief, but a mix of both, a joyful recognition that even missteps could lead to deeper understanding. Another time, Kaylin offered what they considered the highest compliment, a three-toned chord that meant your presence is a song my heart has always known. But the frequency of the note happened to resonate with a nearby cluster of crystals, which amplified the sound until it became uncomfortably loud for Lumen, whose delicate light sensitivity caused them to temporarily dim in discomfort. Kaylin immediately stilled, ears drooping. They had not meant to overwhelm. Lumen, recovering quickly, pulsed a soft blue, a color that meant it's all right, and gestured for Kaylin to come sit beside them. They spent the next hour teaching one another the nuances of their languages, Lumen showing Kaylin how to read the subtle shifts in their glow, and Kaylin teaching Lumen how to distinguish the gentle harmonics of friendship from the louder vibrations of excitement. Evenings were their favorite time. They would often meet in the observatory, sitting among the star roses and silent blossoms, and watch the nebula outside drift slowly past. Kaylin would hum a soft, continuous melody, a tune without beginning or end, much like the universe itself, and Lumen would allow their light to pulse in time, creating a silent duet beneath the starlit dome. In those quiet moments, words were not needed. They had grown to understand one another in a way that went beyond color or sound. It was a language of presence, of patience, of kindness offered without expectation. When Kaylin was sad, Lumen would glow a deep, comforting indigo, and when Lumen felt uncertain, Kaylin would hum a steady, grounding tone that seemed to anchor them both. One night, a meteor shower passed through the nebula, streaks of light painting the darkness in fleeting brilliance. Kaylin and Lumen watched together, side by side. Kaylin's humming took on a wonder-filled lift, and Lumen's light shimmered in awestruck silver. And in that shared moment, as a particularly bright meteor traced a path across the viewport, they both felt it. A warmth that had nothing to do with light or sound, and everything to do with the quiet understanding that sometimes the universe brings beings together not because they are the same, but because they have something to learn from one another. They had built a shelter not just of crystal and vine, but of trust. They had created a garden not just of plants, but of peace. And they had forged a friendship not just between two individuals, but between two worlds. As the meteor shower faded and the nebula returned to its gentle swirl, Kaylin rested a paw on Lumen's glowing hand. Lumen responded by letting their light soften into a content, sunset orange. No words passed between them. none were needed. For they had learned that the truest language, the one that echoes across galaxies and through time, is spoken not in words or colors or songs, but in the quiet acts of kindness, the patience to understand, and the courage to reach across the dark and say, without speaking, "You are not alone." Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand, before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 66, Story 67, Story 68, Story 69, Story 70, Story 71, Story 72, Story 73, Story 74, Story 75, Story 76, Story 77, Story 78, Story 79, Story 80, Story 81, Story 82, Story 83, Story 84, Story 85, Story 86, Story 87, Story 88, Story 89, Story 90, Story 91, Story 92, Story 93. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. The maple saplings are shivering, he said, and the river's song has gone flat. Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. We must mend the threads before the solstice, she declared, but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there. Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem, she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. The air's gone still as a held breath, Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by starmoss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. We've forgotten the rhythm, sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclery bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented cat. Chimneys puffed curls of wood smoke into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and nutmeg drifted from every window. Yet for 7 mornings, a peculiar chill had settled over the hearths and hearts of the villagers. Overnight, without fail, every loaf of bread, every muffin, and every crumbly scone turned as hard and dry as river stones. Not a single bite remained soft. Young Clara, whose bakery windows glowed golden at dawn, noticed something stranger still. Each morning, a perfect circle of dewdrops shimmered on her flour-dusted work table, a tiny, glittering halo where no water ought to be. Like fairy tears, she murmured, tracing the damp ring with her finger. When she mentioned it to old Master Hemlock, the village's retired stargazer, his bushy silver eyebrows knitted together. "Dew where dew shouldn't fall, that's no ordinary mischief," he said, stirring honey into his chamomile tea. "Nature leaves clues for those who look gently, Clara. Watch the small things." That night Clara stayed hidden behind her flour sacks, lantern dimmed. Moonlight spilled through the bakery window, painting silver stripes on the wooden floor. Just as the clock tower chimed midnight, a soft rustling came from the rafters. Down fluttered a dozen creatures no larger than acorns, their bodies woven from dried moss and milkweed fluff, wings like spun maple seeds. They hummed a melancholy tune as they landed near Clara's prized rosemary loaf. Where their tiny feet touched the crust, the bread instantly hardened and cracked. One mosskin brushed a dewdrop from its eyes, a tear that rolled onto the table, forming the very circle Clara had found. Her heart ached at their sorrow. Quiet as a falling leaf, she followed them at dawn's first blush, past the whispering creek and into the mosswood. There, beneath the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, she discovered their home, a village of lichen-capped toadstools, now brittle and crumbling. The once gurgling spring that fed their glen had dwindled to a muddy trickle. "Our roots thirst," whispered the eldest mosskin, its voice like wind through reeds. "When we weep, the world dries with us." Clara rushed to Master Hemlock. Together they traced the stream uphill, finding its source blocked by a landslide of smooth, dark stones. "Observe," Hemlock murmured, tapping a stone with his walking stick. It rang hollow. Clara pressed her ear to it and gasped. A faint, rhythmic thumping echoed within like a tiny heartbeat. "Thunder eggs," Hemlock exclaimed. "Geodes sleeping deep in the earth. The landslide must have woken them, and their thirst is mighty. They've drunk the stream dry." The solution came in a flash of kindness. Clara gathered every villager to bake not bread, but honey-sweetened clay, a paste of river mud, wildflower nectar, and crushed quartz for sparkle. They sculpted dozens of hollow spheres, thin as eggshells, and carried them to the landslide. As the moskins sang their softest lullabies, the villagers nestled the clay orbs against the thunder eggs. The geodes, enchanted by the sweetness and song, eagerly drank the clay's moisture. Slowly, gloriously, water began seeping around them, rejoining the stream in a joyful babble. That night, Bramble Hollow's bread stayed pillow soft. And on Clara's windowsill, the moskins left a thank-you gift, a miniature loaf woven from dewy spider silk and edible moonbeams, forever fresh, forever sweet, a reminder that even the smallest tears, when heard with a gentle heart, can water the deepest wonders. As Master Hemlock would say, sipping his tea by the fire, the world whispers its mysteries, but only kindness turns them into song. And so the moskins' lullabies drifted through the woods once more, now bright as spring rain, weaving peace into every dream. In the quiet corner of a spiraling galaxy, where stardust settled like sugar upon the velvet darkness, there lived 2 beings who were as different as night and day, and yet they found in one another the kind of friendship that makes the universe feel a little less vast. The first was a creature from the world of Lumina, a place where thoughts bloomed into gentle light. His name was Kalen, and he expressed himself not with words, but with soft, shifting colors that danced across his smooth, pearl-like skin. When he was happy, he glowed with warm golds and sunny yellows, when curious, delicate swirls of lavender and silver would ripple across his form. He did not speak, but he felt deeply and wholly, and his emotions were a silent symphony of hues. The second was from the planet of Harmonia, a world where sound was life itself. Her name was Lyra, and her body was fashioned of delicate, crystalline structures that hummed and resonated with every movement. She communicated through soft, melodic tones that wove together into something like music, a language of harmonies that conveyed meaning through pitch and rhythm. When she was content, her song was a lullaby. When excited, it became a bright, chiming dance. They met by chance near the edge of the glimmering nebula, a place where solar winds whispered secrets and comets trailed light like ribbons. Kalen had been drawn there by the soft pulse of far-off stars, and Lyra had followed the faint, beckoning song of solar flares. When their eyes met, Kalen's like pools of liquid light, Lyra's like faceted gemstones, neither knew what to make of the other. At first, they circled one another cautiously. Kalen glowed a nervous, flickering blue. Lyra answered with a questioning, wavering note. They had no common language, no shared customs, no way to explain who they were or where they came from. But there was something in the way Kalen's light softened when Lyra's music trembled, and something in the way Lyra's song gentled when Kalen's colors dimmed, that told them both, here was a friend waiting to be found. Slowly, tentatively, they began to explore ways to bridge the silence between them. Kalen would pulse a soft rose pink, and Lyra would answer with a chime like raindrops. Lyra would hum a low, comforting tone, and Kalen would respond with a warm, buttery yellow. They learned to read the subtleties of one another's presence, the way Kalen's light shimmered when he was amused, the way Lyra's notes lifted when she was curious. One day, as they drifted together through the star-dusted void, they came upon a small, abandoned observatory, a place built long ago by stargazers now forgotten. It was a dome of crystalline panels that caught and fractured the light of distant suns, and at its heart was a garden where strange, luminous plants reached softly toward the heavens. It was overgrown and silent, but beautiful in its solitude. With a shared glance, Kalen glowing a hopeful green, Lyra singing a note of agreement, they decided to make it their own. They spent cycles tidying and tending to the space. Kalen, with his gentle light, encouraged the shy star blossoms to open wider, and they responded by glowing in harmony with his colors. Lyra, with her resonant tones, caused the crystalline walls to hum in sympathetic vibration, filling the observatory with a soft, ever-present music. Together they created a sanctuary, a place where light and sound wove together into something new and wonderful. But not everything was smooth in their shared home. There were misunderstandings, born of the vast differences between their natures. Once Kalen noticed that Lyra seemed quieter than usual, her music subdued. Thinking to cheer her, he gathered the brightest, most joyful light he could muster, and shone it full upon her. To him, it was an offering of happiness. But to Lyra, whose people communicated vulnerability through softer, quieter songs, such a brilliant display felt overwhelming, even intrusive. She recoiled, her notes sharp with surprise. Kalen dimmed immediately, his light fading to a confused and worried gray. Lyra, seeing his dismay, realized the mistake. She chimed softly, a melody of apology and explanation, and slowly Kalen understood. He pulsed a gentle blue, forgiveness and regret, and Lyra answered with a ripple of grateful harmony. Another time, Lyra tried to share a traditional Harmonian greeting, a complex, cascading sequence of notes that signified deep respect and affection. But to Kalen, who was used to simpler, more gradual shifts in color, the rapid-fire melody was bewildering. He stood utterly still, his light flickering in confusion. Lyra paused, then tried again, slower this time, letting each note linger like a question. Kalen responded with a soft pulse of understanding, and then, daringly, attempted to mimic the melody with shifts in his hue. It wasn't perfect, his notes were visual, not auditory, but Lyra understood the effort, and her answering song was full of warmth and delight. They laughed, in their own ways, at these misunderstandings. Kalen's light would dance in merry spirals, and Lyra's music would bubble like a stream over smooth stones. Each mistake became a lesson, each confusion a chance to learn more about one another. Their favorite moments were the quiet ones, when they sat together in their crystalline garden, watching the stars bloom and fade in the great dark beyond the dome. Kalen would glow with the soft silver of starlight, and Lyra would hum a melody that mirrored the gentle pulse of distant suns. In those hours there were no barriers between them, no need for translation or interpretation. They simply were together, two friends sharing the wonder of the cosmos. One evening, as a particularly brilliant meteor shower painted the sky with fleeting fire, Lyra noticed that Kalen seemed quieter than usual. His light was pale, almost wistful. She chimed softly, a question in a single note. Kalen responded by casting a soft, sad blue across the observatory floor. He was thinking of his home, of the way his people gathered during meteor showers to weave stories out of light. He missed the shared silence, the communal glow. Lyra listened, her own form still. Then slowly she began to sing, not a harmonious song, but something new, something woven from the moments they had shared. It was a melody of friendship, of light and sound blending into one. And as she sang, Kalen began to glow, his colors shifting to match the rhythm of her music. Together they created something beautiful, a story told in light and song, a tale of two friends from different worlds who had found a home in each other's company. And as the last meteor traced its path across the sky, they both understood without a single shared word that kindness was a language all its own, one that needed no translation, only an open heart. And so, in their little observatory at the edge of the glimmering nebula, Kalen and Lyra continued to watch the stars, to tend their garden, and to learn from one another. They knew that there would always be differences between them, worlds of differences, in fact, but they also knew that those differences were what made their friendship so special. For in learning to understand one another, they had each grown, and in growing, they had built a bond that stretched across the silence of space, bright and enduring as the eternal stars. The little ship drifted through the velvet darkness like a dandelion seed on a summer breeze, its pearlescent hull catching starlight and scattering it into soft rainbows. Inside, a being from the crystalline world of Lyria watched the stars with multifaceted eyes that saw not just light, but the gentle hum of cosmic vibrations. Her name was Kalen, and her form shifted subtly with her emotions, prismatic patterns dancing across her translucent skin. When her vessel's gentle hum changed pitch, signaling an unfamiliar energy reading, Kalen didn't feel fear, only curiosity. The energy felt like warm honey and wind chimes, completely unlike the sharp, clear frequencies of home. Following the signal led her to a small, rocky asteroid where another ship had made a rough landing. This vessel was all curves and soft edges, like a stone smoothed by endless water, and from within came a sound like distant cello music played underwater. The being she found was entirely different from herself. Where Kalen was angular and crystalline, this creature was softly rounded, with skin the color of twilight and gentle bioluminescent patterns that pulsed slowly across its surface. It had large, dark eyes that held entire galaxies within them, and when it moved, it left faint trails of light in the air like lazy fireflies. They regarded each other in the quiet of that asteroid field, two completely different life forms separated by biology, evolution, and countless light years. Kaelin extended a hand that shimmered with cautious curiosity, and the other being responded by causing the patterns on its skin to bloom into a slow, swirling dance of indigo and silver. This was how their friendship began, not with words, for they had no common language, but with light and sound, and the gentle reaching out of two lonely souls among the stars. Kaelin learned that her new friend, whom she thought of as Nuri, which in her language meant soft harmony, communicated through complex patterns of light and subtle vibrations in the air. Nuri learned that Kaelin spoke through crystalline chimes and the shifting colors within her form. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of light music and color sound that was entirely their own. Together they decided they needed a place, a sanctuary where they could meet without the endless drifting. They found it in a forgotten corner of the galaxy, an abandoned observation station floating at the edge of a nebula that bloomed with colors no human eye could comprehend. The station had been empty for centuries, its original purpose lost to time, but its structure remained sound. Together, they began to make it their own. Kaelin, with her crystalline nature, grew beautiful structures from the mineral deposits she found, delicate arches and formations that caught and fractured light into dancing patterns. Nuri, whose people cultivated living light, brought bioluminescent plants and fungi that glowed with soft internal light, turning the sterile corridors into gently illuminated pathways. The heart of their station became the Garden Observatory, a dome where the transparent ceiling showed the swirling nebula outside, while inside grew their shared creation, plants that chimed softly when touched, crystals that pulsed with light in response to music, and floating orbs of gentle energy that drifted through the air like benevolent spirits. Here in their shared sanctuary, they learned about each other's worlds and ways. Kaelin learned that Nuri's people expressed emotion through the tempo and complexity of their light patterns. Rapid swirling meant excitement, slow pulses indicated contentment, and the gentle fade to a single color signaled deep thought or sadness. Nuri discovered that Kaelin's crystalline form changed opacity with her feelings, becoming more transparent when curious, taking on deeper, richer colors when joyful, and developing tiny fracture patterns along her surface when concerned. Of course, misunderstandings occurred, as they always will when cultures meet. There was the time Nuri brought what she considered a great delicacy from her world, a glowing fruit that pulsed with soft blue light. When Kaelin attempted to eat it, her crystalline digestive system reacted rather dramatically, causing her to chime at frequencies that made all the glass in the station vibrate for hours. Nuri's light patterns had swirled with alarm and apology, but once they realized no permanent harm was done, both found themselves communicating in the equivalent of laughter, Kaelin's chimes taking on a musical, bouncing quality, while Nuri's lights danced in playful spirals. Another time, Kaelin had tried to show Nuri the Lyrian way of showing affection, by gently aligning her crystalline structure with her friend's energy signature. To Nuri's people, however, such energy alignment was what they did with inanimate objects they were repairing, and Nuri had pulsed with embarrassed orange lights for a full day until they sorted through the cultural misunderstanding. These moments never created distance between them. Rather, they became stories they would tell each other later through playful reenactments, their unique communication style allowing them to laugh together at their own earlier confusion. Their favorite times were the quiet ones, when they would float together in the Garden Observatory, watching the nebula outside perform its slow, majestic dance of color and light. Nuri would often create soft, harmonic vibrations that resonated through the crystals Kaelin had grown, turning the entire observatory into a living instrument that played music composed by the stars themselves. In these moments, without any need for complex communication, they simply existed together in peaceful companionship. Kaelin would often extend a crystalline hand, and Nuri would place her softly glowing one against it, not needing to merge energies or exchange information, just enjoying the simple contact between friends. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timelessness of space, as they watched a particularly beautiful stellar phenomenon, a shower of comets painting silver trails across the nebula. Kaelin noticed Nuri's light patterns had taken on a quality she'd never seen before. Slow, deep pulses of violet and gold with tiny silver sparks. When she chimed a question, Nuri responded by creating a complex pattern that showed two beings meeting, then parting, then one looking back with something akin to sadness. Kaelin understood. Nuri's people were migratory, following ancient paths through the stars, and the season had come for her to continue her journey. There was no sadness in their parting, for they had both known this day would come. Instead, they spent their remaining time together creating something permanent, a communication device that would allow them to send their light music and color sound across the vast distances between them. The device itself was beautiful, a combination of living crystal and pulsating light that stood in the center of their garden. When activated, it would project their communications as holographic patterns that danced among the plants and crystals. When the day finally came, they stood together at the airlock, communicating not sorrow but gratitude, Kaelin's form shining with brilliant prismatic colors, while Nuri's light patterns swirled in complex, joyful spirals. They had learned that friendship wasn't about perpetual togetherness, but about the connection that persists across time and space. As Nuri's ship disappeared into the star-dusted darkness, Kaelin returned to their garden observatory. There, floating in the center of the room, was a new light pattern Nuri had left, a slowly pulsing constellation of gold and blue that meant, in their shared language, "You are always with me." Kaelin chimed softly in response, her sound activating crystals throughout the room that glowed with affectionate pink light. She knew that somewhere out there, Nuri would sense the response through their communication device. And so their friendship continued, not diminished by distance but transformed by it. Sometimes years would pass between communications, but each time they connected, it was as if no time had passed at all. They shared stories of new wonders they'd seen, new friends they'd made, and always, they ended their communications with that same pattern. "You are always with me." The garden observatory became a place where other travelers sometimes stopped. Beings of all shapes and origins who had heard stories of the sanctuary where two different creatures had built a friendship that transcended worlds. They would come to see the crystals that chimed with remembered laughter and the plants that glowed with enduring affection. And sometimes, if a visitor stayed quiet long enough, they might hear the communication device activate and see the air fill with dancing lights and harmonious chimes as two friends across the universe shared another moment together, proving that kindness needs no translation and that friendship, once truly formed, becomes itself a kind of constellation. Always there, always shining, always waiting to welcome you home. The crackling fire paints dancing shadows on the walls as the chill wind whispers against the window pane. Tonight, little one, let me tell you of Finn, a boy whose heart held a quiet ache, and the journey sparked by a single, impossible ember. Finn lived in the village of Hearthwood, nestled where the whispering pines met the rolling meadows. It was a place of warm bread, chimneys puffing steady smoke, and laughter echoing from sturdy wooden houses. Yet Finn often felt like a puzzle piece that didn't quite fit. While other children raced through the frost-kissed lanes preparing for the Frost Festival, he lingered near the ancient boundary stone, marking the edge of the Oldwood forest. The Oldwood was vast and deep, a place of tangled roots and hushed secrets, where villagers ventured only in the brightest daylight. Finn felt a strange pull towards its shadowed depths, a pull he couldn't explain, a quiet yearning that mirrored the low, mournful wind sighing through the pines. One crisp afternoon, just as the weak winter sun began its descent, Finn wandered closer than usual to the Oldwood's edge. The air held a bite sharp and clean, carrying the scent of snow yet to fall and the rich, damp perfume of decaying leaves beneath the trees. A flicker of orange light, low amidst the gnarled roots of an ancient oak, caught his eye. It wasn't the steady glow of a hearth, nor the sharp spark of flint. It pulsed softly, warmly, like a tiny, living heartbeat nestled in the gloom. Curiosity, a stronger force than caution, drew him forward. He knelt, the frozen moss crunching faintly under his knees, and gently brushed aside a layer of crisp, brown leaves. There it lay, an ember, but no ordinary ember. It was the size of a robin's egg, perfectly round, and glowing with a deep, internal warmth that seemed to breathe. Its light wasn't harsh, it was the soft, inviting glow of a banked fire promising comfort. Hesitantly, Finn reached out. Instead of searing heat, a gentle, profound warmth radiated from it, seeping into his chilled fingers, spreading up his arm like a comforting embrace. It felt alive. As his fingers closed around it, the ember pulsed brighter, bathing his face in its soft, amber light. A faint melodic hum, like the lowest note of a wind chime kissed by a breeze, vibrated against his palm. And then the ember rolled. It rolled purposefully away from his hand, deeper into the shadowed embrace of the old wood. Finn's breath hitched. He knew the stories. The old wood was wild, untamed, home to things best left undisturbed. But the ember's warmth lingered on his skin, and its gentle hum resonated in his chest, quieting the lonely ache he carried. It felt like an invitation, a thread of light in the gathering dusk. With a final glance back at the safe, familiar glow of Hearthwood's chimneys, Finn took a deep breath, the scent of pine resin and cold earth filling his lungs, and stepped beneath the canopy of the old wood, following the pulsing glow of the little ember. The forest swallowed the fading daylight whole. Beneath the dense evergreen boughs, twilight reigned. Sounds shifted, the wind became a sighing chorus high above, the crunch underfoot was muffled by thick layers of needles and moss. The air grew stiller, colder, except for the sphere of warmth radiating from the ember Finn, now carried cupped in his hands. Its light painted the gnarled bark of trees in shifting patterns of gold and amber, revealing intricate carvings of frost on leaves and the watchful eyes of hidden creatures. He saw a badger pause at the entrance to its set, its dark eyes reflecting the ember's glow with intelligent curiosity before it vanished. A family of deer, ghostly shapes in the gloom, watched him pass with liquid dark eyes before melting silently into the undergrowth. The ember led him deeper, along paths only it seemed to know, paths that twisted around moss-covered boulders, crossed whispering streams on stepping stones slick with ice, and wound through thickets where bare branches reached like skeletal fingers. The silence wasn't empty. It was filled with the soft rustle of unseen life, the drip of melting frost from high branches landing with a soft plink in pools below, and the constant, reassuring hum of the ember itself. Finn felt a strange sense of peace settle over him, deeper than any he'd known in the village. The loneliness receded, replaced by a quiet wonder at the ancient, sleeping world around him. After what felt like hours, the ember's glow intensified, pulsing faster. It rolled forward with renewed purpose, leading Finn into a small, hidden clearing he never would have found alone. The air here was noticeably warmer, smelling of damp earth and something sweet, like crushed juniper berries. In the center of the clearing stood the stump of a colossal, long-fallen tree, wider than Finn's cottage back home. It was hollowed out by time, forming a natural bowl. And nestled within that bowl, radiating a soft, steady light that illuminated the entire clearing, was the source of the ember's pull. It was a creature woven from living flame. No taller than Finn's forearm, its form was fluid and graceful, like a dancer glimpsed through heat haze. Its body shimmered with shades of gold, soft orange, and deep crimson, constantly shifting and flowing. 2 points of brilliant white light, warm and intelligent, shone where eyes might be. It pulsed gently, radiating a profound, comforting heat that banished the forest chill. As Finn approached, holding the small ember out, the creature stirred. A soft crackling sound, like dry leaves gently burning, filled the air. The little ember in Finn's hand vibrated, then leaped, not falling, but floating through the air like a soap bubble, merging seamlessly into the creature's chest. The creature glowed brighter for a moment, its form solidifying slightly, and a wave of pure, gentle warmth washed over Finn. "Thank you, Walker of the Edge," a voice resonated, not in Finn's ears, but directly within his mind. It was the sound of logs settling in a hearth, of sparks dancing upwards, warm and ancient. "You have returned a piece of me that was lost to the cold winds. I am Imperfect." Finn stood frozen, awestruck. You speak, inside my head." The Imperfect's light pulsed, a gentle ripple of amusement. "Thought and warmth are kin, little one. Words are simply sparks given shape. You felt the call of my lost ember. Few beyond the roots of the world can hear such whispers." It shifted, flowing closer to the edge of the great stump. "You carry a quietness within you, Walker, a space where the forest's sigh can be heard." Finn found his voice, small in the vast quiet. "I'm Finn, I just followed the light. It felt warm." He hesitated. "Why was it lost? Why are you here?" The Imperfect's light dimmed slightly, the comforting warmth ebbing just a fraction. "I am guardian of this hearthstone." It gestured with a flickering limb towards the massive stump. "A place where the deep earth's warmth meets the forest's breath. But the great chill comes earlier, bites deeper. The roots grow colder. The sustaining warmth weakens. A gust fiercer than any before tore that piece of me away. Without it, I cannot hold the balance." The hearthstone cools as it spoke. Finn noticed the light within the hollow stump wasn't as steady as before. It flickered occasionally, like a candle in a draught, and the circle of warmth it cast seemed smaller, less potent. The sweet scent of juniper was tinged with the faint, cold smell of damp stone. A pang of understanding struck Finn. The fading warmth. The struggle to hold on. It echoed his own quiet loneliness. "But your fire, can't you just burn brighter?" The Imperfect's form shimmered, a soft sigh echoing in Finn's mind. "Fire needs fuel, little Finn, not just wood but connection, belief, the shared warmth of life. The forest forgets. The deep roots sleep too soundly. The creatures huddle alone against the cold, forgetting the old ways, the shared hearth. My strength wanes with their fading memory." Finn looked around the clearing. In the Imperfect's wavering light, he saw frost creeping further onto the moss, saw the stillness of the air, heavy and cold. What can be done? The heart fire must be rekindled, the Imperfect pulsed. Not just mine, but the memory of warmth within the forest itself. The source lies deep at the wellspring of roots, where the earth's first heat still sleeps. But the paths are forgotten, grown cold and treacherous, and I am bound to this stone. I grow dim. Finn felt the warmth of the little ember that had merged back, still a faint echo in his palm. He thought of the village, preparing for the frost festival, celebrating warmth together. He thought of his own quiet ache. "I could go," he said, the words surprising even him. "I could find this wellspring. I'm good at finding things, quiet things." He remembered the badger, the deer, the hidden paths the ember had shown him. The Imperfect's light flared, a surge of warmth washing over Finn. "You offer this, Walker. The journey is long. The old wood holds mysteries and shadows. The cold bites deep where the wellspring sleeps." Finn met the creature's brilliant gaze. The loneliness in his chest wasn't gone, but it was changing, warming into something else purpose. "You helped me feel less alone," he said simply. "Even just your little ember did that. Maybe I can help you feel warm again too." He looked at the flickering light in the hearthstone. "The forest needs you." A profound silence fell, filled only by the soft crackle of the Imperfect's form and the distant sigh of the wind in the pines. Then a warmth, deeper and more grateful than any before, emanated from the creature. Then a bond is forged, Finn, finder of lost warmth, a tiny tendril of flame, no bigger than a candle's wick, detached from the Imperfect's core. It floated towards Finn, not hot, but radiating a gentle, steady heat. "Take this spark, it will light your way, ward off the deepest chill, and guide you towards the heart's heat. Remember the warmth you carry within. It is your true compass." Finn carefully cupped the spark. It nestled against his palm, humming softly, a miniature echo of the Imberkin's presence. Its light was small but unwavering, pushing back the encroaching shadows of the clearing. He felt a connection, thin but strong, stretching back to the guardian at the hearthstone. He took a deep breath, the scent of pine and cold earth now mixed with the faint, comforting smell of wood smoke from the spark. Which way? The Imberkin's form flowed, pointing a shimmering limb deeper into the forest, towards where the land began to slope downwards into even deeper shadow. Follow the sigh of the stones, listen for the water that runs warm beneath the frost, trust the spark and trust the quiet knowing that led you here. With a final look at the Imberkin, its light flickering bravely in the cooling hearthstone, Finn turned. Holding the spark aloft like a tiny lantern, he stepped beyond the clearing, leaving the circle of fading warmth and venturing into the deeper, colder embrace of the old wood. The spark's light painted a small, golden path before him, illuminating frost ferns on fallen logs and the watchful eyes of owls high above. The journey had truly begun. The descent was slow and careful. The path the Imberkin had indicated wasn't a path at all, but a way through thickets of holly that scraped against his coat with a sound like dry whispers, across ravines spanned by fallen giants of trees, their bark rough and icy under his hands, and down slopes where frost-slicked roots threatened to send him tumbling. The spark's warmth was a constant comfort against the deepening cold that seeped through his clothes, a cold that felt ancient and heavy, pressing in from the shadowed earth. The air grew stiller, damper, smelling less of pine and more of deep, cold stone and undisturbed loam. The usual forest sounds faded, replaced by an immense, watchful silence broken only by the drip of icy water somewhere in the dark and the soft, steady hum of the spark in his hand. He walked for hours, guided by the spark's unwavering glow and the subtle pull in his chest, that quiet knowing the Imberkin had spoken of. He learned to read the forest in the spark's light, the way frost patterns thickened where the cold was deepest, the faint mist that curled from cracks in the earth where hidden warmth might linger. He paused by a cluster of frozen berries, their red stark against the white, and the spark pulsed gently, its light reflecting off the ice like tiny scattered rubies. His first true test came as dusk began to settle permanently beneath the ancient trees. He reached a wide, fast-flowing stream, black water churning over smooth, dark stones, its surface crusted with brittle ice at the edges. Mist rose from its surface, cold and clinging. The spark's light reflected on the rushing water, showing no easy crossing. The opposite bank was steep and slick. Finn shivered, the cold gnawing at him despite the spark's warmth. Panic fluttered in his chest. How could he cross this? As he stood pondering, a soft, chittering sound came from the bank beside him. He lowered the spark, its light revealing a small, sleek creature with dark, intelligent eyes and fur the color of wet slate. An otter. It regarded him curiously, tilting its head, then slipped silently into the icy water, vanishing beneath the dark surface. Finn watched, feeling a pang of despair. Then a moment later the otter resurfaced further upstream, near a tangle of half-submerged roots that formed a natural, if precarious, bridge across the narrowest point of the stream. It chittered again, looking directly at Finn, then dove once more. Finn understood. Holding the spark carefully, he scrambled over the slippery rocks towards the roots. They were slick and uneven, but strong. Taking a deep breath, he began to cross, using his free hand to grip the cold, wet wood. The water roared below, sending sprays of icy mist onto his face. Halfway across, his foot slipped. He cried out, scrabbling for purchase, the spark held high. Just as he felt himself falling, something nudged his leg firmly from beneath the water. The otter. It braced him, giving him the precious second he needed to regain his balance. Heart pounding, Finn scrambled the rest of the way to the far bank. He turned, breathing heavily, steam puffing from his mouth in the cold air. The otter popped its head up, gave one final, soft chitter, and vanished downstream. "Thank you," Finn whispered into the gloom, his voice small but sincere. The spark pulsed warmly in his hand, as if acknowledging the otter's help. He felt a flicker of something new, not just gratitude, but a sense of belonging within the forest's intricate web. He wasn't entirely alone. The land sloped ever downwards. The trees grew taller, their trunks massive and twisted, draped in curtains of gray-green lichen that glowed faintly in the spark's light like ghostly lace. The air grew thick with the smell of minerals and deep earth. The cold intensified, a dry, penetrating cold that seeped into his bones despite the spark's valiant efforts. Frost coated everything in thick, feathery crystals that sparkled like diamonds in the tiny lantern's glow. Finn's breath plumed white, and his steps became slower, heavier. Doubt began to creep in, cold and insidious. What was he doing? A boy lost in the deepest woods, chasing a fire sprite's dream. The wellspring seemed like a myth. The quiet ache of loneliness threatened to return, colder than the air around him. He stumbled into a small, icy hollow, ringed by sheer walls of frozen rock. Exhaustion washed over him. He sank down onto a frost-covered boulder, pulling his knees to his chest, holding the spark close. Its light seemed dimmer now, struggling against the oppressive, ancient cold of this deep place. The silence was absolute, heavy, suffocating. He felt very small, very lost. A tear, hot against his frozen cheek, traced a path downwards. Was the Imperfect fading away even now, alone at the hearthstone? Had he failed before he'd even truly begun? Remember the warmth you carry within. The Imperfect's words echoed softly in his memory. Finn closed his eyes, shutting out the oppressive gloom. He focused not on the biting cold, but on the small, steady warmth of the spark against his palm. He thought of the otter's helpful nudge, its sleek head popping up in the black water. He thought of the badger's curious glance, the deer's watchful eyes. He thought of the Imperfect's profound gratitude, its light flaring when he offered to help. He thought of the village, yes, even the village, the smell of baking bread, the sound of laughter during the frost festival preparations, the warm glow of hearths seen through windows. He didn't quite fit there, but the warmth was real. It existed. It was part of him, too. He focused on that feeling, not the absence of belonging, but the presence of connection, however small. The warmth of kindness offered, of purpose accepted. He poured that feeling, that memory of warmth, into the spark cupped in his hands. He imagined it feeding the tiny flame, strengthening it with his own quiet courage. A soft gasp escaped him. The spark flared. Not violently, but significantly. Its light, which had been dwindling to a faint amber glimmer, suddenly brightened, pushing back the shadows of the hollow. Its warmth intensified, a wave of comforting heat washing over him, banishing the chill that had settled in his core. The hum grew stronger, clearer, a resonant chime in the silence. And as the light grew, it illuminated something on the far wall of the hollow he hadn't seen before, a narrow fissure in the rock, barely wider than his shoulders. From within that fissure drifted the faintest whisper of air, warm air. And beneath the roar of his own pulse in his ears, he heard it, the sigh of stones the Imperfect had spoken of, a low, deep, resonant hum coming from the earth itself, and the faint, musical trickle of flowing water. Not icy water, but water carrying the promise of warmth. Hope, warm and bright, surged through Finn, stronger than the spark's renewed glow. He scrambled to his feet, renewed energy coursing through him. The path wasn't gone, it was hidden. He had found it not just with his eyes, but with the warmth inside him. He approached the fissure. The warm air flowing from it smelled different, like wet stone, yes, but also like minerals and something ancient and comforting, like sun-warmed rock from a deep place. The spark pulsed eagerly in his hand, its light streaming into the dark crack. Taking a deep breath of the surprisingly warm air, Finn squeezed into the fissure. The rock was cold and smooth against his back and chest, but the air flowing past him was blessedly warm. He edged forward, the spark held before him, illuminating damp, glistening walls that narrowed and then widened. The sigh of the stones grew louder, a deep, resonant vibration he could feel in his bones, mingling with the growing sound of trickling water. The air grew warmer, damper, smelling strongly now of minerals and heat. After a tense, cramped journey, the fissure opened abruptly. Finn stepped out into a cavern. His breath caught. The wellspring of roots was not a roaring fire, but a place of profound, deep earth warmth. The cavern was vast, its ceiling lost in darkness beyond the reach of the spark's light. The walls and floor were smooth, dark stone, glistening with moisture. In the center bubbled a pool, not of water, but of thick, viscous liquid that glowed with a soft, internal light, molten earth, perhaps, or some primordial spring. It shimmered with hues of deep gold, burnt orange, and rich crimson, casting shifting, warm reflections on the cavern walls. Steam rose gently from its surface, curling in the still air, carrying the scent of hot stone and ancient minerals. This was the source, the deep heart fire the Imperfect needed. But the warmth here felt dormant, sleeping, like a banked fire waiting for a breath. The pool bubbled sluggishly. The light it cast was gentle, but not vibrant. The cavern, while warm compared to the frozen hollow outside, held a stillness, a sense of waiting. Finn approached the edge of the pool cautiously. The heat radiating from it was intense but not scorching. It was the deep, penetrating warmth of a healing stone. He looked at the spark in his hand. The Imperfect's instructions echoed, rekindle the heart fire. Rekindle the memory of warmth. He understood. It wasn't just about bringing the spark here, it was about awakening the connection. He needed to share the warmth. He carried the warmth of the Imperfect's hope, the otter's kindness, his own quiet courage, and the memory of all warmth he had ever known. He knelt by the glowing pool, the heat warming his face. He cupped the spark carefully, feeling its eager pulse against his skin. Closing his eyes, he didn't just think of warmth, he felt it. He felt the comforting heat of the spark. He felt the profound gratitude of the Imperfect. He felt the sturdy helpfulness of the otter. He felt the watchful presence of the forest creatures. He felt the cozy glow of Hearthwood's hearths, the laughter of children, the smell of baking bread. He felt his own determination, the quiet strength that had brought him here. He gathered all these feelings, all these sparks of connection and kindness, into his heart, a glowing constellation of warmth. Then, gently, reverently, he lowered his hands towards the shimmering surface of the wellspring. He didn't plunge the spark in, he let it hover just above the glowing pool. He poured all that gathered warmth, all that feeling, down through his arms, through his hands, and into the spark. He offered it not as a demand, but as a gift, a reminder. The spark flared brilliantly, its light dazzling in the cavern, painting the steam gold. Its hum rose to a clear, resonant chime that echoed off the stone walls. Then it detached from Finn's hands. It floated down, a tiny, brilliant star, and touched the surface of the wellspring. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then a ripple spread out from where the spark touched, a circle of brighter, more vibrant gold. The sluggish bubbles in the pool became more vigorous. The molten light within surged, glowing brighter, hotter. The deep, resonant sigh of the stones intensified, becoming a powerful, welcoming hum that vibrated through the entire cavern, shaking loose tiny crystals of mineral that sparkled like falling stars in the renewed light. Steam billowed more thickly, carrying the intensified scent of hot stone and life. The warmth radiating from the pool deepened, becoming a palpable, enveloping embrace that chased away the last vestiges of cold from Finn's body. The wellspring wasn't just awake, it was alive, pulsing with renewed, vibrant energy. Finn watched, awestruck, tears of relief and wonder warming his cheeks. He had done it. He had rekindled the heart fire. The connection was restored. The journey back felt lighter, guided by the now unwavering warmth resonating from the earth itself. The spark, its task complete, remained a warm, comforting presence in his hand, its light steady and strong. The path seemed clearer, the cold less biting. He emerged from the deep fissure into the frozen hollow to find the frost receding, the air already less frigid. As he retraced his steps upwards through the old wood, he saw subtle changes. Frost melting faster from leaves, small creatures venturing out more boldly, their eyes reflecting the spark's light with less wariness. The sigh of the stones, the deep hum, followed him, a constant, warm vibration underfoot. He reached the hidden clearing, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky above the thinning canopy. The hearthstone pulsed with light. Not the flickering, struggling light he had left, but a steady, radiant, golden glow that filled the entire clearing, banishing the shadows and radiating profound warmth. The Imperfect stood tall and bright within the hollow stump, its form vibrant, shimmering with powerful, joyful energy. Its light spilled out, painting the surrounding trees in hues of gold and amber, making the frost on their branches glitter like scattered jewels. Finn, the voice resonated in his mind, rich with warmth and overwhelming gratitude. You found the heart fire, you rekindled the memory, the warmth flows strong again. The Imperfect flowed towards the edge of the stump as Finn approached, its light bathing him in pure, comforting heat. The forest remembers, the roots drink deep, the great chill will not claim us. Finn held up the spark. It showed me the way, and I remembered. He smiled, a true warm smile that chased away the last shadows of loneliness. I remembered the warmth. You carried it within you, little guardian, the Imperfect pulsed. You shared it, that is the truest fire, it extended a shimmering limb. The spark has served its purpose. Let it return to the whole, carrying the echo of your journey. Finn nodded. He opened his hand. The spark floated up, glowing brilliantly, and merged back into the Imperfect's radiant core. A wave of even greater warmth washed over Finn, carrying with it a profound sense of peace and accomplishment. He felt a gentle tug in his chest, a silent farewell. The Imperfect needed to tend the renewed hearthstone, to spread the rekindled warmth through the slumbering forest roots. Go, Finn, finder of warmth, the Imperfect's voice was soft, like embers settling. Carry this feeling with you, the village awaits its frost festival. Go and share the true warmth you have found not just in hearths, but in connection, in quiet courage, in remembering. Finn looked back towards the village. Through the trees, he could see the warm, welcoming pinpricks of light from Hearthwood's windows. The pull towards home was strong now, but different. He didn't feel like the puzzle piece that didn't fit anymore. He felt like a bridge. He turned back to the Imperfect, bathed in its golden light. Will I ever see you again? The Imperfect's light pulsed gently, affectionately. Look to the hearth fire, Finn, see the dance of the flames, that is the forest breathing. Feel its warmth, that is the heart fire shared. I am in every spark, in every comforting glow. And you carry the memory of the deep warmth within you now. You will always find me there. With a final, grateful nod, Finn turned and walked back through the trees, towards the village lights. He carried no physical ember, but his heart felt full, glowing with a quiet, steady warmth that radiated outwards. The loneliness was gone, replaced by a profound sense of belonging not just to the village, but to the whispering forest, to the ancient stones, to the intricate web of life he had touched and been touched by. He slipped back into Hearthwood just as the Frost Festival was beginning in earnest. The village square was alive with light and laughter. Lanterns hung from poles, casting pools of warm yellow light on the snow-dusted ground. A great bonfire crackled merrily in the center, its flames leaping towards the starry sky, filling the air with the sweet scent of burning pine. People laughed, talked, shared spiced cider and warm pastries. Music fiddles and pipes wove a cheerful tune through the crisp night air. Finn stood at the edge of the square for a moment, watching. He saw the baker laughing with the woodcarver, children chasing each other with sparklers painting trails of light, elders smiling by the fire. He saw the warmth not just from the flames, but in the connections, the shared joy, the simple act of being together against the winter's chill. It was the same warmth he had carried to the wellspring, the same warmth the forest now remembered. He walked towards the bonfire. As he drew near, a girl he sometimes sat beside in lessons, usually quiet like him, turned and saw him. Her eyes widened slightly, then she smiled, a warm, genuine smile. "Finn, you're back. We wondered where you'd gone. Come have some cider, it's hot." He held out a steaming mug. Finn took it, the warmth of the ceramic seeping into his hands. He looked into the mug, seeing the firelight reflected in the dark liquid. He looked up at the girl, then at the roaring bonfire, its flames dancing with wild, joyful energy. In their flickering shapes he saw the flowing form of the Imperfect, the pulse of the wellspring, the watchful eyes of the forest creatures. He felt the deep, steady hum of the earth's warmth resonating within him. He smiled back, a smile that held the quiet wisdom of the deep woods and the simple joy of coming home. "Thank you," he said, his voice clear and warm. He raised the mug slightly towards the fire. "It feels just right." He took a sip, the hot, spiced cider warming him from the inside out, mingling with the profound, peaceful warmth glowing steadily in his heart. He settled onto a log near the fire, the crackling flames painting patterns on his face, the laughter and music wrapping around him like a cozy blanket. The Frost Festival wasn't just about the cold outside, it was a celebration of the warmth within and between them all. Finn closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the heat of the bonfire on his skin, listening to its cheerful crackle, the murmur of voices, the distant sigh of the wind through the pines, the forest breathing. He felt the deep, quiet hum of the earth beneath his feet, the echo of the wellspring's song. He was home. He was warm. And as the firelight danced and the stars shone cold and bright above, Finn, the boy who found lost warmth, finally let the peaceful rhythm of the flames and the forest sigh lull him towards a deep, contented sleep, right there by the crackling hearth of his village, under the watchful gaze of a million stars, dreaming of golden light and ancient, comforting warmth. The journey was done. The warmth was found. And all was well. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Clara, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. Ah, Finn, she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears. That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Alara sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs. Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. Pixie tracks, breathed Alara. But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them. Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain," forgotten Alara knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn, feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village shared warmth above made it feel left out. The solution came not through spells, but empathy. Every heart needs to belong," said Alara. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Alara by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. "The greatest magic," she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, "is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen." Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. The first frost of autumn painted silver cobwebs across the whispering woods that morning, and Leela felt its crisp breath kiss her cheeks as she slipped away from the bustling village of Oakhaven. Down in the valley, chimneys puffed cheerful smoke, and the clang of the blacksmith's hammer rang like a bell, but Leela craved the quiet symphony of the woods. Here, beneath the ancient, gnarled oaks draped in cloaks of russet and gold, the world felt hushed and full of secrets. She was a quiet child, often overlooked amidst her boisterous siblings, finding solace not in chatter, but in the rustle of leaves, the gurgle of the hidden stream, and the intricate patterns of moss on stones. Her worn boots crunched softly on the frosted path as she ventured deeper than usual, drawn by a flicker of light, a glint of impossible gold that seemed to dance just beyond the next bend. It vanished when she blinked. Curiosity, a warm ember in her chest, urged her forward. She pushed aside a curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves stiff with cold, and gasped. The path hadn't ended, it had transformed. Before her stretched a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight, untouched by frost. Luminescent mushrooms like scattered sapphires and emeralds carpeted the soft earth, casting an ethereal glow. Flowers the size of teacups bloomed in impossible hues of violet and silver, their petals shimmering as if dusted with starlight. The air hummed with a soft, musical warmth, smelling of honey and damp earth. In the very center of this secret sanctuary, resting on a moss-covered stone that pulsed faintly, lay a locket. It was unlike anything Leela had ever seen. Crafted from a pearlescent shell that shimmered with internal light, it was shaped like a spiraling nautilus. Its surface was etched with impossibly fine patterns resembling constellations and unfurling ferns. As Leela drew closer, her breath catching, the locket seemed to welcome her. A gentle warmth radiated from it, brushing against her fingertips as she hesitantly picked it up. It felt alive, humming softly against her palm. With trembling fingers, she found a tiny clasp and opened it. Inside, nestled on a bed of softest moss, lay a single, perfect dewdrop that glowed with captured moonlight. As she watched, mesmerized, the dewdrop shimmered, and within its liquid heart she saw a reflection not of her face, but of the glade itself, teeming with tiny, darting lights she hadn't noticed before. A soft gasp escaped her, not her own. Leela whirled around. Perched on a glowing mushroom cap was a creature barely taller than her hand. It had delicate, translucent wings like dragonfly gossamer, shimmering with iridescent greens and blues. Its skin was the color of polished walnut, and large, luminous eyes, the shade of deep forest pools, regarded her with startled curiosity. It wore a tunic woven from spun cobwebs and dried petals. Behind it, peeking from behind flower stems and under mushroom caps, were dozens more, tiny beings with wings of butterfly silk, bark-like skin, or mossy hair. Their collective presence filled the air with a soft, chiming whisper. You can see us," the little creature on the mushroom asked, its voice like the tinkling of tiny bells mixed with the rustle of leaves. I think so," Leela breathed, clutching the locket tighter. Its warmth spread up her arm, a comforting anchor in the overwhelming wonder. "Are you spirits?" "We are the Glimmer Folk," the creature announced, puffing out its tiny chest. "Guardians of the Whispering Glade, I am Tobin." It fluttered closer, landing lightly on the stone beside her. Its large eyes fixed on the locket. "And you hold the heart's echo, it chose you." "The heart's echo," Leela whispered, looking down at the glowing dewdrop. "Our world, the Veiled Vale, lies hidden within these woods," Tobin explained, gesturing with a tiny hand towards the shimmering air around them. "It is sustained by the great heart tree, ancient and wise. The heart's echo is a shard of its purest magic, a key and a beacon. It only reveals itself and us to one whose own heart resonates with the quiet magic of the deep woods, one who listens." Leela thought of her hours spent sitting silently by the village stream, watching water striders or tracing the veins of fallen leaves. She thought of the feeling of being unseen, unheard. Why me? Tobin's luminous eyes softened. "Because you see, Leela, you see the patterns in the bark, the dance of the dust motes in sunlight. The heart tree feels its strength waning. The veiled veil grows dimmer. The echo called out for a keeper, a bridge between our hidden world and yours, to help us before the veil fades entirely." A shiver ran through Leila, not of cold, but of profound awe and a sudden, heavy responsibility. "Fades, how? What can I do?" "The heart tree is weakening," Tobin said, his tiny voice grave. A shadow creeps into its roots, a sickness born of forgetting. The world outside grows louder, busier, drowning out the ancient songs that nourish it. To heal it, we need 3 rare essences, scattered deep within the veiled veil, places even we glimmer folk find perilous to reach alone. The tears of the moon petal, found only in the cave of whispering shadows. The song of the crystal falls, captured at the peak of the singing mountain. And the ember of the forgotten hearth, guarded in the ruins of the stone giants. He fluttered his wings nervously. We need a keeper to bear the echo and guide the gathering. Will you help us, Leela? Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at Leela. Perilous places, shadowy caves, singing mountains. She was just a quiet girl from Oak Haven. But as she looked at Tobin's hopeful, worried face, and then down at the heart's echo pulsing gently in her hand, she felt the locket's warmth seep into her bones, filling her with a quiet courage she hadn't known she possessed. It felt like the approval of the ancient trees themselves. She thought of the fading magic, the silent glimmer folk depending on her. Yes, she whispered, her voice gaining strength. I will help. A collective sigh, like a breeze through reeds, swept through the gathered glimmer folk. Tobin beamed, a tiny sunburst of relief. Then the journey begins, the veiled veil awaits. With the heart's echo clasped firmly around her neck, nestled warmly against her skin, Leela stepped forward as Tobin gestured towards a seemingly solid wall of giant, glowing ferns. As she neared, holding the locket forward, the ferns shimmered and parted like a curtain of liquid light. Beyond was not the familiar woods, but the entrance to the veiled veil. The air changed instantly. It was warmer, thicker, saturated with the scent of 1,000 unknown blossoms and rich, loamy earth. The light was soft and dappled, filtering through leaves the size of wagon wheels that glowed with internal veins of gold and silver. Trees soared impossibly high, their trunks wide as houses, draped in cascades of luminous vines. Strange, beautiful creatures flitted through the air, birds with feathers like stained glass, insects carrying tiny lanterns on their backs. Beneath her feet, the moss felt springy and alive. It was breathtaking, a world woven from pure, ancient magic. Tobin guided her along a path of softly glowing stones. First we seek the tears of the moon petal. The cave of whispering shadows lies near the root tangles of the western elderwood. But be wary, keeper, the shadow's there. Listen. The journey through the veil was wondrous and strange. They passed meadows where flowers chimed softly in an unfelt breeze, crossed streams on bridges woven from living willow, and saw glimmerfolk villages built high in the branches, sparkling like constellations. Leela marveled, the echo humming contentedly against her chest, amplifying the beauty. Yet as they neared the western elderwood, the atmosphere shifted. The light dimmed. The vibrant greens deepened into murky olives and grays. The cheerful sounds of the vale faded, replaced by an oppressive silence broken only by the drip of unseen water and the low groan of ancient wood. The entrance to the cave was a jagged maw in the base of a colossal, gnarled tree, its roots twisting like petrified serpents. An unnatural chill emanated from within. Tobin shivered, landing on Leela's shoulder. The moon petal blooms deep inside, where the shadows are thickest. Its tears are pure starlight, but the shadows, they feed on fear and doubt, they whisper. He nestled closer. The echo will protect you, but you must guard your thoughts. Think only of light, of courage. Taking a deep breath, the warm pulse of the locket a steady anchor, Leela stepped into the darkness. The cave swallowed them whole. The air was cold and damp, smelling of wet stone and something older, mustier. Bioluminescent fungi provided faint, eerie patches of blue and green light, revealing slick walls and hanging stalactites that dripped icy water. And then the whispers began. Not loud but insidious, slithering into her mind like cold smoke. Little girl lost alone, too small, too quiet, who would miss you? The voices hissed, echoing her deepest insecurities. The glimmerfolk will fail, the veil will fade, because of you, weak, useless. Fear threatened to choke her. Images flashed her siblings laughing without her, the village bustling on, oblivious to her absence, the heart tree crumbling into dust. Her steps faltered. The darkness seemed to press closer, colder. Tobin trembled on her shoulder. No. Leela whispered fiercely, clutching the heart's echo. Its warmth flared, a small sun against her chest. She focused on its light, pouring her thoughts into it. She thought of Tobin's trusting eyes, of the glimmerfolk's hopeful chimes, of the vibrant beauty of the veil she had seen. She thought of the quiet strength she felt when listening to the woods. I am not useless, she thought back at the shadows. I see. I listen. I am the keeper. The echo pulsed brighter, pushing back the chill. The whispers hissed and receded, frustrated. Deeper they went, guided by the echo's strengthening glow, until they found it. In a small chamber bathed in a shaft of faint, silvery light filtering from a crack high above, grew a single flower. Its petals were translucent white, shimmering with captured moonlight, and at its heart, 3 perfect dewdrops glistened like liquid diamonds, the tears. With reverence, Leela used a tiny vial Tobin provided, carefully collecting the precious tears. As she did, the moon petal seemed to sigh, a sound of pure relief. The oppressive atmosphere in the chamber lessened slightly. They had passed the first trial. Emerging from the cave felt like breaking the surface after a deep dive. Leela gulped the fresher air, the echo humming warmly, as if proud. Tobin fluttered excitedly. You did it, Keeper. You faced the shadows. His faith warmed her more than the locket. Their next destination was the Singing Mountain, a towering peak of pure, rose-quartz crystal that pierced the twilight sky of the Vale. Its slopes were treacherous, jagged crystal formations, catching the light and scattering rainbows across the valley below. The song is not something you hold, Tobin explained as they began the arduous climb. It is a resonance, a pure note sung by the mountain itself at its peak, where the winds dance through crystal flutes. The echo must capture its essence. The climb was grueling. The crystal was slippery, sharp, and cold. Strange, whistling winds tugged at them, carrying snatches of discordant, unsettling melodies. Leela's hands grew raw, her breath came in gasps. Doubt whispered again, softer this time, fueled by exhaustion. Too high, too hard, you'll fall, but she remembered the moon petal, the shadows she'd faced. She focused on the warmth of the echo, on Tobin's constant, encouraging chatter beside her. He darted ahead, pointing out safer paths, his wings a blur of cheerful color against the stark crystal. His unwavering companionship became a lifeline. Near the summit, the wind became a roaring symphony, rushing through natural crystal arches and hollows, creating complex, shifting harmonies. It was beautiful but overwhelming, a physical force that threatened to pluck them from the mountain. The peak was a small plateau of smooth, resonant crystal. Layla stood, buffeted by the gale, Tobin clinging to her cloak. This was where the pure song was born. Holding the heart's echo aloft, Leela closed her eyes. She didn't try to fight the wind, instead she listened. She filtered out the roar, seeking the core melody, the single, pure note that underpinned the symphony, the true song of the Crystal Falls. It was like finding a single, clear voice in a roaring crowd. The echo began to vibrate in her hand, humming in perfect resonance with that pure note. Light streamed from the locket, weaving around the captured sound, drawing it in. The dewdrop inside pulsed with a new, vibrant light, now holding the essence of the song. They had succeeded, their bond strengthened by the shared struggle. The final quest led them to the ruins of the stone giants. It was a desolate place on the edge of the vale, where colossal, moss-covered statues of ancient beings lay toppled and broken, half swallowed by the encroaching forest. A deep silence hung heavy here, a silence of forgotten ages. At the center of the ruins stood a crumbling stone archway, within which flickered a single, stubborn ember of deep red fire, the ember of the forgotten hearth. The hearth fire was the heart of the giant's long-lost home, Tobin murmured, his voice hushed with reverence. Its ember holds the warmth of memory, of stories untold, but it is guarded by the sentinel spirits of stone bound to protect it. As they approached the archway, the ground trembled. From the rubble around them, figures began to coalesce. They were humanoid shapes formed from shifting stone and moss, their eyes glowing with dull, amber light. They moved with grinding slowness but immense power, blocking the path to the ember. They didn't attack, merely stood, impassive and immovable walls. The sentinels test worthiness, Tobin said. They require proof that the seeker understands the value of memory, of the past. Words are stone to them, they need to feel it. Leela looked at the stoic stone figures, then at the fragile, enduring ember. She thought of the heart tree, ancient and fading. She thought of the whispering woods she loved, full of stories in every ring of bark. She thought of her own quietness, her habit of observing, of remembering the small things others overlooked. The echo warmed against her chest, resonating with her understanding. She didn't speak. Instead, she knelt on the cold stone before the nearest sentinel. She placed her hand, warm from the echo's glow, gently on its moss-covered leg. Closing her eyes, she poured her feelings into the touch. She sent images of the heart tree's majestic branches, the Glimmerfolk's sparkling villages, the vibrant life of the vale. She sent the sorrow of its fading, the hope for its renewal. She sent her own memories, the quiet joy of discovering a bird's nest, the comforting smell of leaf mold, the sound of the village stream. She sent gratitude for the ancient giants, whose forgotten hearth still held warmth. She sent a promise, to remember, to cherish. A deep, resonant hum vibrated through the stone beneath her hand, traveling up her arm. The sentinel's amber eyes flickered, then softened. It slowly, ponderously, stepped aside. One by one, the other sentinels did the same, creating a path to the archway. The grinding sound ceased, replaced by a low, approving rumble that seemed to come from the earth itself. With reverence, Layla approached the ember. Using a small, heat-resistant crucible Tobin provided, she carefully scooped the glowing fragment. It pulsed with a gentle, ancient heat. As she placed it within the crucible, the heart's echo flared brilliantly, drawing the ember's essence into its glowing dewdrop, which now shimmered with captured moonlight, resonant song, and ancient fire. They had all three essences. Hope, bright and fierce, surged through Layla and Tobin as they raced back towards the whispering glade, the gateway to the heart tree. The journey back felt faster, the veil seeming to brighten in anticipation. But as they burst into the hidden glade, their elation turned to ash. The once vibrant sanctuary was dim. The luminous mushrooms were fading, their light guttering. The starry flowers drooped, their colors muted. The air hung heavy and silent, the musical hum gone. At the center, the moss-covered stone pulsed erratically, weakly. And the heart tree, visible now through the shimmering veil as they approached the gateway, was a sight of profound sorrow. Its immense trunk, once glowing with vibrant life, was dull and gray. Great cracks marred its bark, leaking a thin, dark vapor, the shadow sickness. Its mighty branches sagged, leaves falling like silent tears. The Glimmerfolk gathered at its base were hushed, their lights dimmed, their faces etched with despair. "The shadow, it deepens faster than we feared," Tobin whispered, his voice thick with grief. Leela clutched the heart's echo, the three captured essences swirling powerfully within its core. "We have the cure, how do we use it?" "The essences must be poured onto the heartstone." Tobin pointed to the large, flat stone embedded at the very base of the giant tree's trunk. It was the color of dried blood and pulsed faintly, weakly. "But the shadow, it clings fiercely. Pouring the essences requires pure intent, unwavering belief, and the shadow, it will try to stop you, it will show you despair. Leela approached the heartstone. The air grew colder with each step. The dark vapor swirling around the tree seemed to thicken, coiling towards her. As she raised the open locket above the stone, the shadows struck not physically, but mentally. Visions flooded her mind, vivid and crushing. She saw Oakhaven, but empty and silent, covered in gray dust. The whispering woods were dead, skeletal trees clawing at a leaden sky. The veiled vale was gone, replaced by barren rock. The Glimmerfolk were faded ghosts, dissolving into mist. Tobin lay still, his wings broken, his light extinguished. A voice colder than the cave's shadows hissed, "Foolish child, your efforts are dust. All is already lost. Everything fades. Your quietness, meaningless. Your courage, a spark easily snuffed. Give up. Let the silence take you." The despair was suffocating, a physical weight pressing down. It whispered the truth of her deepest fears, that she was insignificant, that her actions didn't matter, that darkness always won. The locket trembled in her hand. The swirling essences within flickered. Her arm felt leaden, impossible to move. To pour the cure felt futile against such overwhelming, inevitable decay. Tears welled in her eyes, blurring the dying tree. Give up. But then, through the crushing despair, she felt it. A tiny, persistent warmth against her chest. The heart's echo. It pulsed, faint but stubborn. It wasn't just a tool, it was a mirror. It reflected her quiet strength, her ability to see wonder, her courage in facing the cave, the mountain, the stone giants. It resonated with the friendships forged, Tobin's unwavering trust, the Glimmerfolk's quiet hope. It echoed the beauty she had witnessed, the moon petal's tears, the crystal mountain's song, the ancient embers' enduring warmth. The shadows showed her endings. The echo reminded her of beginnings found in quiet moments, in courage mustered, in bonds formed. It reminded her that she was the keeper, chosen not for loudness, but for depth. Her quietness wasn't weakness, it was the space where true listening, true seeing happened. Her courage wasn't the absence of fear, but action taken despite it. I choose light, she thought, pouring every ounce of her will into the locket. I choose hope. I choose to remember the beauty. I choose to fight for the quiet wonders. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure belief, she poured the swirling, radiant essences from the heart's echo onto the heartstone. A sound like 1,000 crystal bells ringing filled the glade. Pure, blinding light erupted from the stone, shooting up the heart tree's trunk in a wave of gold, silver, and crimson fire. It met the clinging shadow vapor head-on. There was a silent, titanic struggle, light against dark, hope against despair. The dark vapor hissed and recoiled, fighting back with visions of decay, but the combined power of the three essences, amplified by Leela's unwavering belief and the echo's resonance, was overwhelming. The light surged pure and triumphant, washing over every crack, every branch, every leaf. The transformation was breathtaking. Color flooded back into the heart tree's bark, richer and more vibrant than before, pulsing with golden light. New leaves, shimmering with emerald and silver, unfurled from the branches. The cracks sealed seamlessly. The dark vapor dissolved into nothingness, replaced by a warm, golden glow that radiated outwards, washing over the entire glade. The luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed sapphire and emerald fire. The starry flowers lifted their heads, petals shimmering brilliantly. The air filled again with the gentle, musical hum, louder and sweeter than ever. The Glimmerfolk erupted in a chorus of joyous chimes and fluttering dances, their lights blazing like tiny suns. The veiled vale pulsed back to life, brighter, more magical, more real than Leela had ever seen it. Tobin zipped around her head, laughing his bell-like laugh. "You did it, Keeper. You saved the heart. You saved the veil." He landed on her shoulder, radiating pure happiness. Layla stood, breathing in the revitalized air, the echo warm and content against her skin. She looked at the magnificent heart tree, now a beacon of life, and then at the celebrating glimmer folk. She hadn't just healed a tree, she had affirmed the power of quiet courage, the strength found in deep connection, and the vital importance of preserving the hidden wonders. She felt different, taller somehow, filled with a serene confidence that hadn't been there before. As twilight deepened in the world outside, Layla knew it was time to return. Standing once more in the hidden glade, the gateway shimmering, Tobin hovered before her. "You will always be our keeper, Layla," he said softly. "The veiled vale remembers its friends, and the whispering woods will always listen for you." He placed a tiny, perfectly formed acorn cap, glowing faintly, into her palm. A piece of the veil to remember. With a final, grateful look at the vibrant glade and the majestic heart tree visible beyond, Leela stepped back through the shimmering curtain of ferns. She emerged into the familiar whispering woods. It was night now. A full moon silvered the frost-kissed branches. The village lights twinkled distantly, but the woods felt different, richer, deeper. She could feel the vibrant life of the veiled vale humming just beneath the surface, a secret warmth in the cool air. The heart's echo rested warmly against her chest, its captured essences now a soft, steady glow within the dewdrop, a constant reminder of the hidden world and her place within it. Walking back towards Oakhaven, Leela didn't feel small or overlooked. She felt connected, vast. She paused, listening. The rustle of leaves sounded like glimmerfolk laughter. The gurgle of the stream echoed the song of the crystal falls. The scent of pine carried the ancient warmth of the ember. She held the glowing acorn cap tightly. She was still quiet, still observant. But now she knew the profound power in that quietness. She was the listener, the seer, the keeper of the echo. And as she stepped into the circle of firelight from her cottage window, the comforting smell of wood smoke welcoming her home, she carried the magic of the hidden world within her, a quiet ember of wonder and courage that would glow brightly for all her days. The woods whispered their secrets, and Layla, finally, knew she belonged to them. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading. Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. It started when the Shadowkin arrived, Pip murmured, pointing to inky smudges staining the tree trunks. They're not evil, just lost and terribly cold. Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light. Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze. Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. Friendship, Pip chirped through chattering teeth, is a good shield against the cold. One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. Your light's dimming too, Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold. Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the Shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed, not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The Shadowkin flinched, then stilled, as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. You see me, it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. I only wanted to be near something warm, Frost whispered. But my touch brings frost. Leo understood then, Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. I'm so tired of being cold. Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. Let's share our warmth. Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The Shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. You mended the glimmer, Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. Thank you for seeing me. Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember. Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The attic above young Ben's house smelled of dust and forgotten summers. Cobwebs draped like lace across beams thick with the memory of old trees, and sunlight, thick and golden as honey, streamed through the single round window, illuminating galaxies of swirling dust motes. Ben wasn't supposed to be up there, the ladder was rickety, his mother said, but the pull of hidden treasures was too strong. That's where he found the button box. It wasn't fancy. Just an old, slightly dented biscuit tin, its floral pattern faded. Inside, however, wasn't a jumble of ordinary buttons. These buttons shimmered. They weren't made of plastic or bone, but of smooth, cool river stones, polished wood, and something that looked suspiciously like solidified moonlight. Each one felt different beneath Ben's fingers, one warm as sun-baked earth, another cool and humming faintly, a third smooth and silent like deep water. Ben, a quiet boy who noticed things others missed, the way dandelion seeds caught the breeze, the precise pattern of frost on a window pane, felt a strange pull from a particular button. It was small, oval, carved from a piece of dark wood, and in its center was a tiny, perfect knot that seemed to swirl if you looked at it just right. He picked it up. Instantly a warmth spread through his palm, and a quiet, insistent tug pulled gently at his thoughts. It wasn't a sound, more like a feeling pointing out, beyond the attic window, towards the whispering woods at the edge of town. The woods lived up to their name. As Ben stepped under the ancient canopy, leaving the familiar cobblestone street behind, the sounds changed. The rustle of leaves wasn't just wind, it was soft sighs and murmured secrets. Sunlight dappled the mossy ground like scattered coins, and the air smelled richly of damp earth, pine resin, and something sweet and wild. The wooden button in his pocket pulsed warmly, its tug growing stronger, leading him off the worn path and deeper into the green embrace. He hadn't walked far when a voice, sharp but not unkind, piped up from a tangle of ferns. "Oi, watch where you're tromping, lad, nearly squashed my best nap spot." A plump, grumpy-looking badger with a distinctive white stripe across his snout glared up at him. This was Thistle. Ben apologized quickly. "I'm sorry, Mr. Badger, I was just following this feeling." He hesitantly showed Thistle the wooden button. Thistle sniffed it cautiously, his beady eyes widening. "HMPH knotwood, rare stuff. That's no ordinary trinket, boy, that's a finder's button. Points you to what needs finding, not what you think you want. Tricky business." Thistle's grumpiness seemed to soften with curiosity. "Well, since you've disturbed my nap, the least I can do is make sure you don't blunder into a snagglethorn patch. Nasty things, snagglethorns. Lead on, button boy, but mind the roots." Thistle proved invaluable. He knew every hidden animal trail, every patch of treacherous bog disguised as solid ground, and every berry bush worth stopping at for a quick snack, though he complained bitterly about the lack of earthworms. As they walked, the tug of the button led them steadily uphill, towards the rumored sleeping mountain. The path grew steeper, the air cooler. The gentle whispers of the woods gave way to the rush of water. Soon they reached the Silver Thread River, cascading over smooth rocks in a sparkling torrent. The button tugged insistently towards the other side. Ben looked worriedly at the rushing water. Thistle grumbled about wet fur. Then a giggle like tinkling bells echoed from a swirling eddy. A head crowned with water lilies and hair the color of river foam popped up. "Lost your way, landwalkers?" asked the river spirit, her eyes shifting like sunlight on water. Her name was Rill, and she was perpetually forgetful. "We need to cross, Lady Rill," Ben said politely, holding up the button. "The finder's button leads us across." Rill drifted closer, peering at the knotwood. "Ooh, shiny and warm. Makes me think of something important." Oh dear, what was it? She tapped her chin, sending ripples across the water. "Something lost, something cold," she sighed dramatically. "Crossing. Yes. Hop on the stepping stones, but only where the water laughs. Step on the grumpy stones and splash." She pointed to stones barely visible beneath the churning surface. "Listen." Ben took a deep breath. He closed his eyes, letting the roar of the river fill his ears. Thistle nudged him impatiently, but Ben focused. Beneath the main roar, he heard it faint, musical chuckles coming from certain rocks. He stepped onto the first chuckling stone. It felt firm. Step by careful step, listening intently to the water's hidden laughter, Ben crossed. Thistle followed, surprisingly nimble, muttering about soggy badgers and ridiculous spirits. Rill waved cheerfully, already forgetting them, humming a watery tune. On the other side, the slope grew even steeper, leading towards the mist-shrouded peak of the sleeping mountain. The air grew thin and crisp. The button's tug was strong now, almost vibrating in Ben's pocket. As they climbed above the tree line, the world opened up. Vast valleys spread below, painted in shades of green and purple shadow. But the path ahead vanished into a wall of shifting, gray mist. The mountain seemed to breathe, the mist swirling and thickening, obscuring any trail. Thistle sniffed the air. Mist maze, mountain's way of guarding its secrets. Get lost in there and you might wander forever, or step off a ledge you never saw coming. Nasty business. Ben felt a flutter of fear. How could they navigate this? He pulled out the finder's button. It glowed softly in his palm, the knot swirling faster, but the tug felt confused, pulled in several directions at once by the shifting mist. Force wouldn't work. Shouting wouldn't help. He remembered Rill's lesson listening. He sat down on a cool, smooth rock. "We need to be still," he said softly to Thistle. "We need to listen beyond the mountain's breath." Thistle, surprisingly, didn't argue. He curled up beside Ben, his warm bulk a comfort. Ben closed his eyes, tuning out the sigh of the wind in the mist. He listened deeper. He heard the faint, high chime of ice crystals forming. He heard the slow, patient grind of stone deep within the mountain. And then faint but clear, a melodic chirping, a familiar sound from home. A small, bright-eyed starling landed on a rock nearby, cocking its head. Lost, it chirped. The mountain's shy, doesn't like loud noises or rushing feet. "We need to find something," Ben whispered, holding the button low so the starling could see. "It's important. The button led us here." The starling hopped closer. "Finder's button points to what needs finding. Clever thing. The mountain it hides because it aches. Something is cold inside where it should be warm. Makes it grumpy, like old Thistle here before breakfast." The badger harumphed. "The path through the mist isn't a path you see," the starling continued. "It's a path you feel. Follow the warmth. The mountain hides the warmth it misses, deep in its heart." Ben understood. The button wasn't confused by the mist. It was reacting to the mountain's need. He closed his eyes again, the button warm in his hand. This time, instead of a tug, he sought a thread of warmth emanating from the mountain itself, a fragile pulse beneath the cold mist. He felt it, a faint, golden thread of warmth, like a hidden heartbeat, leading into the swirling gray. "Follow me," Ben said with newfound certainty. Follow the warmth. Step by careful step, Ben led the way, his hand outstretched, feeling for the subtle warmth radiating from the mountain's hidden heart. Thistle followed his footsteps precisely, and the starling flitted overhead, calling out encouragement. The mist swirled and billowed, sometimes thinning to reveal dizzying drops, sometimes thickening into an impenetrable wall, but the thread of warmth remained constant, an invisible guide. It led them not upwards towards the peak, but sideways along a narrow ledge, finally dipping down into a hidden crevice. Inside was a small cave, surprisingly dry and sheltered. And there, nestled in a bed of soft, glowing moss, lay the source of the warmth, not a treasure of gold or gems, but a large, perfectly smooth river stone. But this stone pulsed with a gentle internal light, radiating a soothing, deep warmth. It was beautiful, but it looked cold. Frost patterns etched its surface, and its light flickered weakly. This is it, Ben breathed. This is what needed finding. He remembered Rill's words, something lost, something cold. This was the mountain's heartstone, lost and growing cold. But how to warm it? They had no fire. Ben looked at the finder's button in his hand, still warm. He looked at Thistle, radiating his own cozy body heat. He looked at the starling, fluffing its feathers. Wisdom, not force. Friendship is warm, Ben said softly. He placed the wooden finder's button gently against the cold heartstone. Then he sat beside it, leaning close. Thistle, understanding without words, curled his warm, furry body around the stone on one side. The starling nestled into the moss on the other, spreading its wings like a tiny blanket. Together they sat in the quiet cave. Ben placed his hands gently on the stone, sharing his own warmth. They didn't speak, they simply were together, a circle of quiet companionship and shared heat. Slowly, slowly, the frost on the heartstone began to melt. The flickering light within grew steadier, brighter, bathing the cave in a soft, golden glow. The warmth radiating from it grew stronger, pulsing outwards like a gentle sigh of relief. Outside the cave, the mist began to thin, not vanishing entirely, but parting like a curtain, revealing clear, safe paths winding up and down the mountainside. The mountain itself seemed to sigh, a deep, contented rumble that vibrated gently through the rock beneath them. The air felt lighter, crisper, filled with the scent of sun-warmed stone and alpine flowers. Their job was done. The journey back was easier. The starling guided them down the now clear paths. Rill, remembering them just long enough, helped them cross the laughing stones again. Thistle grumbled good-naturedly all the way back to the edge of the whispering woods, though Ben noticed he walked a little taller. At the wood's edge, Thistle nudged Ben's hand. "Keep that button safe, button boy. It found more than a stone today." The badger disappeared into the ferns with a final grunt. Ben returned to the attic as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He placed the wooden finder's button back in the biscuit tin, its surface cool now, its task complete. But as he closed the lid, he noticed something. The other buttons seemed to shimmer just a little brighter, as if reflecting the warmth of the heartstone far away. He climbed down the ladder, the scent of dust replaced by the comforting aroma of soup from the kitchen below. He didn't tell his mother about the badger, the river spirit, the starling, or the mountain's heart. Some discoveries were treasures meant to be held quietly in the heart. But as he lay in bed that night, listening to the familiar creaks of the house, he felt different. He felt the quiet courage of the journey, the warmth of unexpected friendship, and the profound understanding that the greatest magic often lies not in seeking power, but in answering a call for warmth with an open heart and helping hands. The gentle thrum of the mountain's contentment miles away seemed to echo in his own peaceful heartbeat, a lullaby of wonder and quiet strength, carrying him into a deep and dreamless sleep. And the biscuit tin high in the shadowed attic held its secrets close, ready for the next whisper of need, the next quiet tug of discovery. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay, she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns, he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds, and Mrs. Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. You made me a story, she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. In a little cottage nestled at the edge of a great, whispering forest, where the chimney smoke curled into the sky like a lazy gray ribbon, there lived a young girl named Anya. The cottage was built of honey-colored stone and worn timber, and on cold evenings its windows glowed with the warm, buttery light of a well-tended hearth. It was on just such an evening, with a chill wind sighing through the pine needles, that our story begins. Anya was sitting by the fire, a thick woolen blanket wrapped around her shoulders. She was mending a small tear in her favorite sock, her needle moving in and out of the yarn in a rhythm as old and comforting as the crackle of the logs. Her grandfather dozed in his armchair opposite, his spectacles perched precariously on the end of his nose, a forgotten book open on his lap. The only sounds were the pop of the fire, the gentle snore from the chair, and the soft whisper of thread through cloth. But then a new sound joined the chorus. A faint, persistent tapping, like a tiny knuckle rapping on glass. It came from the window behind her. Anya set her mending aside and went to the pane, wiping away the fog her breath had created. Pressed against the cold glass was the most peculiar sight, a small, russet-colored fox. It wasn't trying to get in, nor did it look frightened. It simply sat there, its intelligent eyes fixed on hers, and it tapped the glass once more with a careful paw. Then it turned and trotted a few paces into the dark garden before looking back, as if waiting for her. A curious feeling, not of fear, but of quiet intrigue, settled over Anya. She pulled on her boots and her heaviest cloak, and slipped outside into the nipping air. The fox was still there, a darker shadow in the moonlight. When it saw her, it gave a soft, chuffing sound and began to lead the way, not deeper into the wild forest, but along a narrow, almost invisible path that skirted its very edge. The world was painted in shades of silver and blue. Frost crunched under her boots, and her breath plumed before her like a ghostly companion. The fox moved silently ahead, pausing every so often to ensure she followed. They walked for what felt like both a moment and an age, until the lights of the cottage were far behind them, and the only illumination came from the moon and the strange, ethereal glow of lichen on the ancient trees. Finally, the fox stopped before the gnarled, massive trunk of an ancient oak, its roots sprawling over the earth like the limbs of a slumbering giant. There, nestled within a hollow at its base, was a soft, pulsating light. It was a gentle, warm radiance, the color of a banked fire's heart, of a peach at the peak of ripeness. It pulsed slowly, in a rhythm that felt like a sleeping heartbeat. The fox nudged the object with its nose, and Anya knelt down. It was a stone, smooth and oval, but it was not cold. It was warm to the touch, and it glowed from within. As her fingers closed around it, the light within flared gently, and a wave of profound, peaceful warmth flowed up her arm and settled deep in her chest. It was a feeling of coming home, of a forgotten memory suddenly recalled. The fox looked at her, then at the stone, and then it turned and vanished into the shadows, its task seemingly complete. Anya stood there, holding the warm, glowing stone. She knew with a certainty that surprised her that she could not leave it. Cradling it in her hands, she made her way back to the cottage, the stone lighting her path with its gentle, ember-like glow. Her grandfather was awake when she returned, stirring the fire. He looked at the stone in her hands, and his old eyes widened not with surprise, but with a deep, knowing recognition. "Ah," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "The hearthstone, I wondered if it would find its way back." He told her then, as they sat by the fire, a story his own grandfather had told him. It was a tale of the Glimmerwood, the true name of the forest that bordered their home. It was a place not just of trees and animals, but of old, gentle magic that slept in the roots and stones. The hearthstone, he explained, was a piece of that magic. It did not belong to anyone. It was a guardian, a tiny sun whose warmth nurtured the hidden, slumbering heart of the forest. But it was also a traveler. Every generation or so, it would grow dim and cool, and it needed to be found by a kind heart and brought back to a true hearth, to be rekindled by the simple, steady warmth of a home's fire. "It has chosen you, little one," her grandfather said, his hand gentle on her shoulder. "It trusts you to help it remember its own light." And so began Anya's quiet guardianship. She kept the hearthstone on the mantelpiece where it glowed softly, filling the cottage with a deeper, more comforting warmth than any fire could provide. Plants on the windowsill seemed to lean toward it, blooming out of season. The bread her grandfather baked rose higher and tasted sweeter. And at night her dreams were filled with gentle, dappled light and the feeling of deep, earthy roots. But after a week she noticed a change. The stone's glow, which had been steady and strong, began to flicker. Its warm pulse became irregular, like a sputtering candle. A faint chill crept back into the corners of the rooms. The stone was cooling. Remembering her grandfather's words, she knew what she had to do. The stone needed to return to the forest, to the place from which it came. It had been rekindled by the hearth's love. Now it needed to share that warmth with the sleeping world. The next morning, with the hearthstone wrapped in a soft cloth and tucked safely in her pocket, she ventured into the Glimmerwood. This time she went alone. The forest was different in the daylight. Sunbeams slanted through the canopy, painting shifting patterns on the mossy floor. The air smelled of damp earth, pine resin, and decaying leaves. It was alive with sounds, the chatter of squirrels, the distant knock of a woodpecker, the rustle of unseen creatures in the undergrowth. She walked for hours, following no path but the gentle, magnetic pull she felt from the stone in her pocket. It grew warmer as she walked in what felt like the right direction, cooler if she strayed. It was her compass. As the afternoon wore on, the forest grew deeper and quieter. The trees were older here, their trunks thick and twisted, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling high above. She came to a clearing where a small, crystal-clear stream bubbled over smooth, gray stones. Sitting on a log by the stream, looking small and forlorn, was a young boy. He was perhaps a year or two younger than her, and he was crying quiet, hopeless tears. Anya approached slowly. "Hello," she said softly. The boy looked up, startled. His face was smudged with dirt, and his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm lost," he whispered, his voice trembling. "I was following a butterfly, it was so blue, and I turned around and everything looked the same." Anya's heart ached for him. She sat down on the log beside him. "What's your name?" "Leo," he sniffed. "I'm Anya. I think I'm a little bit lost too," she said, which was not entirely true, but it made him look at her with a little less fear. "But I have a friend who's helping me find my way." She pulled the cloth from her pocket and unwrapped the hearthstone. In the deep shade of the clearing, its light was stronger, a brave, warm beacon in the green gloom. Leo's tears stopped. He stared at the stone, mesmerized. "It's warm," he said in wonder, reaching out a tentative finger to touch it. "It is," Anya agreed. "It's a special stone. It likes to help." As he touched it, the stone's flickering steadied, and its glow intensified, as if soothed by his need. A new certainty settled in Anya's mind. Her journey was not just about returning the stone. It was about helping Leo, too. "Come on," she said, standing up and offering him her hand. "My friend will show us the way." Together, they followed the stone's guiding warmth. The forest seemed less intimidating with two. They shared the apple Anya had brought, and Leo told her about his village on the other side of the wood and the fierce wooden sword he was carving. The hearthstone pulsed in a slow, contented rhythm as they walked, its light pushing back the shadows. As dusk began to paint the sky in hues of lavender and rose, the stone in Anya's hand grew suddenly, intensely warm. It glowed so brightly that it cast their long shadows ahead of them on the path. They had arrived at the base of the same ancient oak tree where the fox had led her. The hollow in the roots was there, waiting. But something was wrong. The area around the tree was unnaturally still and silent. The moss that should have been emerald green was tinged with brown. The air held a lingering, unseasonal chill. The heart of this place was ailing. Anya knew what to do. She knelt and gently placed the hearthstone back into its earthy cradle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a deep, resonant hum seemed to emanate from the tree itself. The stone's light, which had been a contained glow, began to bleed outwards. It flowed like liquid sunlight along the roots, seeping into the soil. It traveled up the trunk in delicate veins of light, tracing the patterns of the bark, until the whole tree was faintly illuminated from within. The brown tinge faded from the moss, which now looked plush and vibrant. Tiny bioluminescent fungi that they hadn't even noticed began to sparkle on nearby logs like scattered constellations. The air lost its chill, becoming fresh and sweet. The forest around them sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and the normal evening chorus of insects and birds resumed, louder and more joyful than before. The stone's light slowly receded from the tree, drawing back into itself until it was once again a softly pulsing ember in the hollow. Its job was done. The warmth was shared. Leo gasped, his eyes wide with awe. "It fixed it," he breathed. It was then that they heard the voices, frantic, calling Leo's name. Torchlight flickered between the trees, and a moment later, a group of villagers burst into the clearing, led by a man and woman with faces etched with worry who ran to sweep Leo into a tearful, joyful embrace. As the family was reunited, Anya's grandfather emerged from behind the villagers. He must have followed her, keeping a distant, watchful eye. He walked over to her and put an arm around her shoulders, looking down at the peacefully glowing hearthstone. "You did well, Anya," he said, his voice full of pride. "You helped it remember its light, and then you helped it share it. That is the truest magic of all." The villagers, having heard Leo's excited story of the glowing stone and the kind girl, looked at Anya with newfound respect and gratitude. They offered to escort them both back to their cottage, their torches pushing back the night. As they prepared to leave, Anya took one last look at the hearthstone. It seemed to pulse once brightly in farewell. And from the shadows near the great oak, two intelligent eyes gleamed for a moment in the torchlight. The russet fox gave a slow, deliberate blink before melting back into the forest, its watchful duty complete for another generation. The walk home was filled with the comfortable murmur of voices and the friendly dance of torch flames. Leo walked beside Anya, his hand in his mother's, no longer a lost little boy, but a young adventurer with an incredible story to tell. When they finally reached the familiar site of their cottage, its windows dark but promising warmth and rest, the villagers said their grateful goodbyes and turned for home. Anya and her grandfather went inside. He lit a single candle, and its small flame was enough to make the room feel instantly like home. There was no grand celebration, no fanfare. There was only the simple, profound peace of a task completed, a friend helped, and a balance restored. Anya felt different somehow. The journey had left a quiet mark on her soul, a new steadiness and a deeper understanding of the subtle connections that weave the world together. The warmth of a hearth, the trust of a wild creature, the kindness offered to a stranger. Her grandfather made 2 cups of chamomile tea sweetened with honey, and they sat together in the quiet, dark cottage, listening to the settling sounds of the night. "The stone will sleep now," her grandfather said softly, sipping his tea. "And its warmth will seep deep into the roots of the glimmerwood, keeping it safe and healthy until it is needed again, long after you and I are gone. And someone else will find it, and their journey will begin." Anya nodded, the warmth of the tea spreading through her, just as the stone's warmth had spread through the forest. She was tired, but it was a good tiredness, the kind that comes from a day spent well. She went up to her little room under the eaves and climbed into bed. The moon shone through her window, casting a silver square on the floorboards. As she drifted towards sleep, she thought not of grand adventures, but of small things. The feel of the warm stone in her hand, the sound of Leo's relieved laughter, the trusting blink of the fox. And outside the great forest stood watch, its leaves whispering secrets on the wind, its roots cradling a gentle, glowing light, dreaming deep, earthy dreams, until the next time it would be called upon to warm the world. And in her cozy bed, Anya drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the forest itself, her own heart glowing with a quiet, steady light all her own. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold, but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern? The frostfire moths always wake the heartstone. Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. "The balance is askew," old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. "Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories." Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. "The north wind gossips," she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rock slide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the imberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbersant, smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Imberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with imberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing imberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying imberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered imberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moths circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled Heartstone. Well done, little thorn, Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. You wove many threads into one tapestry. As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. Balance isn't stillness, Fern murmured to all, but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales. Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The Heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. In the quiet village of Starfall Hollow, nestled between whispering pines and a babbling brook, the nights were usually filled with the soft glow of starlight filtering through lace-curtained windows. The villagers measured time not by clocks, but by the gentle chime of the ancient clock tower that stood at the center of town, its brass bells singing on the hour with a sound like silver spoons tapping crystal glasses. Wind chimes hanging from every porch played soft melodies with the evening breeze, and lately a gentle rain had been falling each night, its patter on cobblestones and tin roofs composing a lullaby for the entire village. But something peculiar had begun happening in Starfall Hollow. Each morning the villagers noticed another star had vanished from the night sky. Not faded or hidden behind clouds, but truly gone, leaving behind empty patches of darkness where familiar constellations had twinkled for generations. The missing stars left no trace, only a growing sense of wonder mixed with concern, for the people of Starfall Hollow believed the stars watched over them, their gentle light keeping dreams sweet and troubles small. Among the concerned villagers was a young stargazer named Finn, who spent his evenings perched on the roof of his cottage, sketchbook in hand, mapping the heavens. Finn noticed the disappearances first, the absence of little Viga one night, then Sweet Altair the next. He wasn't frightened but deeply curious. His kind heart worried less for himself and more for the stars themselves. Where could they have gone? And why? Finn decided he would solve the mystery, not with loud proclamations or frantic searches, but with quiet observation and empathy, tools he valued far more than flashlights or loud noises. He began by visiting the oldest places in the village, listening more than speaking. His first clue came from little Alara, the baker's daughter, who sang a nursery rhyme her grandmother had taught her. When the clock tower chimes thrice, the stars roll out like sugar spice. Follow the path where rainbows weep, to where the starling secrets keep. Most dismissed it as childish fancy, but Finn wrote it down carefully in his sketchbook. He noticed the clock tower had indeed been chiming 3 times at midnight lately, though it should only chime once. And the rainbows. Every evening as the gentle rain met the setting sun, tiny rainbows arched over the meadow brook, but they wept, their colors dripping into the water like melted candy. Finn's next clue came from an old map tucked inside a book of fairy tales in the village library. The map showed Starfall Hollow as it was centuries ago, with a dotted path leading to Starlight Meadow, a place no one remembered. The librarian, a wise woman with spectacles perched on her nose, murmured that the meadow was probably just a legend. But Finn noticed the path aligned perfectly with the current rainbow arc over the brook. He decided to follow the path one evening, just as the clock tower chimed thrice and the rain began to fall. The rain wasn't cold or harsh, it was warm and sweet-smelling, like honey and lavender. As he walked, Finn noticed other peculiarities. Flowers along the path changed color with each raindrop, from blue to violet to silver, and time seemed to flow backward in small ways. A dropped leaf floated up to rejoin its branch. His own footprints vanished behind him as if erased. These might have been red herrings to frighten someone, but to Finn, they were delightful discoveries. He understood now that the backward-flowing time and color-changing flowers weren't threats, they were clues. The stars weren't being stolen, they were being called. But by whom? Or what? His empathy guided him next. Instead of rushing forward, he sat on a mossy stone and listened. He heard the wind chimes of the village blending with the rustle of leaves. He heard the gentle rain and the distant brook. And then very softly he heard a faint, sorrowful humming. Following the sound, Finn arrived at Starlight Meadow, a place carpeted in silver clover and dotted with luminescent flowers. And there in the center sat a small glowing creature with wings like spun starlight. It was a starling, but not like any bird Finn had ever seen. This one shimmered with the same light as the missing stars, and tears like liquid diamonds fell from its eyes into a small pool at its feet. Finn approached slowly, his steps quiet on the damp grass. "Hello," he said softly. "I'm Finn, are you sad?" The starling looked up, its eyes like tiny galaxies. "I am lonely," it replied, its voice like the ringing of distant bells. "Every year when the autumn rains come, I weep for my family far away in the constellation of Lyra. My tears call the stars down to keep me company, but they cannot stay long, and returning home makes them dimmer each time." Finn sat beside the starling, not too close, giving it space. "The villagers miss the stars," he said gently. "They worry about them, but more than that, I think they'd want to help you if they knew." The starling blinked. "Help me, but how? My family is too far for any human to reach." "Perhaps not through distance," Finn said thoughtfully, "but through friendship." He remembered the nursery rhyme, where the starling's secrets keep. The secret wasn't a place, it was loneliness. That night, Finn returned to the village and gathered everyone in the square. He didn't accuse or alarm, he explained, his voice calm and warm as fireplace glow. He told them about the lonely starling, the backward flowing time, the weeping rainbows. And he asked for their help. The next evening, as the clock tower chimed thrice and the gentle rain began, the entire village walked the path to Starlight Meadow. They brought with them not tools or weapons, but gifts. The baker brought star-shaped shortbread cookies. The weaver brought a blanket embroidered with constellations. The children brought handmade wind chimes that sounded like laughter. They gathered around the starling, not crowding, but forming a wide, kind circle. One by one, they offered their gifts and their company. The starling, initially shy, soon began to glow brighter, its tears slowing, then stopping altogether. And as the villagers sang an old lullaby together, the same one that had been passed down for generations, the missing stars began to reappear in the sky, brighter than ever before. They hadn't been diminished, they had been replenished by the starling's joy. The starling wasn't lonely anymore. It had a new family in Starfall Hollow. And every year when the autumn rains came, the villagers would join it in Starlight Meadow, sharing stories and songs under a sky now filled with extra brilliance. The clock tower chimed normally again, the wind chipes played sweeter melodies, and the gentle rain continued to fall each night, its sound a reminder that even the saddest tears can water the seeds of new friendships. Finn still sat on his roof each evening, sketching the stars. But now his drawings included a tiny glowing bird flying among them, and he smiled, knowing that some mysteries aren't meant to be solved alone, but shared, like warm blankets on a cool night or stories told beside a crackling fire. The fire crackled softly, its warm light dancing on the walls like shy sprites. Outside, the wind whispered secrets to the sleeping world. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to the heart of Greenwood Hollow, a village nestled in a valley where the air smelled perpetually of damp earth and wild thyme, and where the gardens held whispers of magic. In this village lived a young gardener named Silas. Silas had hands that knew the language of the soil, fingers that could coax the shyest seedling from the earth with infinite patience. His garden, tucked behind a cottage with a mossy roof, was a tapestry of vibrant blooms and lush greenery, each plant thriving under his gentle, predictable care. Silas loved the rhythm of his days, the cool dawn mist settling on petals, the warm afternoon sun coaxing fragrance into the air, the quiet evenings spent listening to the rustle of leaves. Change, however, even the gentle shift of seasons, filled his heart with a quiet unease. He preferred the familiar hum of bees to the unpredictable flutter of a new butterfly. One crisp autumn morning, Silas discovered a peculiar sight. Nestled amongst his prize-winning moon petals, known for their cool, silver luminescence at dusk, was a plant he had never sown. It was a fern, but unlike any ordinary fern. Its fronds were a deep, velvety green that seemed to drink the light, and at their very tips, tiny, gem-like buds glowed with a soft, internal warmth, a deep, shifting rose gold. Silas felt a prickle of anxiety. This unknown beauty felt like an intrusion on his carefully ordered world. He tentatively named it the blushing fern, for the buds reminded him of a shy maiden's cheeks. Yet as days turned into weeks, the fern became Silas's secret worry. Despite his meticulous care, the exact amount of water, the perfect dappled shade, the rich compost he made himself, the fern seemed restless. Its fronds would tremble faintly when he approached, a soft sighing sound rustling through them. The rose-gold buds remained tightly closed, their light dimming. Silas felt a pang of failure, a familiar knot tightening in his chest whenever he looked at it. He felt like he was failing this strange, magical guest. His unease didn't go unnoticed. Silas often sought solace and advice from Mistress Willow, the village's oldest gardener, whose own cottage was practically swallowed by an astonishing jungle of plants. Her eyes, the color of moss after rain, held centuries of green wisdom. One afternoon, as Silas confided his worries over steaming mugs of chamomile tea, the fragrant steam curling around them like friendly ghosts, Mistress Willow listened patiently. "Ah, the blushing fern," she murmured, her voice like dry leaves skittering across stone. "A rare visitor indeed, a mirror fern, some call it. It doesn't just grow in the garden, young Silas. It grows with the gardener." "What does that mean?" Silas asked, perplexed, tracing the rim of his warm mug. "It reflects," Mistress Willow explained gently, "the inner state of the one who tends it most closely. Its restlessness, its reluctance to bloom, it speaks of a heart holding tightly to the banks of a stream, afraid of the current." She reached out a gnarled hand and patted his arm. "Change isn't a storm to be weathered, Silas. It's the soil turning, making way for new roots." Silas pondered her words, finding them both comforting and unsettling. He also found support in his cheerful friend, Briar. Briar, who ran the village bakery, was all laughter and flour-dusted aprons, embracing each new recipe and mishap with equal gusto. "Stuck, are you?" Briar chuckled one day, handing Silas a warm honey oat roll that smelled like sunshine. "Remember when I tried to make those star-shaped pastries? Looked more like grumpy badgers, but you know what? Some folks love the grumpy badgers. Maybe your fern just wants to be a grumpy badger for a while, or maybe," Briar added, his eyes twinkling, "it just needs to know it's okay to be something different." Silas carried Briar's words and Mistress Willow's wisdom back to his garden. He sat beside the blushing fern, not just to tend, but to listen. He felt the familiar knot of resistance in his own chest, the fear of disrupting his peaceful routine, the anxiety of the unknown. He realized the fern's trembling fronds mirrored his own nervous energy. Its closed buds reflected his own reluctance to open to possibilities beyond his carefully controlled world. One evening, as the first frost painted delicate lace on the cobwebs, Silas noticed the fern looked particularly sad. Its fronds drooped, the rose-gold light within the buds barely a flicker. Mistress Willow's words echoed, "It grows with the gardener." He knew what he had to do, though the thought sent a tremor through him more chilling than the frost. The fern needed pruning. Some of the oldest, outermost fronds, though still green, were overshadowing the heart of the plant, stifling the potential of the central buds. Pruning meant cutting away the familiar, the established, to make room for new growth. It meant embracing change, trusting that beauty could emerge from loss. Taking a deep breath of the crisp air, Silas selected his sharpest, cleanest shears. His hands shook slightly. Each snip felt like a tiny leap into the unknown. As he carefully removed the older fronds, a remarkable thing happened. The remaining fronds seemed to sigh, not in sorrow, but in profound relief. They lifted, stretching towards the fading light. And the rose-gold buds, they pulsed. A soft, warm light emanated from them, bathing the surrounding moon petals in a gentle, rosy glow. Silas felt a corresponding shift within himself. The knot of anxiety loosened, replaced by a warm, expanding sensation like the first unfurling of a new leaf. It wasn't reckless abandon, but a quiet courage, a trust in the natural cycle of growth and release. He hadn't destroyed his garden, he had helped it breathe. Winter settled over Greenwood Hollow, a blanket of quiet transformation. Silas continued his routines, but with a new awareness. He noticed the subtle shifts in light, the way the snow insulated the sleeping earth, protecting the promise beneath. He found himself experimenting, slightly planting a few early snowdrop bulbs in a sunnier spot, trying a new blend of compost. The blushing fern thrived. Its remaining fronds grew stronger, a deeper, richer green. The rose-gold buds swelled, their internal light growing steadier, warmer, casting a cozy aura in the winter-dim greenhouse Silas had built. One late winter afternoon, when the sun hung low and golden, Silas was tidying the greenhouse. Mistress Willow and Briar had come to share spiced cider. As they admired the fern, bathed in the golden sunlight streaming through the glass, it happened. With a soft, almost musical chime, the largest rose-gold bud began to unfurl. Layer after delicate layer peeled back, not to reveal a flower, but a cascade of pure, shimmering light. It wasn't harsh or blinding, but a warm, liquid radiance that flowed downwards, touching the soil around the fern's base. Where the light touched the earth, impossible things happened. Tiny, crystalline frost flowers bloomed instantly, sparkling like captured starlight. A patch of dormant moss turned a vibrant, glowing emerald green. Even the moon petals nearby, usually dormant in winter, perked up, their silver edges catching the rosy light and reflecting it in soft rainbows on the greenhouse walls. Silas gasped, tears pricking his eyes, not tears of sadness, but of awe and profound understanding. Mistress Willow smiled, a knowing glint in her mossy eyes. Briar clapped his hands softly. "Well, would you look at that? Told you grumpy badgers have their charm." The magical light pulsed gently, a visible manifestation of the transformation both Silas and the fern had undergone. It wasn't about becoming something entirely different, but about embracing the fullness of potential within. The fern hadn't changed its nature, it had simply been allowed to express its true, radiant self. Silas hadn't abandoned his love for peace and care. He had deepened it by learning that true growth sometimes requires the courage to let go, to trust the unseen roots, and to welcome the light that comes after the pruning. As the last embers in the fireplace settled into a bed of warm ash, the tale of Silas and the blushing fern comes to a close. The garden in Greenwood Hollow still blooms with quiet magic, tended by hands that understand both the comfort of the known and the gentle necessity of change. The blushing fern continues to glow with its rose-gold light, a quiet beacon reminding all who see it that the most beautiful transformations often begin with a single brave step into the unknown, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the quiet courage to let your own inner light unfurl. Remember, dear listener, as you drift towards dreams, that your own heart holds seeds of wonder, waiting for the right moment, the right care, to blossom into something uniquely, beautifully yours. Sleep peacefully, wrapped in the warmth of growth and the quiet magic of becoming. Deep within the whispering woods, where sunlight dripped like melted gold through ancient canopies, lived creatures unseen by human eyes. Here moss grew thick as velvet pillows, and the air hummed with the scent of pine resin and damp earth. At the forest's heart stood the grandmother oak, her bark etched with centuries of stories, roots weaving deep into the world's magic. She was the keeper of seasons, her branches holding the delicate balance between spring's blush, summer's hum, autumn's sigh, and winter's hush. Among her roots dwelled Thistle, a silver-furred badger whose paws knew every hidden pathway. His den smelled of dried lavender and warm soil, where fireflies nested in jars like living constellations. High in the oak's branches lived Pip, a quick-pawed squirrel with fur the color of autumn acorns. Her nest was lined with thistle down and moonbeam silk, and she spent dawns watching dew transform spiderwebs into necklaces of light. Nearby, in a burrow fringed with bluebells, lived the hedgehog family, Bramble, Moss, and their 3 prickly youngsters, who tended the glowcap mushrooms that pulsed softly at twilight, recycling fallen leaves into starlight. The forest thrived on rituals. Every first frost, Thistle would lead the creatures to the crystal stream, where they'd place river-smoothed stones in spirals to thank the water for its songs. In spring, Pip organized the blossom dance, where butterflies scattered pollen that made the air taste like honey. The hedgehogs sang nightly lullabies to the grandmother oak, their voices harmonizing with the wind so her roots drank melodies instead of rain. All things breathed together. Elder Fern, the oldest turtle, would murmur from her sun-warmed rock. Upset one thread and the whole tapestry trembles. But one sultry summer evening, as fireflies painted the dusk, an unnatural chill crept in. Frost feathered over ferns that should have been lush, silencing crickets mid-chirp. Pip shivered on her branch, watching her breath mist in the air. Thistle emerged from his den, whiskers stiff with ice crystals. "The seasons are knotted," he rumbled, nose pressed to the trembling earth. The grandmother oak's roots feel cold. They gathered beneath the oak, where moonlight usually pooled like liquid silver. Now the clearing was eerily still. Bramble nudged a frostbitten glowcap, its light guttered weakly. The balanced stone, whispered Moss, her spines drooping. Deep in the oak's roots lay a geode older than the forest, a stone that pulsed with the forest's heartbeat, warming the earth in winter and cooling it in summer. Thistle's grandfather had shown it to him as a cub, warning, harm it, and the seasons unravel. A frantic woodmouse brought news. Near the stone, the earth had cracked. Young foxes, new to the forest, had chased a rabbit into the roots, clawing at the soil where the stone lay hidden. Their playful digging had exposed it to the night air, freezing its magic. Pip scampered down, her tiny paws tracing the fissure. Cold seeped from it, withering nearby flowers. "They didn't know," she said softly. "The stone's song is fading." Thistle nodded. Ignorance is a wound only wisdom can heal. He sought Elder Fern, who sunned herself on a mossy log, her shell patterned with lichen like ancient maps. "Ah," she sighed, her voice a dry rustle. "The stone remembers warmth. It needs summer's breath to thaw." She described the sun petals, golden flowers that bloomed only on the highest sunbeam, storing sunlight in their velvet cores. "But they wilt by twilight. You must move as one." Hope flickered. Pip scrambled up the grandmother oak, leaping across branches toward the canopy's sunlit crown. Thistle dug tunnels through frosted soil, creating safe passage. The hedgehogs rolled glowcaps into the cracks, their faint light guiding the way. When Pip reached the sun-drenched treetops, she found the sun petals, a cluster of golden blooms, warm as baked bread. But as she gathered them, a gust shook the branches. One precious petal tumbled downward. Below, the young foxes watched, ears flat with shame. The smallest, her fur russet as fallen leaves, saw the falling petal. With a yip, she darted forward, catching it gently in her mouth. Pip froze, but the fox placed the petal in Thistle's paw, whimpering, "We didn't mean to still the seasons." "Come," said Thistle gently. "Help us reweave what was frayed." Together they hurried to the exposed balanced stone, now glazed with ice. The hedgehogs lined the fissure with glowing mushrooms. Pip laid the sun petals on the stone's frozen surface, their warmth seeping into the geode. Thistle and the foxes pushed rich, dark soil over the roots, their paws working side by side. As the last shovelful settled, Bramble and Moss began a low, humming song, joined by the fox's hesitant yips and Pip's chittering melody. The grandmother oak's leaves shimmered, absorbing their voices. Slowly, the frost retreated like a shy creature. Warmth radiated from the stone, melting ice into dewdrops that glittered on spiderwebs. Flowers straightened, crickets resumed their symphony, and the glowcaps brightened, casting buttery light over the smiling faces. Elder Fern crept close, nudging the young foxes. Remember this night, wisdom isn't knowing everything, it's listening to the world's whispers. The foxes bowed their heads. We'll protect the balanced stone, promised the russet one, and teach others its song. Seasons flowed smoothly once more. Autumn arrived in a cascade of amber and crimson, leaves pirouetting to the hedgehog's harvest hymns. Winter wrapped the forest in snowy silence, the foxes now guarding the oak's roots while Thistle told tales of stars by the hearth. When spring returned, painting the woods in wildflower confetti, the creatures gathered beneath the grandmother oak. Pip strung dewdrop necklaces for the fox kits, while Bramble and Moss served nectar-sweetened hazelnuts on birch bark plates. As twilight deepened, fireflies rose like embers in a gentle wind, their light blending with the glowcaps and the oak's soft luminescence. Thistle watched them, his old bones warmed by contentment. The forest breathed, a sigh of soil, rustle of leaves, ripple of stream, each note a thread in an eternal harmony. High above, the first star winked, casting silver over creatures curled in drowsy heaps, their dreams woven from the safety of roots and the promise of tomorrow's sun. And deep in the earth, the balanced stone pulsed steadily, a warm, silent lullaby for the sleeping woods. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Ela rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Ela awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Ela approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Ela, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Ela poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Ela pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Ela often visited her dear friend Aiden, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aiden had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aiden said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. "You helped without being asked," chimed the luminous leaves. "Now let wonder reward you." The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. "Follow, but listen closely," they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups, and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. "Keep what helps you," she said softly. "But let's find something better than scales for warmth." Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. "Blasted thing," Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than Old Man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. "Oh." Pip blinked, startled. "Well, aren't you a useful sort? Thank you, little sapling." He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. "You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you?" Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. "It feels like everything's slipping away," Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. "My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong." Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. "Change, eh? Tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots." He hopped onto Milo's knee. "Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside." Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. "What do I do?" he asked, his voice small. "Find Hazel," Pip declared, whiskers twitching. "She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on." And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. "Ah," she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder, and the worry etched on the boy's face. "The oak keeper and his acorn heart. Come in, the kettle's just singing." Inside, the cottage was pure comfort. Shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. "Whispering oaks," Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, "are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart." She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. "This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon." Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo learned to trust the ground that catches you, trust the friends who walk beside you, trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always smelled of rain and possibility, especially in the quiet hour just after twilight. Young Finn, who preferred the company of dusty library books to boisterous games, was returning home from Mrs. Thistle's bookshop, clutching a worn volume on cloud formations. His path took him past the ancient, leaning oak tree that guarded the town square. Tonight, something glinted amongst its gnarled roots. Curiosity, that quiet friend Finn trusted above all others, nudged him closer. Nestled in the moss, half-buried like a forgotten secret, lay a key. Not a grand, ornate key fit for a castle, but a small, humble thing made of warm, tarnished brass. It felt strangely comforting in his palm, humming with a faint warmth like a sleepy kitten. Engraved on its bow was a single, tiny feather. Finn slipped the key into his pocket, its gentle warmth a constant, reassuring companion. That night, as he traced the feather engraving by candlelight, the key pulsed softly. A soft whisper like wind through dry reeds filled his mind. Seek the unseen path, find what the sky has forgotten. The whisper wasn't frightening, it felt like an invitation. The next morning, Finn packed a simple knapsack, a water flask, some crusty bread and cheese, his cloud book, and the brass key. He told his parents he was going on a long walk to study the sky. The key felt warm against his chest as he stepped beyond the familiar boundaries of Willowbrook, heading towards the Whispering Woods, a place usually veiled in mist and tall tales. The woods lived up to their name. Ancient trees murmured secrets in rustling leaves, and shafts of sunlight, thick as honey, pierced the canopy, dust motes dancing within them. Finn felt a gentle tug, a pull in his chest, guiding him deeper. It led him to a sheer, moss-covered cliff face, seemingly impassable. Yet, as he approached, the brass key grew warmer. He held it up, and where its light touched the stone, shimmering outlines appeared, narrow footholds and handholds, forming a winding path upwards. The unseen path. Climbing was slow and careful, the stone cool and damp beneath his fingers. Halfway up, perched precariously on a narrow ledge, Finn froze. Below him, the woods stretched like a green ocean. Above, the cliff seemed endless. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked his skin. Just then, a gruff voice broke the silence. "Bit high for cloud watching, lad, wouldn't you say?" Startled, Finn looked down. On a lower ledge, peering up with bright, intelligent eyes, sat a badger. He wore tiny, round spectacles perched on his snout and clutched a knobbly walking stick carved with constellations. "Name's Bramble," the badger announced. "Keeper of forgotten footpaths and unappreciated fungi. Saw you activating the old sky key. Haven't seen one of those in an age. Bit rusty on the climbing, are we?" Before Finn could answer, a flurry of iridescent feathers swooped down. A small starling landed beside Bramble, tilting her head. "He doesn't look rusty, Bramble, he looks scared, like when Pip saw the big owl." Her voice was like chiming bells. "I'm Pip, I remember things, especially shiny things and high places. Can I help?" Bramble sighed, adjusting his spectacles. Wisdom and wings, lad, you'll need both where you're going. That key doesn't light the way for just anyone. What's it telling you to seek? Finn, heart still pounding but comforted by their presence, explained the whisper. Find what the sky has forgotten. Ah, Bramble nodded sagely, tapping his stick. The sky forgets nothing lightly, but sometimes things fall, get lost in the cracks between clouds and earth. He pointed his stick upwards. The summit glade. That's where the sky touches the land most gently. But the path gets tricky near the top. Needs a different kind of seeing. With Bramble offering steadying advice, plant your foot there, lad, see that sturdy root, and Pip darting ahead, scouting the safest route and chattering encouragement, almost there. Ooh, look at that butterfly. Finn climbed higher. The air grew thinner, cooler, smelling of pine resin and distant rain. Finally, they pushed through a curtain of hanging vines into the summit glade. It was a place of breathtaking serenity. Soft, silver-green grass carpeted a natural amphitheater, surrounded by ancient, wind-sculpted pines. In the very center, bathed in pure, liquid sunlight, stood a pedestal of smooth, milky quartz. But instead of a forgotten treasure, the pedestal held only a small, perfectly round hole, about the size of Finn's fist. The air above it shimmered faintly, like heat haze. The sky's memory well, Bramble whispered reverently. But it's empty, that can't be right. Pip fluttered nervously. It feels sad, like a nest without eggs. Finn felt the brass key grow hot in his hand. He approached the well. The shimmering air above the hole wasn't empty. It felt thick, resistant, like trying to push through heavy velvet. He reached out, but his hands simply stopped, meeting an invisible, yielding barrier. He pushed harder, but it only gave slightly before pushing back. Force won't work here, lad, Bramble murmured, studying the barrier. This isn't a lock to be broken, it's a sorrow to be understood. Finn sat cross-legged before the well, the key resting warm in his lap. He closed his eyes, not to see with them, but to feel. He remembered the whisper, find what the sky has forgotten. Forgotten implied it was once remembered. Lost. He thought of his cloud book, how clouds changed form but never truly vanished. He thought of the warmth of the key, like captured sunlight. He thought of Pip's sadness. The sky hasn't forgotten something out there, Finn murmured, opening his eyes, a dawning understanding warming him. It's forgotten something about itself. The memory well isn't empty, it's holding on to something the sky can't bear to lose, but it's trapped by its own grief, like a tear that won't fall. He looked at the shimmering barrier. It wasn't a wall, it was a held breath. A stifled sigh. The sky was holding its sorrow inside the well. It needs to let go, Finn whispered. But gently, to remember that even sadness can be beautiful when it's shared. He didn't try to push through the barrier again. Instead, he took the brass key. Not to unlock, but to connect. He held it up not towards the barrier, but towards the open sky above the glade. The tiny feather engraving caught the sunlight. Finn focused on the feeling of the key warm, comforting, a small, solid thing holding a promise. He thought of gentle rain after a drought, of mist clearing to reveal the sun, of the quiet comfort of sharing a burden. It's okay, he said softly, his voice barely a whisper yet echoing in the glade's stillness. It's okay to remember, it's okay to let it go. The sadness isn't lost, it becomes the rain that feeds the earth, the mist that paints the dawn. It becomes part of everything beautiful again. He poured his understanding, his quiet empathy, through the key. It wasn't magic words, but magic feeling the wisdom of accepting loss as part of the cycle. A single radiant tear, like liquid starlight, fell from the clear blue sky above. It landed silently on the shimmering barrier above the well. Where it touched, the resistant shimmer softened, dissolved, and flowed like liquid silver down into the hole in the pedestal. The instant the last drop vanished, the summit glade bloomed. Flowers Finn hadn't seen before unfurled in a burst of impossible colors, their scent like moonlight and dew. The air hummed with pure, resonant joy, a sound felt more than heard. Light, brighter and softer than before, filled the glade, painting everything in hues of gold and pearl. Above the memory well where the barrier had been, a small, perfect image shimmered into being, a fledgling starling taking its very first, wobbly flight towards a radiant sunset. It was a moment of pure, fragile joy, preserved forever. The sky hadn't forgotten the beauty, it had only forgotten how to release the pain of its passing. Finn had helped it remember. Bramble removed his spectacles, wiping his eyes. Wisdom, lad, true wisdom, you didn't force the lock, you understood the heart that held it closed. Pip danced in the air, singing a sweet, wordless song. It's remembering, the sky is remembering the happy things too. The journey back down the unseen path felt lighter. Finn carried no physical treasure, but his heart felt full, expanded. He understood now that the greatest magic wasn't in grand gestures, but in quiet understanding, in helping something lost find its way home, even if that home was simply acceptance. The brass key had cooled in his pocket, feeling like an ordinary, slightly tarnished piece of brass once more. Yet when he touched it, he felt the echo of the sky's gratitude, a soft warmth like the first ray of dawn. Back in Willowbrook, under a sky now streaked with the gentle pinks and oranges of sunset, Finn stopped beneath the old oak tree. He placed the brass key back amongst the roots where he'd found it. It belonged to the secrets, to the next seeker who listened with their heart. As he walked home, the scent of rain and possibility hung in the air, richer than ever. He looked up at the clouds, no longer just shapes in a book, but part of a vast, feeling sky that remembered, that let go, and that held countless quiet wonders in its embrace. And Finn, the quiet boy who loved books, now carried a different kind of story within him, a story of a key, a journey, and the gentle, enduring magic of understanding. The world felt softer, kinder, and infinitely more full of unseen paths, waiting for a kind heart to find them. The comforting warmth of that knowledge settled over him like a well-loved blanket as the first stars began to twinkle, silent promises in the darkening blue. The fire crackles softly, casting dancing shadows that seem to beckon you deeper into the story. Tonight we journey to the heart of the Elderglen, an ancient forest where time moves like the slow, deep breaths of the earth itself. Here, beneath a sky thick with stars, moonlight doesn't just fall. It weaves itself into the very air, turning spiderwebs into silver lace and dewdrops into scattered diamonds. And when the world sleeps, the Elderglen truly wakes, humming with a quiet, profound magic. Our tale begins with a small, rather weary hedgehog named Fern. Fern was usually a creature of dusk and dawn, but tonight, a strange restlessness prickled beneath her spines. Sleep eluded her. Her cozy burrow, lined with fragrant dried clover and downy milkweed silk, felt strangely confining. Outside, the forest sighed a long, low sound like the earth settling. It wasn't just the wind in the pines, it was the trees themselves, murmuring in their slow, woody language. Fern knew this language, as all true dwellers of the Elderglen did. It spoke of deep roots drinking from hidden springs, of sunlight stored in broad leaves, and tonight it spoke of a subtle shift, a sigh of change carried on the cool air. Pushing aside her mossy door, Fern stepped into the silvered night. The air was crisp, tasting of frost to come and damp earth. Moonbeams thick as cream poured through the canopy, illuminating a path of moss-covered stones that gleamed like polished jade. Each step she took released the scent of crushed thyme and damp loam. Nearby, the whispering brook babbled its endless song, a constant, soothing counterpoint to the rustling leaves overhead. Its language was one of movement and connection, tales of mountain snowmelt, journeys through sun-dappled glades, and the secrets carried by minnows. Fern paused by the brook, dipping her snout to drink. The water was achingly cold and sweet. As the ripples settled, she saw reflected not just the moon, but clusters of tiny, soft green lights clinging to the undersides of broad ferns nearby. Moon moss, it was called, glowing with its own gentle bioluminescence, like captured starlight. The sight calmed her a little, but the restless feeling persisted, a quiet hum beneath her fur. "Trouble sleeping, little root tapper." The voice was deep, soft, and seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. It vibrated through the soles of Fern's paws. She looked up into the gnarled branches of an ancient oak, wider than 10 hedgehogs laid nose to tail. High above, 2 great luminous eyes blinked slowly. Silas, the elder owl. He was as much a part of the forest as the bedrock beneath it, his feathers the color of tree bark in shadow, his face etched with the wisdom of countless seasons. "Silas," Fern whispered, her voice small in the vast quiet. "The trees, they sigh differently tonight, and the stones feel expectant." She placed a small paw on a large, smooth stone warmed slightly by the day's sun. It hummed faintly, a low, resonant thrum she felt rather than heard. The stones spoke the oldest language of pressure, time, and stillness. Silas tilted his great head, moonlight catching the silver edges of his feathers. "They do, little one, they speak of the great turning. The season of deep sleep draws near. The forest prepares to rest, to dream beneath the frost." He ruffled his feathers softly, the sound like dry leaves skittering across stone. "Restlessness before the quiet is natural. It is the forest gathering its breath, settling its accounts. But why does it make me feel so adrift?" Fern asked, tracing the cool, damp moss on the stone. A gentle breeze sighed through the leaves above, a susurrus that sounded like distant, whispered secrets. "Listen, listen." "Perhaps," Silas mused, his voice a soothing rumble, "the forest senses you have not yet found your piece of the puzzle. Every creature, every leaf, every drop in the brook has a role in the turning. What small task waits for Fern?" Fern thought. She gathered seeds, she tended the moss near her burrow, she listened to the brook's stories. But Silas's words resonated. There was a feeling, a quiet pull, like the tug of the moon on the tides, drawing her deeper into the Elderglen, towards the starlight, clearing a place rarely visited, except on nights of potent magic. "Follow the moon path," Silas suggested gently, not commanding, but offering a key. "Listen to the stones. They remember the way with a soft whoosh of silent wings." He melted back into the shadows of the oak, leaving Fern with the comforting sounds of the night. The drip, drip, drip of sap from a pine, the distant plink of a water drop falling into a still pool, the soft crunch of her own paws on the frost-kissed moss. Taking a deep breath, Fern set off. She followed the broadest moonbeam, a river of silver light cutting through the trees. She paused often, placing her paw on the cool, smooth stones that marked the path. Each hummed its own unique note, a deep bass thrum from a granite boulder, a higher, crystalline chime from a piece of quartz. Together, they formed a silent melody guiding her steps. The whispering brook's voice grew fainter, replaced by the deeper sigh of older trees, ancient beeches, whose bark felt like cooled leather beneath her touch, murmuring of long summers and deep winters endured. The air grew colder, sharper, smelling of damp stone, and something else, something sweet and faintly electric. The forest grew denser, the canopy thicker, yet the moonlight seemed brighter here, concentrated. Fern pushed through a curtain of hanging moss, beads of moisture glistening like tiny moons, and gasped. The starlight clearing lived up to its name. It wasn't large, but the canopy opened completely to the vast, star-strewn sky. The Milky Way arched overhead, a river of diamond dust. But the true wonder lay below. The entire clearing floor was carpeted in luminous blue and green moss, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Giant, translucent mushrooms like frozen moonbeams glowed with a gentle white radiance, casting long, soft shadows. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any Fern had seen, drifted lazily, their golden light weaving patterns in the air. It was pure, breathtaking bioluminescence, a secret heart of light held within the sleeping forest. In the very center of the clearing stood a figure Fern had only heard tales of, Elderroot, the oldest tree in the Elderglen. Not an oak or a beech, but a colossal willow. Its trunk was a tapestry of gnarled bark, silvered by moonlight and time. Its long, trailing branches, tipped with the last golden leaves of autumn, swept the glowing moss like gentle fingers. The air around it shimmered faintly, humming with an ancient, peaceful power. Fern approached slowly, awestruck. The humming of the stones was louder here, harmonizing with a deep, resonant vibration that seemed to come from Elderroot itself. It wasn't a sound heard with ears, but felt in the bones, a slow, steady pulse like the heartbeat of the earth. Welcome, child of the turning earth, the voice wasn't spoken. It blossomed directly in Fern's mind, warm and deep as rich soil, as comforting as the crackle of the fire you hear now. You feel the sigh of the great turning. Yes, Elderroot, Fern whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Silas said, I might have a piece of the puzzle. A sense of profound understanding washed over her, like sinking into warm, sun-baked earth. Look, the voice resonated. Fern looked down at her feet, amidst the glowing moss. Nestled there, almost hidden, were clusters of tiny, perfect berries. They weren't glowing themselves, but they reflected the starlight and the bioluminescent moss with an intense, silvery sheen. Moonberries. Rare, precious, said to hold the essence of the autumn moon. They have ripened under the turning moon, Elderroot's thought flowed. Their time is now, before the deep frost seals the forest sleep. They carry the dream seeds of renewal. They must be shared, scattered where the sleepers dream, so their essence nourishes the roots of spring. Fern understood. This was the quiet task. The restlessness had been the forest's gentle nudge, the sighing trees and expectant stones its subtle directions. She carefully, reverently, began to pluck the moonberries. They were cool and smooth in her paws, smelling faintly of frost and distant stars. The clearing watched her, the glowing moss pulsed softly, the fireflies danced intricate patterns above, the ancient willow hummed its deep, grounding song. The gentle patter of a light, icy rain began, kissing the leaves high above, a soothing, rhythmic whisper adding to the symphony of the night. She gathered a small pouchful, the berries shining like captured starlight. As she worked, a profound peace settled over her, deeper than any sleep. The restlessness melted away, replaced by a warm sense of purpose, of being perfectly woven into the Elderglen's grand tapestry. She was part of the sigh, part of the turning. Well done, little keeper, Elderroot's thought brushed her mind like a trailing willow branch. Carry the moon's promise to the dreamers. The forest rests easier knowing its treasures are tended. Fern bowed her head, a deep feeling of gratitude filling her small chest. She turned, the pouch of moonberries held gently. The path back seemed clearer now, the stones humming a comforting, familiar tune. The rain fell a little heavier, a soft shush-shush-shush on the canopy, but beneath the trees, Fern walked in a pocket of quiet peace. She stopped by the whispering brook, scattering a few moonberries along its banks. They gleamed like fallen stars against the dark water, destined to nourish the roots of water plants dreaming below. She left some near the entrance to the rabbit warren, where deep sleepers would unknowingly breathe in their renewing essence. Finally, she placed a few precious berries near her own burrow entrance, a promise for the spring to come. Her task complete, Fern slipped back inside her cozy burrow. The scent of clover and milkweed welcomed her. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a delicious, bone-deep weariness. The forest sighs outside were no longer unsettling, but a gentle lullaby, the sigh of contentment, of settling into rest. The drip-drip-drip of rain from the eaves, the distant murmur of the brook, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth, it was a symphony of peace. She curled into her nest, the pouch of remaining moonberries glowing softly beside her, a tiny piece of the starlight clearing brought home. Outside, the elderglen settled deeper into its seasonal slumber. The moonberries, scattered and nestled into the earth, began their quiet work, weaving dreams of green shoots and warm sun into the fabric of the frozen months. The great turning was complete. Fern closed her eyes, her breath slowing, matching the deep, restful rhythm of the ancient forest. She drifted into sleep, not adrift, but anchored, cradled by the wisdom of owls and trees, the language of stones and streams, and the soft, luminous promise of renewal that glowed even in the deepest dark. The fire crackles softly now, mirroring the gentle pulse of the elderglen's heart, a reminder that even in stillness life dreams and prepares, ever so gently, to bloom again. Sleep well, little dreamer, sleep well. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking, gently, into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe, easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now, it was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble, he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm, and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The Queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. "I'll try." Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral, and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Clara, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Clara watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Clara used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Clara treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Clara, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. the meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown.